The young man sat in his bed, unable to believe his eyes. Right in the middle of his bedroom was the entrance to a portal. Similar portals began appearing all over the world, and soon they were no longer a novelty and hardly surprised anyone. After a series of riots caused by competition over the exploration of these portals, the dungeons spiraled out of control. The government introduced several rules, and while the portals couldn't be eliminated, they could be sealed. If a portal could not be sealed within the specified time, the monsters from the dungeon could invade the human world, and people who got lost in the dungeon but did not die remained there and came to be known as adventurers. Years passed with new portals appearing continuously, and word of them had already spread. Information was actively circulating in the media, which also began reporting on the adventurers. Over time, the profession of adventurer became a cherished dream for people because it allowed them to earn money despite the global shortage of jobs. Who knows that behind every high-level adventurer lie hundreds of corpses of mid- and low-level adventurers as well as civilians who got lost in the dungeons. The young man's name was Chen Hai. He was an adventurer and knew everything about the inner workings, laws, and rules of this world. In the early stages, the mortality rate upon entering a beginner-level dungeon was 50%. Chen Hai wasn't sure how to handle this portal. He could simply hand it over to the government, and for doing so, an ordinary citizen would receive a special item or a rare treasure as a reward. However, the news had reported a story about a man who resold portal coordinates, and the young man could easily be suspected of exactly that kind of speculation. Chen Hai didn't know what the best course of action was, because if he reported his portal, he could get into trouble, even though the government profited from it later by renting out these portals. On the other hand, he couldn't just leave the portal as is, because once the timer ran out, the monsters would break out and end up in the young man's bedroom. This would inevitably lead to casualties and destruction, and he could be sent to prison for that, since he had learned of a potential threat and failed to report it. The young man decided to start by checking the portal's danger level. If the mortality rate was high, Chen Hai would move to another city and then report the portal to the police. 2 days passed, and the delivery person had to ring the doorbell for a long time before the apartment's owner opened the door. Chen Hai signed for the delivery, and the delivery person immediately suspected that something was amiss. He guessed that the young man had acquired a portal. Otherwise, why would he buy chainmail? But Chen Hai replied that he just liked to play war games sometimes. Even though ordinary people are eager to become adventurers, talking to strangers about this topic is quite intimidating, because you never know how someone might react to that information. As soon as the delivery person left, Chen Hai immediately unpacked his purchase and put on his new outfit. The chainmail was a bit heavy and pinched his chest slightly. The young man had bought a fire axe at the nearest store, and the suit didn't restrict his movements, which was already a good thing. And now Chen Hai could finally enter the portal. He realized that this was the lowest level portal, as evidenced by its size. The young man decided to test it out himself before reporting the new portal to the police. The young man stepped into the dungeon and found himself in a forest. It seemed that werewolves would be the first enemies he'd face in this dungeon. According to official information, once a newcomer enters the dungeon, the adventurers panel and exit conditions are activated. The base stats for ordinary people average around 10, while for exceptional individuals they could reach 14. But now Chen Hai was convinced that he immediately had 16. It was really cool and couldn't help but make him happy. Agility, strength, and physique could be improved through training, but the high intelligence level he'd received right away was a wonderful bonus and filled him with hope. The young man analyzed the conditions of the dungeon and realized that he was in for a season of hunting murlocs. He couldn't stand those aquatic reptiles and was outraged that he'd been stuck with such repulsive creatures. To leave the dungeon, he had to kill any murloc, a creature that was a cross between a lizard and a frog. Chen Hai soon spotted one of them, hid in the bushes, and with a loud shout leaped out, swinging his axe, and struck the murloc. The creature managed to dodge the blow but was still wounded. Chen Hai was surprised he hadn't killed it with the first strike, but he wasn't about to stop there. It took quite a while before the murloc was killed, and now the young man could catch his breath, concluding that the dungeon's difficulty had been mislabeled. Chen Hai realized he was very tired. It had taken him an entire day to barely defeat a single murloc, and if there had been several of them, but on the other hand, he had fulfilled the conditions for exiting the dungeon, and now he could leave it without any trouble. Chen Hai was absolutely exhausted, and as soon as he got back to his apartment, he immediately collapsed onto the couch. The young man decided to take on this dungeon again after hiring a personal fitness trainer and improving his core stats. Completely out of the blue, the adventurer's profile window began to appear right in front of him in the room. Strange things like this could happen after exiting the dungeon. This was the reward for completing the mission. Chen Hai was dissatisfied. He'd received the standard item, a thermos, but he didn't understand what good a thermos was if he didn't have a magic potion to boost his stats. After calming down a bit, the young man took the thermos, realizing it was better than nothing. Now he needed to test what this item could do. It turned out that the thermos could condense half a liter of pure water every day. Chen Hai considered it useless junk that nobody needed, including himself. The very next morning, the young man headed to the gym, where he had an appointment with Coach An. Chen Hai was surprised that in a small town like Dongshan, there could be a trainer who specialized in providing body-shaping services for new adventurers. The manager believed that if the young man had never worked out before, he didn't necessarily need to hire such a specialist. He could start by training with a regular coach. Chen Hai didn't want to reveal that he had become an adventurer. He said that his lifelong goal was to hire the best trainer, and now he was finally close to achieving it. Chen Hai had no idea what the best trainer in town might look like, and when he saw a handsome, sweaty, and muscular guy standing before him, it wasn't quite what the young man had expected. However, the next moment, a huge, powerful bodybuilder approached the young man and told him that his training program cost a fortune and not everyone could afford it. After that, the trainer asked if the young man really wanted to become an adventurer. If so, he could help him achieve that. They decided to start with a general assessment to see just how weak this beginner really was. The coach said that even considering Chen Hai was a beginner, his results were very poor, and it would be difficult to achieve a decent outcome. The handsome young man also commented on the newcomer, saying that Chen Hai's foundation was a bit weak. If you calculated the kilograms he was capable of lifting, they corresponded to an adventurer with a strength level of 9. Coach An understood this and immediately stated that it's practically impossible to improve strength, endurance, and agility in just 1 month. After hearing these comments directed at him, the newcomer asked how long they thought it would take him to get stronger. If he trained every day, he could reach a level of 11 in a month and a half, and after his transformation, Chen Hai would become a rank B adventurer and feel much stronger. Now the young man had a rough idea of what lay ahead and said he was ready to train according to this plan. The good-looking guy from the gym was pleased, since now he had a training partner and wouldn't feel so lonely. The young man's name was Shu Mao. After training, the guys went out for a bite to eat. Shu Mao asked why the newcomer had signed up specifically with Coach Anya. After all, he was a professional and didn't come cheap. And for starters, they could train with someone less demanding. As a rule, only experienced adventurers or those who have signed a long-term contract with the association resort to the services of such a coach. Chen Hai said that he simply had a lot of money. He was a writer and was now spending his royalties because he had a clear goal, and the young man had decided to find the best coach. This answer satisfied Shu Mao, who admitted that he had assumed Chen Hai had discovered the entrance to a dungeon and was forced to become an adventurer. Shu Mao decided to share some tips so that Chen Hai wouldn't get into trouble later on. If he plans to become an adventurer, upon first entering a dungeon, the adventurer chooses whether or not to display their title and can also hide their attributes and stats from other players. Hunters who specialize in finding dungeons often hide their titles, but they always know who has become an adventurer and follow that person to find the entrance to the dungeon. Shu Mao recounted all this while observing his new friend, who showed no reaction to the information. It seemed he wasn't actually an adventurer at all, but simply a wealthy writer. Chen Hai looked surprised and interested, but in reality, he was glad he hadn't used his title. Otherwise, he would have been exposed right then and there. Soon, Shu Mao stood up and said that Coach An must have already finished with the contract, so they needed to return to the sports club to sign the papers. And Zhan carefully studied Chen Hai's profile. He's a well-known writer specializing in adventure novels. He's wealthy, and he wants to improve his physical fitness so he can become an adventurer himself. The coach's assistant said that the newcomer didn't have any special requests, so it didn't seem likely that he had found the entrance to the dungeon, and he had a month left to complete the task. Coach An agreed that the likelihood of Chen Hai being an adventurer or having found the entrance to the dungeon was extremely low. Coach An said that if Shu Mao didn't say anything upon his return, they would proceed as usual until the elite dungeon trial in Dongshan was over. And Zhan wasn't about to pass up an opportunity to make some extra money. Chen Hai returned to the gym to sign the contract. His coach was known as a rookie killer, and Zhan informed the young man that the contract had been drafted, and if he had no questions after reading it, he could sign it. The coach's assistant led the young man into the office to review the contract documents, and of course, the young man couldn't help but notice the status floating above the coach's head. Coach had noticed that the newcomer's expression hadn't changed, which meant he hadn't seen the title above the coach's head. Chen Hai didn't look like someone who had just discovered a dungeon. Xu Mao was a level 6 adventurer on contract. He worked for Coach An, who was a level 3 adventurer. The coach reminded the young man once again to keep a close eye on the newcomer and not to say anything unnecessary. After thinking for a moment, Anjan added that there was no need to keep an eye on this writer. After the documents were signed, the coach's assistant handed Chen Hai his copy of the contract and said that the young man would now undergo a full evaluation. Soon the testing came to an end, and the results were disappointing. The coach noted Chen Hai's extremely poor physical condition. He suggested skipping the agility test. According to the coach's plan, the following week would focus on strength training and fitness. The first training session was scheduled for the following morning, and the coach warned the young man not to eat anything greasy for breakfast. Chen Hai returned home and was shocked. It turned out that the largest chain of fitness centers offered a body-shaping service for adventurers. If a guy slipped up even a little, they'd immediately realize what he was hiding and kill him. Chen Hai thought that now it made sense why such a coach had turned up in their small town. This practice was probably common throughout the country, which meant that all services related to adventurers were similar to this one. The young man immediately recalled buying the chainmail and the axe. He'd been smart enough not to buy the weapon and the chainmail from the same place. Chen Hai began to realize that he had underestimated the risks of being an adventurer, and now he needed to adjust his plans based on the information he'd received. The young man entered the dungeon again. Although he had originally planned to return there after finishing his training, the real world turned out to be too cruel, and danger awaited low-level adventurers at every turn. Chen Hai now realized that he had managed to avoid trouble, but his luck wouldn't last forever. To level up right away, he had to take a risk. This time, the condition for leaving the dungeon was a pair of murloc eyeballs. That's what these disgusting creatures look like. Chen Hai wasn't sure if yesterday's eyeballs would work, but why not give it a try? So he headed to the spot where the slain murloc lay. Someone had eaten its internal organs, but the creature's eyes were still in place, though covered in flies. Chen Hai decided he'd just walk through the dungeon today and jot down a few notes about the place. But suddenly a noise behind him caught his attention. The young man turned around and saw a murloc who wanted to know who had killed his companion. Chen Hai didn't have time to think and was surprised to find that he understood the murloc's language. But he soon realized that there was more than one monster here. The young man knew he certainly couldn't defeat two murlocs, so he had to make a run for it. Quite some time had passed and the chase was still going on. The murloc was also out of breath and was running with his tongue hanging out, gasping for air. Chen Hai stopped, caught his breath, and said that the foolish creature was about to die any minute now, but was still putting on a brave face. The murloc didn't understand what was going on, but it turned out that while the chase was going on, the second murloc had gotten lost somewhere, and now there was only one monster in front of the adventurer. Chen Hai could easily handle a single murloc, so now it was his turn to attack. He split the monster's head in two with his fire axe just as the lost murloc burst out of the woods. The creature saw the body of its slain comrade and ran off as fast as it could, with Chen Hai, who had practically mastered killing lone murlocs, hot on its heels, axe in hand. The young man emerged from the dungeon feeling very disappointed. This time he'd had a much better time in the dungeon, but there was no reward. Perhaps the drop rate for rewards in dungeons of this level was very low, but if that was the case, how did other adventurers earn their money? Chen Hai wanted to ask his coach and her assistant about this, but first he needed to make sure they didn't think of him as a novice adventurer. The next day, it turned out that Xu Mao had left for another city for a few days, and Coach Ani was busy, so the young man headed to the VIP room. Drenched in sweat while wearing an oxygen mask, Chen Hai ran on the treadmill, impressing everyone with his tenacity. Xu Mao was very surprised to learn that the young man had been training this way every day during his absence. Everyone understood that Chen Hai was quite tenacious and would quickly improve his strength and agility. The coach estimated that barring any injuries, his strength, agility, and overall fitness could reach a level of 12 fairly quickly. Xu Mao asked the coach if he was considering recruiting the newcomer, since this wealthy and determined candidate would surely become a successful adventurer in the future. It turned out that Anjan had already discussed this with the young man. Chen Hai said he wanted to become an under-the-table adventurer through a trade quota and then work solo, without ties to associations or companies. Of course, every adventurer had their own plans and ideas about how to work, but right now Chen Hai was putting a lot of effort into improving his physical fitness. Zhu Mao thought the newcomer was overdoing it. He might get injured if he trained so hard. The young man replied that he wanted to become an adventurer as soon as possible. If he delayed it any longer, his funds would simply run out. Zhu Mao thought this made perfect sense, because the prices for adventurer quotas on the black market were constantly rising. Chen Hai analyzed the situation. The coach had tried to recruit him, which meant that Zhan had ruled out the possibility that the young man was just a thrill-seeker. Zhu Mao looked in surprise at the young man, who was so deep in thought that he had even stopped eating. Chen Hai had no intention of sharing his plans or thoughts. He replied that he had simply been distracted by fatigue. Zhu Mao believed this was unacceptable. Constantly pushing beyond one's limits only increased the risk of injury, and any injury would slow the young man down. Chen Hai agreed that it was already time to cut back on training. He wanted to know when Zhu Mao had managed to recoup his initial investment in his career as an adventurer. The young man admitted that he hadn't managed to do so yet. He would have to wait until his level reached at least 11 before he could even think about breaking even. It turned out that low-level adventurers have a very low survival rate, and there's no point in getting involved with them. At the intermediate level, mission difficulty increases significantly, and information about monsters is highly valued, so the guys start working as information gatherers. Adventurers without ambitions usually choose mixed levels. Their survival rate isn't as high as in the previous stage, but it's still pretty good. It's only after reaching level 11 that adventurers start turning a profit. By this level, they've also gained sufficient strength and agility. Equipment, items, skill books, everything that helps improve one's level is sold at a very high price. Chen Hai didn't understand why mid-level adventurers didn't prepare for more dangerous missions. Zhu Mao explained that, officially, the Adventurers Association does not force them to tackle dungeons, so most adventurers prefer to retire and return to a normal life. Furthermore, few adventurers make it to the elite dungeons, which carry not only greater risks, but also greater rewards. At the intermediate stage, by relying on intelligence gathering and logistics, one can recoup the initial investment and even make a small profit. Such people don't need to risk their lives. It was now clear why Zhu Mao himself preferred to stay on the 6th level for as long as possible. Chen Hai understood why he hadn't been able to find useful information earlier. Most of the adventurer community is in it to make a quick buck. They merely supply others with information. In the future, all of them, the owners of low-level dungeons, will be eliminated. What surprised him most was the fact that you could only claim a reward in the dungeon once, even if you completed the mission multiple times, which meant that people were automatically turned into adventurers. Considering that Chen Hai wasn't short on money and had no intention of selling adventurer slots, he decided to clear out his dungeon as thoroughly as possible and then decide whether or not to continue his career as an adventurer. The young man entered the dungeon. He planned to focus on gathering information. This time, to exit the dungeon, he simply had to find a lake. Once again, this mission didn't require any combat. Chen Hai listened carefully to everything Zhu Mao told him, so he bought himself a drone after all. Finding the lake without one would be far from an easy task. A herd of murlocs was making its way through the forest when an unfamiliar noise caught the attention of one of them. The murloc looked up and saw a drone flying in the sky, a creature it had never encountered before. Chen Hai watched intently as the drone filmed everything around him. He saw a huge lizard and several murlocs. Suddenly, the lizard opened its jaws wide and looked straight into the drone's camera. The monster was terrifying. The young man was surprised that this murloc differed in appearance and aura from the ones he had dealt with before. Perhaps this murloc was of a higher level and possessed more advanced combat abilities. But for now, Chen Hai decided to complete his mission and find the lake. The orange murloc seemed very displeased. It was alarmed by the mysterious flying object. A couple of minutes passed, and the mission was complete. The drone had indeed found the lake. Now it was clear why there were so many murlocs in the forest. All this time, a large lake had been nearby. Chen Hai was very pleased with himself. He had fulfilled the conditions for exiting the dungeon, and now he could move on to something more interesting. On top of that, it turned out that the map had changed, and the dungeon's rating had gone up. The next moment, a huge orange murloc leaped out of the bushes, seemingly on the hunt for the adventurer. Without hesitation, the creature immediately charged at the young man. Chen Hai didn't have time to react or even pull out his axe. The orange murloc knocked the drone's remote control out of the adventurer's hands with its paw. Chen Hai pulled his axe from behind his back. The young man was glad he'd managed to avoid serious injury, though he felt very sorry for his new drone. But there was no time to think about that now, because the orange murloc was too fast, and it turned out he wasn't alone. A few seconds later, the young man was surrounded, and the orange murloc attacked him. He barely managed to jump out of the way, but his shoulder was wounded and bleeding. The orange murloc looked at the man and asked what was going on. Chen Hai looked at his wound. If it weren't for his chainmail, he would surely have lost his arm. Were all novice adventurers really forced to face monsters like this? The murlocs were also surprised. Why was this man so hard to kill? They decided to attack all at once. If he'd only had to fight one murloc, Chen Hai would have managed. It was clear that this dungeon's difficulty was much higher than advertised, so he needed to get out of there very quickly. Chen Hai spotted the entrance to the dungeon, but before he could set off, he received a system warning stating that all achievements would be reset upon exiting the dungeon. The bodies of slain goblins lay scattered near the cave entrance. There were quite a few of them. Bu Jiming, a level 5 contract adventurer, believed that his companion was simply taking out his anger on the dead body. He looked at his companion with disapproval as the latter continued to crush monsters left and right. Quan Chun saw no problem with this. He was among the top adventurers and went by the nickname, the Overbearing Fist of Rage. After all, it was simply because the goblin was too weak to put up a fight. Jing Ming figured his companion was just lucky to encounter such an opponent in a beginner-level dungeon, since this goblin was only at the 9th level in terms of strength. Quan was eager to face the legendary monster beetle, which could only be encountered in the next stage of the dungeon. This didn't scare the adventurer in the least. He could always get a voucher to upgrade a magical item as compensation. And besides, the young man was convinced that he was destined to become a legendary adventurer. His companion didn't understand what Quan was hoping for, since they were both currently at level 5, and the monster Quan had his sights set on was considered legendary. It was completely unclear how one could even get such a rare voucher, or maybe it was just a pipe dream. Chen Hai was furious. He just wanted to escape the dungeon, but the game challenged him to survive for 3 minutes against an anomalous murloc with high combat power. For this, the player would receive a voucher to upgrade a magical item, but first, he'd have to survive for that entire time. While the young man was pondering and fuming, the orange murloc approached him, intent on destroying the player. The next moment, the helmet flew off the young man's head, and blood streamed down his face. Chen Hai realized it was the end. The orange murloc was very disappointed with such a weak opponent. He left the player alone, not wanting to get his paws dirty on him. Chen Hai thought that if he could have seen the future, he would never have entered that dungeon or become an adventurer. But on the other hand, the young man had been dreaming of venturing into the dungeon for the past few years. He wanted to be like the heroes in his novels, and now Chen Hai admitted that he was afraid of death and didn't really know how to fight. Chen Hai suddenly flew into a rage. After all, he had already become an adventurer, and he couldn't die here. The young man grabbed an axe and began hacking at the murlocs left and right. Chen Hai held the title Murloc Fighter, and he decided to make use of it. When the title is activated, the player automatically gains strength, agility, and target acquisition. The young man boosted all his stats thanks to the title and easily sliced through a murloc with a swing of his axe. The orange murloc was clearly surprised by this oddity when he realized that this adventurer could stand up to the murlocs. Moreover, for some reason, this man had suddenly become strong and was now approaching the orange murloc, intending to kill it as well. Soon, all the ordinary murlocs had been destroyed. Chen Hai armed himself with an enemy's spear and was now approaching the orange one. The monster warned him not to get cocky, because just because the adventurer had killed a couple of low-level monsters didn't mean he was strong. But in reality, the murloc was amazed. Why was this adventurer's strength so great? Even in that chainmail, he didn't lose any strength or speed. Both opponents were terrified of each other. They rushed into the fray, realizing they had only one chance to survive, and now both lay defeated. Chen Hai thought to himself that he was good for nothing, while the murloc tried to pull the spear out of his throat, but it was stuck. The situation was absurd and ridiculous. Such a weak adventurer had managed to kill a powerful opponent simply because he possessed no special abilities and had just gotten lucky. Chen Hai lay there, exhausted and bleeding out, when a notification window popped up. It turned out that the death of an anomalous murloc with high combat power had been recorded, and the mission was complete. Next, the system processed the results, and the rewards were due to appear shortly. The player received a new title as well as a coupon to upgrade a magical item. Chen Hai decided to apply this coupon to an ordinary thermos. After all, he simply had nothing else, and life was slipping away from the adventurer. Thanks to the coupon, a magical blood-restoring potion was created. The potion would be produced daily and could be used to heal and restore physical strength. The young man drank the potion immediately and felt his body fill with energy. The wounds on his neck closed, the bleeding stopped, and his overall condition improved. Only a few minutes had passed, and already the young man was able to sit up and look around. After making sure that blood was no longer gushing from his neck, he checked his status window. Chen Hai discovered that his perception had increased slightly. He had earned the title One Who Escaped Death and was now a level 3 adventurer. The young man checked the conditions for exiting the dungeon. It turned out they had been met, but he could still destroy the pond with the brood of murlocs. However, in his current state, Chen Hai decided not to take the risk. He definitely wouldn't be able to handle it right now. The young man exited the dungeon and, glancing back, noticed that the entrance had grown larger. After checking the information, it turned out that the dungeon's level had increased, but now the young man couldn't enter it because his personal level wasn't high enough. Now it became clear why the difficulty had suddenly increased so much and why, in the end, Chen Hai had received an upgraded reward. His dungeon had become a higher level. The status window announced that the adventurer was unemployed, so he could obtain a certificate to switch to a hidden profession. Chen Hai had read on a forum that this was very important and a good bonus. The young man confirmed his choice of hidden profession, and now he was a death seeker. As a result, his personal stats changed, and his perception reached 16. Chen Hai could close his eyes and vividly visualize every corner of his room. Chen Hai was amazed by this ability, let alone people with even higher perception, how they must see their lives. But now it was clear that this skill would also come in handy in the dungeon. Thanks to the first title, his core stats, strength, speed, and perception synchronized with those of the murlocs. This meant that 4 points were added to each stat, so the effect was similar to that of a new profession. Chen Hai was very pleased. Now, thanks to the new skill, he was able to gain a significant boost to his strength and could activate the self-mutilation effect, then heal himself with a potion. He also no longer had to worry about overexerting his muscles during training. Now he could train as much as he wanted. Only a month had passed since the start of his training period. Chen Hai continued to go to the gym and now amazed everyone with his physique. He was lifting enormous weights, and even Xu Mao watched these workouts in amazement. He couldn't believe that a complete novice had achieved such an astonishing result. Anyone else in this young man's place would have already ended up in the hospital, but Chen Hai had an incredible physique of the highest caliber. Xu Mao congratulated his friend, saying that it seemed his strength and agility had already reached the 12th level. With his current level, Chen Hai would definitely be able to meet the requirements for exiting the dungeon. Xu Mao asked if his friend wanted to join Wales's group, but the young man declined. He didn't want to be held back by any contractual obligations. Xu Mao replied that he was sorry to hear that, since they could have gone on raids together. But Chen Hai believed they could still go on raids together even if they weren't teammates, and he asked which dungeons Xu Mao would recommend he buy a couple of spots in. Xu Mao looked very pensive when he realized he was expected to offer advice. He began talking about the Generalist Alliance. This was the first time Chen Hai had heard of it. As far as the young man could tell, it was the largest non-specialized group of adventurers. If buying a spot in a dungeon on the black market, Xu Mao advised choosing spots in low-level dungeons covered by the General Alliance's guarantee. It turns out that transactions involving the sale of spots for adventurers always carry significant risks for both the buyer and the seller. Buyers fear that the seller will take the money and run, while sellers fear that a professional might be posing as a novice. But this does not apply to transactions facilitated by the General Alliance. In transactions involving the purchase of spots by adventurers, they facilitate a contract between the seller and the buyer. They can be trusted. Chen Hai checked all the available listings. Only the seller from Yunxiao City seemed more or less reliable. The young man got in touch with this seller, and a couple of days later, they agreed to meet in a park in Yunxiao City at night. The seller explained that he already had several buyers, so they would wait for a couple more and then set off on the raid together. The men greeted each other. The seller of dungeon entries went by the nickname Old Driver. He looked like a large, striking man, but with a good-natured face. The seller said they needed to hurry, the other players were already there, and that they would quickly sign the contract and head into the dungeon. Among the adventurers was a contractor from the non-specialized alliance, who acted as an intermediary between the buyers and the seller. According to the terms of the contract, the buyer's final payment would be held in the alliance's account, and the alliance would transfer the money to the seller only after the adventurers left the dungeon. The seller also agreed to assist the buyers. Once inside the dungeon, the seller may not engage in any activities that violate the safety agreement, and the buyer agrees not to disclose the location of the dungeon's entrance. After that, everyone present was asked if they had any questions, and the adventurers' leader and Liang said they had none. Chen Hai also confirmed that he understood the terms and needed no further explanation. The mediator announced that, in that case, the contract was now in effect. Soon, a special symbol, a star, began to glow on the hands of everyone present. After that, the mediator announced that his work was done and wished everyone a successful raid. The alliance mediator took his leave, saying that he hoped to work with such pleasant clients again in the future. After that, all attention shifted to the seller, who asked everyone not to leave yet. He would now lead all the buyers to the entrance of the dungeon. Soon, the entire group found themselves at an abandoned construction site. The seller led the adventurers to the right spot and pointed out the entrance to the dungeon. A player named Finance Specialist remarked that the entrance was indeed well hidden. It was no wonder that neither the authorities nor the townspeople had been able to find it. The leader and Liang exchanged glances. It seemed as though these adventurers were hatching some sort of plan among themselves. The vendor announced that they had to enter one at a time, and soon all the players had entered the dungeon. Inside, there was another adventurer. He greeted the vendor, and it became clear that they were working together. Some of the adventurers couldn't contain their excitement. It was clear this was their first time in a dungeon, and they were simply bursting with joy. Chen Hai noticed that these two companions were working together, even though the merchant had originally been alone. After that, the vendor asked for another minute of everyone's attention, and all the adventurers prepared to listen to him. The vendor told all the players to get into a serious mindset and repeat after him loudly. They had to say status window loudly and clearly, and immediately their status windows appeared before them. Through this window, they could see their stats. By scrolling down, they could check the details of their current mission. The contents of the status window were visible to each adventurer, but no one else could read them. After that, the merchant's partner told the adventurers to state their conditions for joining, so the guys could sort the players into missions and tasks. One of the guys was on the verge of tears when he saw his status window. His core stats were too low. Chen Hai read that his mission was called the Banshee Forest. To complete it, he had to hear the Banshee's voice. Chen Hai suddenly realized that there were no such creatures listed among the dungeons for beginners, and an uneasy feeling immediately crept over him. Perhaps this dungeon had the same problem as the one in his apartment. Therefore, either this was an extremely rare occurrence and a fluke, or all the adventurers who had entered it had already perished. At that moment, the vendor reported that one of the players had violated the safety agreement by providing false information about the conditions for exiting the dungeon. This was very strange since they hadn't even started yet, and someone had already managed to break the terms of the agreement. But the man began to say that perhaps it was some kind of glitch. His condition for exiting was to collect valuable herbs. But the vendor kept insisting he was sure there were no problems, and that the adventurer was lying about collecting valuable herbs. Unexpectedly, an adventurer named Leader stood up for the newcomer, saying that the guy had only recently become an adventurer, didn't know all the rules yet, and could easily make a mistake. He definitely needed to be given a chance. The man looked in surprise at the player who had started defending him. Finally, the newcomer caught on as well. He fell to his knees and began begging for another chance. The vendor agreed to do this once and for all and demanded that the conditions for exiting the dungeon be clearly stated, and that no more mistakes be made. For several of the guys, the conditions involved different interactions with the Banshee. Some had to simply find her, while others had to see or hear her voice. The merchant's reaction to this task slightly puzzled the adventurers, but he said there shouldn't be any problems, though none of those present believed him. Finally, everyone was assigned their tasks, and the merchant promised to take the adventurers to the lakes where the witches dwell. They would get there soon and everything would be fine. The group made their way through the dungeon and soon they reached the lake. The adventurer activated his inventory panel to retrieve an item. It turned out to be a harmonica, though the others didn't understand why he was doing this at first. But the vendor explained to them that by playing the harmonica near the lake, his colleague summons the lake banshee. The newcomers wanted to know how to determine the method for summoning the witch, but it turned out to be a trade secret. To the tune of the harmonica, the head of a beautiful witch emerged from the water. Some of the adventurers received a message confirming the mission's completion. Chen Hai was supposed to look at the banshee for 10 seconds, and now the young man was staring intently at her, counting the seconds in his head. Finally, the time ran out, and he brought up the status window to confirm that the exit condition had been met. After that, the vendor advised the players to use earplugs because the banshee was about to sing her song. The vendor warned that if they didn't, the witch's singing would destroy a person's brain. A level 1 newbie who had just become an adventurer could die instantly. The merchant continued to play the harmonica, and the witch had already fully emerged from the water and was now enchanted by the music that was playing. Everyone present listened to the witch's singing as if spellbound. They didn't even notice that blood was flowing from their noses. Chenhai was stunned, his nose was bleeding, and yet he had only heard the beginning of the song. The young man realized that without earplugs, he would already be dead. The adventurer stopped playing the harmonica, and the witch immediately opened her eyes wide as if waking from a dream. The next moment, the witch dived back into the water, leaving behind nothing but a splash. Since everyone had completed the mission, they could now return the same way they had come. But one of the adventurers said he'd done a little investigating. The plants and minerals from the dungeons were very valuable. The player believed that perhaps the merchants wanted to get the newbies out of the dungeon as quickly as possible so they could collect everything on their own. The newcomer went on to say that they had paid for everything, so now they could gather the valuable herbs and minerals to restore their health. The vendor said that nothing like that was in the contract, but the cunning adventurer replied that the rules didn't prohibit it either. Chenhai was surprised. He hadn't known that adventurers could also gather herbs and minerals. Liang explained that most adventurers couldn't pass through customs. Their main source of income was gathering resources and information about monsters. The vendor understood that the arguing newcomer was convinced that, under the terms of the contract, no action could be taken against them, even if certain actions might lead to problems. The novice was certain that this was indeed the case, but the merchant said there was one point the adventurer clearly hadn't considered. They were talking about the contract that all the new recruits had already signed, and the man was about to lead everyone out of the dungeon. But now the adventurer's leader and Lian were blocking his path. Adventurer Liang had the combat expert status, and he said he wouldn't work without a rookie. Adventurer leader added that the argument made perfect sense. Since it was just a matter of gathering herbs and minerals, it probably wasn't worth making such a fuss over them. But the vendor kept insisting that if the player didn't make it out of the dungeon, the vendor wouldn't receive payment from the alliance. And if the player died while gathering resources, they would suffer losses. The leader replied that in that case, the merchant should protect them in exchange for the resources they provide. However, the merchant replied that he wasn't willing to take that risk. It just wasn't worth it. It was now clear that all this fuss was due to a fear of taking risks. But if it was such a simple dungeon, what was there to be afraid of? The leader surmised that there were other secrets in this dungeon, and the merchants feared that the adventurers would uncover them while gathering resources. The merchant realized that the adventurer was far from a novice and had come here on a mission. At that moment, his partner Lao Liao was already ready to engage in a fight with Lian. Liang said they had to see for themselves who was stronger. Lao Liao told his partner that they were leaving and that these rookie adventurers could do whatever they wanted here on their own. The adventurers were shocked when they realized that the vendors had simply turned around and walked out of the dungeon. But by then, it had become clear to everyone that the handsome young man named Liang wasn't actually a novice, but a more experienced adventurer than the vendors. The leader confirmed that he wasn't as strong as his friend Liang, who was a combat expert. The leader addressed the players and offered them the choice of either going it alone or joining them. Those acting on their own would keep all the profits for themselves, while those working under Liang and the leader's cover would give half of their earnings to them. One of the newcomers was shocked by such a high price, as he thought that half the profits were too much. Another newcomer didn't see a problem with this, saying that since the two of them were aiming to clear the level, the cut of half their earnings would be quite substantial. The thing is, the fee for newcomers is usually only 10%, so even after giving up half, they'll still come out ahead. Another adventurer was very pleased. A couple of months ago, his accounts had been frozen, but now he could drastically change his life. The man was stunned when he realized that giving up half his earnings was actually considered a favorable deal. The leader explained that, to some extent, it was entirely up to him whether the newcomers could clear the dungeon, and the reward for clearing it wouldn't be long in coming. The man wanted them to repeat it one more time. By giving up just half, he would still receive more than other 7th-level adventurers after clearing this dungeon. The leader confirmed that if the man didn't squander their basic resources, he would succeed. After that, most of the group wanted to join the leader and Lion. The merchant was heading back toward the exit and was indignant, before signing the contract. It had been agreed that the newcomers would forgo the mission and fulfill only the conditions for exiting the dungeon. The vendor kept looking over his shoulder, but his colleagues said the deal was almost done. The adventurers had made significant progress, so there was no need to keep an eye on them or intervene. The vendor praised Lao Liao because his friend had acted so convincingly that one could believe he really couldn't defeat the adventurer and was giving up. But Lao Liao confirmed that he wasn't acting and really couldn't defeat the adventurer Liang. Fortunately, this Liang is still afraid, otherwise they wouldn't have tried to negotiate. The merchant said he understood his comrade and then asked for my opinion. Would this group of adventurers be able to do everything that was needed? Lao Liao replied that the chances weren't very high. The combat expert title wouldn't help, and the leader, despite his charisma, was only at level 5. They had no real resources to be feared. Only one, or at most 2 lucky ones, would make it out of this dungeon alive, and the sellers calmly left the area. All the newbies pulled their weapons from their profiles and were now trying to figure out what to do with them, examining and admiring them. The group's leader said that now that they were working together, he wouldn't hide anything anymore. The guy could boost a random stat for his teammates who had entrusted their lives to him. Everyone checked their stats, and it turned out that their strength, perception, or agility had increased slightly. Chen Hai checked his status as well. His perception had increased, and he was convinced that the team leader was capable of boosting stats. At that moment, one of the new recruits had a question he wanted to ask everyone right away. The guys knew there was one way to summon a witch by playing the harmonica. The witches were hiding in the lake, but without them appearing, the mission couldn't be completed. One of the adventurers picked up a stone from the ground and said that this wasn't a problem at all. His title was Annoy the Designated Target. The guy was a provocateur. He lost 2 intelligence points, became vengeful, and was fearless in the face of death. And now, in order to force a conversation, all he had to do was get his opponent's attention. The provocateur threw the stone into the water, where it bounced across the surface, causing splashes and making a noise. Sure enough, soon a witch's head emerged from the water, staring at the adventurers. To heighten the effect, the provocateur gave her the middle finger, and just like that, the banshee was summoned. She soared high into the sky, then plunged toward the beach where the adventurers were standing. The instigator was absolutely thrilled. His plan had worked. The witch was enraged, and now Liang took center stage. The leader ordered the players to spread out because the combat expert would hold off the witch, while the rest needed to put on earplugs and take cover. Liang was about to deliver a crushing blow, but his hand passed right through the witch, and she moved on like a cloud without slowing down. The adventurers were alarmed when they saw the fist pass right through the witch. It was an unexpected turn of events that clearly hadn't gone according to plan. The witch approached the provocateur, who had driven her into a rage, and drew in a deep breath. Then she exhaled, and everyone felt as if their brains were literally exploding, despite wearing earplugs. All the adventurers sustained various injuries, while the instigator lay sprawled on the sand with his arms and legs spread out. When the witch's screams subsided, everyone had to wipe the blood flowing from their noses, despite wearing earplugs. The provocateur was very angry because the witch turned out to be a ghost as well. Liang remained calm. This would take a little longer than he'd expected. The guy was planning to use the monk's fist technique, but he'd only recently acquired it and wasn't used to using it yet. The leader believed that the witch wasn't all that fast, so she wouldn't be able to inflict much damage on them. On the other hand, the reward for clearing this dungeon would be generous. At that moment, one of the adventurer players said that this was a rather foolish decision. Chen Hai watched with interest as the girl turned around and walked away. He wanted to know why she thought this decision was foolish. Looking closely, the guy remembered that this adventuress had a perception score of over 16. The odds of encountering a player like that were 1 in 100,000. The girl paused for a moment to see who had called out to her, and that's when Chen Hai read her status. They're pretending I don't exist. After that, the stranger said the word loser and vanished into thin air. Dolls, a newbie player, approached Chen Hai and asked who the guy was talking to. Chen tried to explain that someone had been there, but the chubby guys said it was just a hallucination. The guys looked deep into the forest, and soon they saw a red light approaching and realized that someone was coming. And soon a whole flock of witches burst out of the forest, closing in to destroy these adventurers. Liang used the monk's fist and struck the witch in the stomach with all his might. The blow was truly powerful, and the witch was sent flying high into the sky. The players watched the blow in awe. They realized it had worked. Liang was truly a badass adventurer. The witch had been sent flying to the far end of the dungeon, and was now trying to catch her breath, while Liang landed behind her. The expert glanced in the direction from which a huge swarm of witches was approaching and realized what the main problem with this dungeon was. It seemed the vendors knew there was more than one witch here, which is why they tried to leave the area immediately before the others got any closer. And now, high in the sky above the adventurers' heads, was a whole flock of witches who, in complete delight and anticipation of their dinner, were staring down at the players. The leader clearly hadn't expected this turn of events, and all the newbies immediately realized their end was near. Plugs wouldn't help against so many witches. Liang, without taking his eyes off the witches, shouted at all the newbies not to stand there, but to run as fast as they could toward the exit. Following his example, the guys scattered in all directions. They needed to reach the exit of the dungeon. The elderly adventurer was very upset. He didn't understand why life was so unfair to him and why this kept happening to him. Time and again, the man had found himself in situations where he was completely doomed in the dungeon. Last time, he had dealt with an A-rank criminal who said he didn't like seeing other people live their lives in regret, pain, and suffering. Soon, a witch nearly caught up with the man. He drew his weapon and declared that he would now take revenge on her for his comrades. But in the very next moment, the adventurer lay there in horror, unable to comprehend how he could possibly die here. The chubby newcomer said that the witches simply didn't know who he was. After all, he was a man who wanted to become a legendary adventurer. The frightened novice was even more terrified. He realized he shouldn't have lied, and that fate would have been kinder to him. Liang, despite the blood streaming from his eyes, had no intention of running away. He told the witch that he wasn't afraid of her. The leader, sitting as if in a cocoon, tried to pull himself together and get his bearings. The young man understood that the merchants deliberately lured adventurers here, and after their deaths, took all their resources. Of course, it was a brilliant plan for two scoundrels. Chen Hai asked the leader if he had any ideas on how they could kill these witches. The young man wanted to know if the witches could attack in any way other than with their voices. Their power wasn't all that great, but they could deal significant damage. Even if he sacrificed his hearing, it was unlikely he'd manage to escape the dungeon. Unexpectedly, the leader said that the young man's voice sounded familiar. Could he be the writer from Dongshan? The leader was amazed that the newcomer could understand him despite his impaired hearing. Chen Hai explained that he had keen perception and could read lips. The leader replied that there were no effective weapons against these witches. They were immune to physical attacks and resistant to fire, lightning, and acids. Given all this, the current group of novice adventurers was powerless against the witches. The leader said that in the last dungeon, Liang had obtained a jar of holy oil blessed by monks. His monk's fist could wound a witch, and afterward, a sword anointed with the holy oil could deal damage. But that's just damage. No novice adventurer could survive a siege by so many ghosts. Chen Hai, however, said they couldn't just sit idly by, and arming himself with his sword, headed toward the witches. By this point, Liang was lying unconscious on the ground, while the witches watched with interest as the young man approached them. Soon they began screaming at the top of their lungs, and the adventurer found himself on the brink of death. Chen Hai activated his escape death title, and now his stats were in absolutely perfect condition. Chen Hai tried to revive Liang and asked if the adventurer could hear him. When the young man had regained his senses a little, Chen Hai said to give him the oil they'd received from the monks. Perhaps they'd be able to make it through this dungeon. Liang replied that unfortunately he had gone blind and couldn't operate the adventurer's panel to retrieve the oil. However, the young man had another way to get the oil for Chen Hai, and he revealed his flaming fist. Liang struck his chest with all his might, and blood spurted in all directions. Chen Hai couldn't understand what was happening or believe his eyes. But since the adventurer's death meant his item could be obtained, he sacrificed his life. Chen Hai was in shock thanks to his skills and titles. The young man was able to escape the dungeon. His chances of survival were quite high. But now he held in his hands the oil blessed by the monks. For the sake of this oil, the adventurer had sacrificed his life. Chen Hai poured the oil onto his sword. Flocks of witches flew overhead, but the young man remained completely unfazed by their presence. When the young man finished his preparations, he told the witches that he wouldn't hold back because they were getting on his nerves. Hearing such insolent words from the adventurer, the witches lunged at him, and Chen Hai activated the sword's blessing. This technique added extra damage points against the evil creature. Chen Hai was fully prepared and began the battle. The vendors stood at the abandoned construction site, waiting for players who could make it out of the dungeon. Soon a girl with the status "they pretend I don't exist" emerged from the portal. But for some reason, the vendors couldn't see this adventurer properly. The girl realized that these swindlers were using unsuitable dungeons as traps to lure adventurers in. They left them to certain death and then collected the loot. Perhaps they even killed the survivors with their own hands. At that moment, Chen Hai was slicing through the witches with his blessed sword, hacking left and right, using his strength to the fullest. Only a short time had passed when the young man lay on the ground, arms and legs spread out, trying to catch his breath. He realized that death had been close. If there had been just a few more witches, even a restorative potion wouldn't have helped him. As soon as the young man began to feel normal again, status windows immediately appeared. The young man received a very powerful bonus, immunity to death at the hands of the undead. When the calculation was complete, the young man received a huge number of bonuses, new titles, exclusive skills. No wonder this dungeon had been so difficult. The leader woke up and asked why it was so quiet in the dungeon. He wasn't sure if the writer from Dongshan was still alive. Chen Hai approached the leader. He wanted to know how the young man was feeling and if he would be able to walk. The leader felt terrible. It seemed the witch's screams had shaken his very core. Chen Hai looked at the young man with sympathy. He genuinely felt sorry for the adventurer. The leader wanted to know what had happened to the rest of the new recruits. Chen Hai replied that Fatso, Four Eyes, Nervous Guy, and the leader's companion were all dead. The leader realized that this guy must have a very high level in stats. It was immediately obvious that this wasn't his first time in the dungeon. Chen Hai replied that he had hoped the leader would be the adventurer who could sort all this out. The leader said he wanted to cooperate with Chen Hai and, in return, promised to keep his secret. Chen Hai, in turn, would also have to keep the secret in exchange for the leader's rewards. The young man suggested taking the contract as a safety net. Chen Hai pointed his sword at the leader and said that a dead leader would also keep the secret perfectly well. Besides, the contract would remain in Chen Hai's possession. But the leader believed the young man wouldn't be able to get the most out of this dungeon. The contract is directly tied to the mission and is of immense value. Furthermore, the two merchants were most likely waiting for the survivors at the dungeon's exit, and they were much stronger than they appeared at first glance. The leader suggested that he would distract the vendors, giving Chen Hai the chance to either fight them or escape. In short, getting the leader out of the dungeon alive was the best option for Chen Hai. The merchants soon realized that someone was indeed coming out. They had assumed it was just their imagination last time, and now they watched the entrance with interest. The merchants saw two adventurers, and as soon as the men emerged from the dungeon, it began to collapse, which meant the adventurers had cleared it out. The merchants hadn't quite had time to figure out what was going on when Chen Hai dropped the leader, whom he had been carrying on his shoulders, and pierced the merchant's body with his sword. Chen Hai said that the first priority was to eliminate the weaker opponent, and now, standing over the dead merchant's body, the young man was ready to move on. The weaker opponent was out of the way. Now Lao Liao awaited him. The man was frightened. He clearly hadn't expected such a turn of events and could only say that this newcomer was taking on too much. Lao Liao asked if the man really thought this was just empty talk and hoped to avenge his comrade's murder. The opponents activated their special abilities. The salesman used a poison dagger, and Chen Hai seemed to be getting into the swing of things. After that, in the blink of an eye, the rivals began striking each other. They moved so quickly it was like flashes of lightning. The leader watched the duel. He had seen a lot, but the clash between these two was clearly of a very high caliber. Few adventurers possess such speed. Chen Hai was much faster, and now his sword had pierced his opponent. Lao Liao was furious. Even with his title, he couldn't match Chen Hai's speed, and that infuriated him to no end. The vendor realized that this newcomer's perception must be at least 17. The vendor quickly activated his adventurer panel, and Chen Hai realized that his opponent lacked speed. Lao Liao didn't try to deny it. He confirmed that he had a problem with speed. At that moment, the adventurer was holding some kind of green capsule in his hands. He tossed it onto the floor, and immediately the entire space was engulfed in a green mist. It was a toxin carrier. The seller hadn't originally planned to use it, but now there was nothing he could do. Lao Liao lunged at the newcomer, holding the poison dagger in front of him. He was eager to test the effects of the mutant spider's toxin. The young man could feel the toxin gradually seeping into his body. He had to do something immediately. Chen Hai tried to resist the poison's spread, but he was barely able to do so. Lao Liao was very pleased. It turned out that his opponent's resistance to poisons was even worse than that of ordinary people. Chen Hai said nothing, but gathered his strength and attacked the villain with his sword. The villain had managed to quickly retreat to a safe distance. Lao Liao, having leaped back to a safe distance, commented on his opponent's actions, noting that he had attacked too slowly and hadn't even grazed him. Chen Hai realized that the merchant had prepared this spider venom for novice adventurers. The man confirmed that he had obtained the venom after leaving the spider's lair dungeon. The venom significantly reduced strength, speed, and stamina. Thanks to this venom, the assassin had already managed to eliminate 4 5th-level adventurers. Now Chen Hai would be the 5th to die. But the young man replied that in that case his opponent should have prepared more poison. Chen Hai wanted to know if that was really all Lao Liao had, because he was easily handling this nonsense. The assassin replied that this wasn't all. He bore the title of toxin bearer, so everything his breath and blood was poison. The longer he remained nearby, the faster Chen Hai would be stricken and bleed to death. The leader sat on the sidelines, realizing just how terrifying this tactic was. Not even his friend could defeat such an opponent. He had to be defeated right now, or the poison would soon make that impossible. The leader knew the assassin was a high-level fighter, which was why he and his companion treated the newbies like trash. Chen Hai said he understood the crux of the problem, but now decided to check his adventurer profile. Chen Hai activated the professional skill Dance with Death, which completely negated poison damage. This meant his speed and skills were back in top form, and within moments Chen Hai had closed in on his opponent. Lao Liao thought this was impossible. He couldn't understand how this newbie had achieved such speed. The young man didn't respond but simply attacked the assassin, who once again took a powerful blow and was now coughing up blood. However, the villain warned him not to get cocky and continued to swing his poison dagger. Chen Hai found himself behind his opponent once more. The man moved too slowly, and at that speed, he couldn't reach the young man. Lao Liao still couldn't believe what was happening. He was just an ordinary lone wolf. How could he be stronger than an adventurer who had already destroyed so many other adventurers? But despite all these it-can't-be thoughts, Chen Hai's sword smoothly pierced his opponent's body and impaled him like a kebab. Afterward, Chen Hai said that nothing is impossible. For those wrapped in comfort will never see the full picture that one walking the line between life and death can see. Lao Liao grabbed the sword with his hand and said that often those who know how to swim still drown, and Chen Hai won't get very far unless he changes his strategy. Only by hunting those who are weaker can one build up the strength to compete with adventurers above level 10. Chen Hai didn't argue. Perhaps that works for ordinary people, but not for those who have been on the brink. Chen Hai pulled his sword from the lifeless body of the adventurer he had killed and said that death wasn't the only way out. The leader was still sitting against the wall, unable to believe his eyes. This newcomer had just defeated a very powerful man. Chen Hai turned to the leader and signaled to him that he should remain silent and abide by the agreement. After that, everyone who needed to be taken to the city hospital was transferred there. Chen Hai was lying in a large, well-lit ward, reading the latest news, when the door swung open and Shu Mao walked in. The guy explained that in his first dungeon he'd encountered monsters that were immune to physical attacks, and the exit was blocked by vultures feeding on carrion. Chen Hai didn't want to listen to his companion's bragging and said that he had earned the title Embodier of Death. Shu Mao reminded him that misfortune often follows good luck, and it's rare for 5th-level adventurers to face a serious opponent. Shu advised his companion not to reveal his title to other players, because leaks of information are disastrous. After all, in the dungeon, adventurers need to be wary of more than just monsters. Shu Mao looked at his companion. He found it hard to believe that he had managed to get through all of this, even though the owner of the dungeon with the witches had been declared dead. Shu Mao studied this guy so intently that he even drew attention to himself. This young man didn't look the way he should have, given his abilities, and now it was becoming increasingly intriguing to figure him out. Shu said that their coach would be back at the end of the month, so he needed to recover quickly. As he was leaving, the man expressed his hope that Chen Hai would move on to the next stage as soon as possible and return to training after his recovery. Left alone, Chen Hai looked at the empty bed that the leader had occupied just a short while ago. The young man said that this time he understood. He would never become a legendary adventurer. Leader understood that his limit was level 5, so it would be better for him to conserve his strength and resources, stop trying to level up, and retire. But the leader believed that Chen Hai was nothing like that. He had enormous potential and ruthlessness. Chen Hai found it amusing to hear such a description of himself, and he wanted to know why leader was saying that. Of course, the title of Lone Wolf comes with many privileges, but all of that is limited to level 10 dungeons. In more challenging dungeons, Chen Hai's strength wouldn't be enough. If he wants to become a legend, he must form his own team once he reaches level 10. Otherwise, he'll get stuck and lose his opportunities. Chen Hai now lay there, thinking about a team he had never imagined he'd need one. The man met with the girl at a local cafe to discuss the information he'd received. The girl reported that the vultures who had killed his son were dead, and that their killer was among the survivors. Cao Huo Wang wanted to know who the benefactor was, who had helped him avenge his son. The girl showed him a photo of Chen Hai. She had done her job perfectly and was ready to report back to the client. Like any other hospital, this one had a morgue. It was clean, quiet, and lonely. Suddenly, the space near one of the doors began to crackle, and it turned out that a new entrance to the underground had appeared. Chen Hai had not yet been discharged from the clinic. He was sitting on a bench in the hospital courtyard, breathing in the fresh air. Suddenly, two unfamiliar young men approached him. However, they knew who Chen Hai was and that he had been in the Banshee Forest a couple of days earlier. Yung Xiao didn't beat around the bush. He said they were very interested in the loot Chen Hai had received and were willing to buy it from him. However, the young man flatly stated that nothing from the loot was for sale. The second guy rubbed his hands together impatiently and smirked. He was sure Chen Hai had figured it out. They hadn't come for business talks. In other words, the guys didn't want Chen Hai to hand over what he'd found in that dungeon. Moreover, he had to do it immediately, or he'd regret it. Just then, a nurse appeared in front of the guys. She shouted that visitors had to leave and were not allowed to disturb the hospital patients. The guys didn't want to get into a confrontation. They realized it was best to leave right away. The nurse told Chen Hai to come to her if any bullies bothered him, since her brother was a level 10 adventurer, so bullies didn't mess with her. The young man thanked the nurse, but she said she was the one who should be thanking him. It turned out that her friend had died in that dungeon, and Chen Hai had dealt with the bastards who had killed him. So now both her friend's family and the girl herself were grateful to him. Chen Hai smiled sweetly. Who would have thought that his actions would lead to such a result? But the young man didn't have time to say anything else, because the hospital building suddenly seemed to be at the epicenter of an energy vortex. Chen Hai watched as people vanished. This was the phenomenon of people being swept away after the dungeon's rampage. Suddenly, the young man felt his body disintegrate into pixels, and he was forcibly transported to another place in time. Chen Hai soon landed hard on the ground. He was still wearing his hospital pajamas and could feel that the impact had been anything but gentle. Looking around, the young man saw numerous crosses and gravestones ahead, as well as people from the hospital who had been captured and forcibly transported to the dungeon. After checking his status window, the adventurer realized he was in a cemetery. To get out, he had to kill 100 skeleton soldiers. To clear this dungeon, he had to survive for 1 hour. The nurse addressed the patients, telling them there was no need to panic. They had been pulled into a beginner-level dungeon. She instructed everyone to open their adventurer panel and confirm the mission. Zhou Dewei, the manager of the city's Adventurers Association, had just come to the hospital to get a tooth treated and found himself in the dungeon. Chen Hai opened his adventurer panel once more and reread the terms, but they did nothing to reassure him. It was a 5th-level dungeon, which meant many people could die there. Meanwhile, the Adventurers Association learned that people had been dragged into the dungeon. At Yunshao Hospital, 20 people had simply vanished. Shan Li was a manager at the Adventurers Association, and upon hearing this news, he became deeply alarmed. Of course, he learned that their comrade Zhou Dewei was among the missing, but the situation was still extremely serious. He immediately headed to the scene of the tragedy and now wanted to understand what was happening and how to proceed in this situation. He was informed that the list of missing persons included 17 civilians and 3 adventurers, and that the entrance to the dungeon had already been found. But things were turning out to be even worse than they seemed at first glance. Incidentally, the dungeon had also swallowed up 2 thugs who had wanted to steal Chen Hai's trophy, and now they were planning to do so on the sly right here. The difficulty of the mission lay in the adventurer's strength. The guys had also been tasked with killing skeletons and surviving. But for now, they decided not to touch Chen Hai because there were too many people around and they couldn't get close to him. They'd find him later once they dealt with everything else. At that moment, Chen Hai addressed everyone present. He said that the dungeon was extremely dangerous, so people should take the weapons available on the ground, split into groups of a few people, and complete the mission as quickly as possible to get out. One of the guys didn't want to carry out the mission or leave. Besides, he didn't understand why this guy in pajamas was in charge here. Some speculated that this patient from the hospital simply wanted to get rid of them as quickly as possible and take all the dungeon's resources for himself. The young man was genuinely outraged by this accusation and reiterated that the dungeon was very dangerous. At that moment, the nurse said that this young man was quite a seasoned adventurer who had made his way out of a very dangerous dungeon just a few days ago. What's more, this young man had teamed up with other adventurers to take on the thugs who were herding newcomers into the dungeons and stealing their resources. At that point, the crowd began to come to their senses. They remembered seeing a news report about the situation and now truly began to trust this young man. Chen Hai, of course, didn't agree with all the information the nurse had given, but decided it would do the trick for now to attract attention. Zhou Dewei weighed in on the situation. If the dungeon really was that dangerous, did Chen Hai seriously think they'd be able to complete the mission and make it out alive? After all, there were many ordinary people here, which meant killing the skeletons would be extremely difficult. If the group split up, it would end badly. The younger ones will band together, while the old and the weak will be left behind and doomed to die. Zhou Dewei was pleased. He had succeeded in sowing doubt among the people. He had been hired to stir up trouble, and now he hoped to use his words to force the adventurers to protect him. Zhou Dewei deliberately provoked the people to turn Chen Hai into their babysitter. Chen Hai, for his part, was furious. He was literally at a loss for words. Finally, the young man asked if the people really didn't trust him. If they trusted him, they should follow him, and then he would help them complete the mission. Zhou Dewei couldn't believe his eyes and shouted that he wouldn't let the young man leave. The instigator shouted that Chen Hai was the only adventurer with experience navigating such dungeons, which meant he had to stay and protect everyone. At that point, people started shouting again that with great power comes great responsibility, so Chen Hai had to stay with them and complete the mission. Chen Hai replied that he wasn't officially an adventurer, so he bore no responsibility for the people's safety. Second, he advised Zhou Dewei not to appeal to his moral principles, or else he would break his leg without a second thought. And after that, he'd leave the guy in the dungeon to fight for his life. People didn't understand why he behaved that way and regretted that he wasn't an official adventurer. Perhaps it was all due to his poor moral character. Several more people followed Chen Hai as he walked away. They were called back and asked why they were following him. The men replied that they thought Chen Hai was right. One of the rules for exiting the dungeon is to survive for an hour, and it would be difficult for people. For ordinary people, the best decision is to complete their missions as quickly as possible and leave the dungeon. Besides, the young man wasn't foolish enough to agree to be someone's bodyguard just for the sake of moral principles. Meanwhile, several adventurers had reached the entrance to the dungeon, which was located in the hospital morgue. However, they couldn't get inside either, because the portal looked very strange. The head of the Adventurers Association didn't understand what was wrong with this dungeon. But her boss had already figured out what the problem was and now didn't know how to gently tell the others that it was unclear how many people would survive. The first skeleton's head had been chopped off. As they say, the worst is yet to come. Now he had to keep destroying them. Chen Hai moved on without hesitation, but he realized that on his own, the situation could drag on for too long. The young man showed the nurse the sword and told her to follow his lead and slash the skeleton's neck as soon as it began to crawl out of the grave. The nurse wanted to know what Chen Hai would be doing in the meantime, and the young man looked at the skeletons that had already fully emerged from the ground. He pulled out his axe and said he'd take care of those skeletons. The adventurer smashed the undead with his fists. He was actually pretty good at it. His companion had no intention of getting his hands dirty this time, and waited for his friend to do his part before finishing off the undead. Chen Hai cheerfully hacked away at the skeletons with his axe. Basically, he had no trouble or difficulty with it. The skeletons soon stopped appearing. It seemed there wasn't an endless supply of them in this cemetery. Another piece of good news was that the pressure on the novice adventurers in this location wasn't too intense. The nurse and the boy reported that they had destroyed all the skeletons and could now move on. Zhou Dewei was forced to fight alongside the others. He ordered the wounded to retreat, while the rest were to split into pairs and take turns killing the skeletons crawling out from beneath the ground. Soon another group of skeletons was destroyed, and the adventurer's task this time turned out to be straightforward. Zhou Dewei looked at these guys and thought they were complete idiots who were ruining the whole picture for him, because the fact that the skeletons were weak didn't mean the dungeon's difficulty was low. On the contrary, if the skeletons are weak, it's a sign that there's something even more terrifying in the dungeon, and it could raise the difficulty to the maximum level. After checking his status, the adventurer was furious. He'd been trying to get the others to help him, and now he'd even killed several skeletons himself. but there were still a large number of targets left to defeat before he could escape the dungeon. Chen Hai cleared another section. Time was slowly passing, and the number of skeletons he'd killed was also growing. The young man asked the nurse and the child if they had completed their missions. The little boy had finished everything, but the nurse hadn't reached the required number yet. She still needed to kill 8 more skeletons. Chen Hai realized that all this time, the nurse had been helping this little boy instead of thinking about herself. Chen Hai told the boy that he could go back, and they would continue clearing out the skeletons. When they were done, they would meet outside. In 10 years, no one had managed to clear this dungeon on their own. Its area was vast, as was the number of people who had ventured inside. Unfortunately, however, almost all of them were novices. The assistant couldn't understand where the dungeon's difficulty came from, since it should have depended on the adventurer's strength and experience. But it turned out that this dungeon had a special mechanism. It was called the Grave of the Experienced Fighter. The mission's difficulty for beginners is only a 1 out of 10. They complete their mission, leave the dungeon, and then a boss appears who far exceeds the adventurer's capabilities. This boss kills most of the experienced adventurers. As soon as the first person leaves the dungeon, a real race for survival begins. You can't let anyone be the first to leave. At that moment, the boy waved goodbye to the kind adventurer and the nurse and confirmed his exit from the dungeon. Chen Hai and the nurse said goodbye to the boy. Now they didn't have to worry about him anymore. Chen Hai told the girl that he was going to kill a couple of skeletons for her right now. They would finish her mission and meet up outside. At that moment, there was some commotion in the morgue near the dungeon exit. It became clear to everyone that someone was about to come out because they had already completed their mission. And just then, a child ran out of the dungeon, and those present didn't know how to react. As soon as the boy emerged from the dungeon, the second phase began. People saw their statuses and now didn't understand what they meant. Zhou Dewei turned to the 2 adventurers and told them to follow him immediately. Lu Ming and Wang Zhiyong didn't understand what he wanted from them. Everyone wanted to know who the lucky one was who had already completed his mission and left the dungeon. The adventurer believed it couldn't be Chen Hai because he was with a couple of weaklings, and besides, it wasn't that easy to destroy 100 skeletons. That explanation sounded logical, but now everyone wanted to know who had actually left the dungeon. At that moment, the young man's gaze rose to the top of the cliff, and he saw an unknown object there. It was a death knight named Claude. He was sitting on a huge demonic horse, and the threat level of both was unknown. Zhou Dewei took the 2 adventurers aside, not wanting to share the information with everyone. It was strange the guy had asked them to come with him, but hadn't explained anything that was clearly out of the ordinary. However, his companion thought it wasn't worth pressing the issue. Apparently, Zhou Dewei had a reason since he'd called them over after the panel changed. Most likely, Zhou Dewei knows far more about what's happening in the dungeon than anyone else. Zhou Dewei, who was walking slightly ahead, stopped because he saw a group of skeletons that had already emerged from underground. The young man drew his sword and told his companions to get ready. At that moment, the people who had been left behind by the adventurers and were standing in a crowd heard the sound of hooves approaching them. The heads of 2 men, severed from their shoulders, looked almost perfect. A horseman approaching on horseback was holding them in his hand. They were his trophy heads. At the same time, one of the adventurers had lost an arm, and his companions fled, leaving the young man to be torn apart by the skeletons. Zhou Dewei ran very fast and asked how much longer it would take Lu Min to complete the mission. The adventurer checked and found that there were only 3 skeletons left. Zhou Dewei suggested finding a smaller group of skeletons, that way they could finish the job faster. But soon the guys realized that something had happened at the camp, because the number of survivors was rapidly decreasing. The nurse fought alongside Chen Hai against the skeletons. She couldn't understand what this second phase was all about. Chen Hai speculated that perhaps the difficulty had increased or stronger monsters had appeared, but the girl shouldn't worry about it. The nurse logged into her profile to check her status and realized with horror that only 4 people were left alive. The rest were already dead. At that very moment, Claude was making his way through the dungeon, which was littered with the bodies of the slain. He scanned the area and saw that there were still 2 people left in each of 2 locations. Claude gave the command, to the left, to deal with the pair. Zhou Dewei realized that the dungeon's boss had appeared. If they wanted to survive, they needed to stick together and complete the mission before the boss found them. Lu Ming thought this was complete nonsense. How could the 2 of them handle the mission when even the 3 of them hadn't been able to do it? Zhou Dewei said they needed to find the skeletons immediately because there was very little time left. However, it was all for naught. Claude caught up to the guys very quickly. Without slowing down, he chopped off their heads and rode on. Chen Hai wanted to know if the nurse had completed her mission. The young man was sitting on the ground, adjusting his defenses. Soon, the nurse announced that she had completed her mission and destroyed the required number of skeletons. Chen Hai told the girl to drop her sword immediately and leave. But in the very next moment, it became clear that these instructions were completely pointless. Claude had already raised his sword to strike. Without thinking of the consequences, Chen Hai rushed toward the horseman and shouted at the nurse to duck. The young man activated his personal skill. Dance with Death pushed the nurse aside and faced the boss head-on. This attempt could have been considered a success, but in the very next moment, Chen Hai saw his weapon shatter into pieces. His sword's durability dropped to 0, and Chen Hai and the girl were sent flying aside by Claude's blow. Chen Hai quickly got back on his feet. He was stunned by just how powerful his opponent was. Chen Hai received a notification that he had encountered the dungeon boss, after which he was able to activate all his skills and abilities. The young man shouted rather rudely at the nurse. Didn't she hear him? The girl needed to get out of there immediately, and now there were only 2 of them left in the dungeon, Chen Hai and the dungeon boss, Claude. The adventurer was generally satisfied. Now there were only 2 of them left, and it was clear that Claude wouldn't let him go easily. Claude calmly and dispassionately confirmed that that was exactly how it would be. To the complete surprise of everyone present, a nurse emerged through the portal. A representative of the Adventurers Association rushed toward the girl, hoping to find out if there were any other survivors. And although Chen Hai was still alive in the dungeon, it was clear that it wouldn't be for long. Claude dismounted from his horse, and now close combat began between the opponents. Chen Hai felt that his opponent was too strong. This was the dungeon boss, and every blow he landed could split the adventurer in 2. The young man realized this couldn't go on. He was clearly outmatched in strength and speed, and even anticipating the attacks wasn't helping. He would soon collapse from exhaustion. A few moments later, the adventurer realized that things were looking very bad. He could neither dodge the attacks nor block them. Soon, a powerful blow sent him flying far to the side. Claude paid tribute to his opponent, saying that given such a difference in strength, the adventurer had held out far too long thanks to his tricks. It was surprising, but it was clear that this couldn't go on for long. Chen Hai tried to get back up to continue the fight and suddenly realized that his opponent was talking to him. It was strange, but it was best not to think about that now. The only thing that mattered was surviving, because Claude certainly wouldn't let him live. Shan Li, the head of the Adventurers Association, checked the time. There were more than 5 minutes left, which meant the last adventurer wouldn't survive. The man ordered his subordinates to draft a report stating that only 2 civilians had survived, while all the adventurers had perished. The nurse became very angry. "Why are you jumping to conclusions? Time hasn't run out yet." The man said he understood how the nurse and the boy felt, but asked them to take off their rose-colored glasses and look at the situation realistically. Shan Li said that the boss of this dungeon was a 9th-level adventurer, and an unknown loner definitely wouldn't be able to handle him. And even if this guy were the best of all adventurers, he wouldn't last. It's been 5 minutes since the nurse left, and the guy still hasn't shown up. That speaks for itself. The girl fell to her knees and began to cry, unable to believe what was happening. The nurse understood if Chen Hai hadn't helped her and the boy, he would have made it out alive long ago. It was their fault. Shan Li didn't try to comfort the girl, because it really was her fault. If Chen Hai hadn't helped, things might have turned out differently. Zhou Dewei would most likely have made it out of the dungeon alive, but now all that was left was to file the reports and wait. The secretary asked what to do about the entrance to the dungeon. Shan Li explained that such entrances, once out of control, draw people in, and after everyone inside has died, they close within half an hour and reappear elsewhere. Shan Li told his subordinates that everything was laid out in the instructions. They needed to take care of the survivors, and the rest would sort itself out. But if the adventurers were concerned, they could wait for the outcome. Claude was very pleased. He lifted the adventurer onto his horse and now examined the young man who had put up a worthy fight against him. Claude was quite the monster. He tossed the adventurer aside while acknowledging that the young man was truly skilled. And with that, Claude announced that he was looking forward to the young man joining him once he turned into a ghost. Claude didn't want to finish off the young man, who was already dying, so he drew his sword and activated its magical power. After that, Claude created a special portal through which he intended to leave while the adventurer was dying. There was no point in wasting time. Claude used the portal he had created to leave the dungeon for a while to attend to his personal affairs. Chen Hai watched as the boss vanished into thin air. He remembered Claude's words. The adventurer's body was important to him. Seizing the opportunity, Chen Hai activated the skill "The Dead Cannot Kill Me." It was immunity to death, which took effect immediately, and soon the young man's entire body seemed to be enveloped in protective energy. Meanwhile, Claude had teleported to the kingdom of the Bone Lord. He had urgent business there. Claude stood with his horse and saw an object high in the sky flying toward him. Soon, this creature landed next to Claude and his horse. It was the Herald of the Night, a legendary creature. He was surprised to see the Knight of Death, since Claude had been sent to the graveyard. Claude explained that he had encountered an interesting rookie adventurer there. It would be too wasteful to turn him into a mere skeleton, so the Knight of Death wanted to ask the Lord for the Black Knight's crown in order to send this guy to the reserve. The Herald of the Night was surprised that the newcomer had ended up in the cemetery, which opens at level 5. Newcomers hadn't been able to get there before, but now Claude believed this guy would become a legend. Chen Hai finally came to his senses. He realized the situation had been far too risky. If Claude hadn't left on his own, even with an extra life, he wouldn't have stood a chance. At that moment, status windows appeared before the adventurer. They indicated that all conditions had been met, but there was no exit window from the dungeon. It soon became clear that the young man simply hadn't managed to kill all 100 skeletons. Chen Hai knew he had to hurry. He grabbed his sword. He needed to kill the skeletons, and he had to do it fast. Chen Hai hoped he'd manage to complete the mission before the boss on horseback realized the adventurer was still alive. Another half hour passed. Near the entrance to the dungeon in the hospital, a nurse and a boy kept their eyes fixed on the portal. It still hadn't closed. This meant that Chen Hai was still alive and continuing to fight. The girl from the Adventurers Guild decided to go and call the boss to tell him the news. Meanwhile, Shang Li sat on the stairs, nervously smoking cigarettes, worrying that he would be blamed for the deaths of civilians. But just then, the manager ran out into the stairwell and called for her boss. Shang Li didn't understand what all the panic was about or what else could have happened. The girl explained that the dungeon portal hadn't closed yet. The time limit had long since passed, but it was still open. Chen Hai slashed at skeletons left and right and checked his status again. Finally, the mission was over, and Chen Hai ran the bonus calculation. He was the only one who had managed to survive in the lair of the legendary spirit, and he received a host of new titles. But what interested him most was how a legendary level creature could have appeared in such a primitive graveyard. Claude was incredibly powerful. He wanted to know if anyone had survived an encounter with him. Shan Li ran back to the dungeon entrance and couldn't believe his eyes. The portal looked exactly as if there were still survivors inside. The girl speculated that low-level dungeons might continue to exist even after there were no survivors left inside them. There were two possible explanations. Either the adventurer had completed the main objective but hadn't finished the exit mission, or this was an enhanced dungeon. The nurse was certain that in their case it was the first option, because Chen Hai still had many skeletons left unkilled. Shan Li pointed out that this was impossible. The graveyard had long been considered virtually impenetrable. He was certain that something inside the dungeon had changed and affected its properties. But suddenly movement began inside the portal. It became clear that someone was coming out. The next moment, Chen Hai appeared before everyone. The young man was just as surprised as the rest of them. The nurse, overjoyed, cried out, "It's Mr. Chen Hai. It really is him, my savior." The girl said that everyone had been worried sick about him, and if he hadn't come out, she would have felt guilty for the rest of her life. Meanwhile, an important meeting was taking place in the Bone Lord's castle. Claude, the Knight of Death, had been granted an audience with the king. This was the first time the knight had initiated a meeting with the king on his own since he had been sent to the cemetery. The king of this realm was the Lord of Bones, who sat on the throne in a vast palace. In the conference room, Shang Li reported that Chen Hai had become the first adventurer in the world to clear this dungeon. Chen Hai was pleasantly surprised by this news. "It's always nice to find out that you're the first and only one." Shang Li confirmed that this was indeed the case. Although the dungeon's difficulty level wasn't very high, this location was well known among adventurers, so Chen Hai's achievement would attract significant funding and a steady stream of people. Furthermore, this situation is sure to pique the government's interest. Chen Hai was very pleased and asked what he should do next, whether he needed to submit an application. Shan Li confirmed that the young man had performed exceptionally well at the cemetery and in the forest with the witches, which indicated great potential. There are no more than a dozen such talented people in the entire country, so Shang Li, as the person in charge, cannot let such an adventurer slip away. Throughout the negotiations, the rescued boy sat by the door, waiting for Chen Hai to appear. The boy was in a very combative mood. He suspected that these people might want to strip Chen Hai of his dungeon-clearing rewards. The boy was convinced that was the case. Otherwise, Chen Hai wouldn't have been invited to private negotiations. But the nurse thought that was unlikely. Shan Li overheard this conversation and said that he wasn't that kind of person. And besides, he didn't need a trophy from a 5th-level dungeon. But the boy wouldn't give up. Even if Mr. Shang Li didn't need the trophy, that didn't mean his relatives didn't. Chen Li stepped in. He calmed the boy down and explained that they had been discussing his admission to the Adventurers Association. The boy couldn't believe his ears. Could his savior really want to work for the government? It sounded very comical coming from a child. The boy clearly had some issues with this. But the boy said he believed that someone as strong as Chen Hai could support himself and didn't need to follow the association's rules. The boy became a true fan of Chen Hai when he learned that his savior was also the author of The Immortal Adventurer. It was hard to believe. They sat in a cafe and celebrated their survival that day with burgers. Chen Hai promised the boy he'd let him read the manuscript for The Immortal Adventurer too. The nurse had been pensive and quiet the whole time. She hadn't eaten anything and looked very focused. Finally, the girl couldn't hold back any longer and asked Chen Hai not to join the association. She explained that she had overheard a conversation between her brother and his friends. Most people who join the Adventurers Association end up deeply regretting that decision over time. Chen Hai wanted to know how the nurse's brother explained this behavior and what was behind it. The nurse couldn't really explain anything, but she remembered their sad faces when they discussed it. They called joining the association their biggest mistake. Chen Hai promised he would definitely think it over and thanked the young woman for her concern. At the Adventurers Association, the atmosphere was like a battlefield. A woman was outraged that Shang Li was planning to accept a young man who had refused to help her brother. Zhou Chang was furious and reminded her husband who had helped him get his position. Shan Li replied that he hadn't invited Chen Hai to join for no reason. The dungeon he had cleared was special, and in a few days everyone would know about it. It would be worse if Chen Hai received an offer from competitors. That would only complicate the situation. If he joined their association and reached level 15, the same fate awaited him as everyone else. But his wife said it would take too long for the guy to reach that level, and she wanted him gone sooner. Shang Li replied that he understood. The man promised his wife he would simply get rid of this guy. Late at night in his apartment, Lao Hong, a hacker who provided information about dungeons, was working. He was informed that there was valuable information about the cemetery that would only be relevant for a few days. Shan Li messaged the hacker that a man had shown up who had cleared out the cemetery a few hours ago. That was enough to take the guy out. For more experienced adventurers short on resources, this information was extremely valuable. In adventurer circles, it was common to use the services of hackers. All it took was leaking information about Chen Hai onto the black market, and a manhunt for him would begin across all the neighboring provinces. Gao Qingyong, a level 7 adventurer wanted by the authorities, was sitting in a movie theater when he received word that a newcomer had cleared the cemetery. He was absolutely thrilled and hoped to claim the rewards for clearing such a unique dungeon. The man said he would enter the personal information into the association's official system within 3 days. He knew that Chen Hai was from Dongshan and offered to find him temporary lodging so that he wouldn't be inconvenienced during those few days. Chen Hai replied that there was no need for that. He would go back to his hometown and return in a couple of days. The man said goodbye, adding that he would be happy to see him in 3 days. Of course, he should have added that this meeting would only take place if Chen Hai survived until then. Chen Hai returned from his trip and was surprised to find that the entrance to the dungeon had grown in size. The young man hadn't seen it for several days and now didn't know how to react. He walked up to the portal and touched it with his hand. A warning appeared immediately. Players below level 6 cannot enter the dungeon. It turned out that access was open to adventurers from levels 6 through 11. Chen Hai was currently at level 5. He needed to level up quickly by clearing several level 5 dungeons to reach level 6. A few days ago, he'd found a post on the forum about a level 5 dungeon that was recruiting players. The announcement was still active. Chen Hai read the raid requirements and contacted Xu Mao, asking him about black market gold coins. Chen Hai told his friend that adventurers trade with each other without cash, using gold coins instead. Xu Mao explained that aside from low-level dungeons, black market gold coins are one of the most common forms of currency. Chen Hai wanted to know what made them special and why regular money couldn't be used. Gold coins are common in dungeons of level 10 and above. Coach Ann had simply said that they were very useful. Chen Hai figured that out and now wanted to know where low-level adventurers get such coins. Shu suggested selling some of their loot and then going to the ghost market together. And so, Chen Hai and his companions set off for the adventurer's ghost market for the first time. The ghost market is usually open from 2 a.m. to 4 a.m. every day. There are a lot of people there, but relatively few adventurers. Sellers often peddle counterfeits, taking advantage of the fact that people are easily deceived. This market vaguely resembles a typical flea market. Zhu advised him not to rush into selling everything right away. He should first walk around, check the prices, and only then make a deal. Zhu Mao said he had his own business to attend to, and after that the guys went their separate ways. Left on his own, Chen Hai followed his friend's advice and began exploring the selection. Soon he came across a merchant who wanted to buy drops from low-level dungeons associated with female creatures capable of dealing damage. Based on the description, Chen Hai surmised that this buyer was planning to head to the Banshee Forest. Unexpectedly, the buyer turned to Chen Hai and asked if he had what he needed. Chen Hai realized that in this situation, a harmonica for summoning a witch or a special sword greased with oil might be helpful. The customer demanded to see the item. He wanted to examine it and name a price. Chen Hai replied that he needed to go home to get the item and would be back in half an hour. The man urged him to hurry because he might find other offers in the meantime. Chen Hai soon showed the buyer what he had for traversing the witch's forest. The man appraised the accordion. He knew it could be used to pass through the Banshee Forest and offered 6 gold coins. As he examined the sword, the buyer paused to think he couldn't decide on a price. Chen Hai explained that it was a sacred artifact that added 2 damage points against evil creatures and was effective against witches, but required careful use. This description impressed the man. He offered 8 gold coins for the sword and added Chen Hai as a friend to facilitate future trade. Both parties were satisfied with the deal and parted on good terms. However, this seller was no ordinary adventurer. Gao Changyong turned out to be an A-rank wanted criminal. A group of adventurers gathered in the park and waited for all the participants to arrive. Xiao Si was the owner of a dungeon called the Goblin Crypt and welcomed everyone who had gathered. He introduced the adventurer, Miss Lin. She was a member of the Adventurers Guild, so there was no need to fear the vultures. There were also 3 adventurers who had worked with Mr. Shi on numerous occasions, experienced and reliable fighters. In addition, the group included the operations sponsor, Boss Wang, an ordinary person. There were also 2 newcomers, a writer from Dongshan and a girl with the nickname I'm Lazy Today Too. Their level was above 3rd, so they were considered sufficiently prepared. Chen Hai was annoyed by this gathering. It seemed as though the dungeon owners had turned the whole thing into some kind of social club. After greeting everyone, Zhao Shi suggested that they all follow him to the entrance of the Goblin Crypt dungeon. It was a long way to go, so Mr. Shi suggested they buy some water and a snack. Gao Chenyong realized that the guy had sold some items, but hadn't bought anything, and concluded that he was planning to use the coins to enter a low-level dungeon. After a while, the group of adventurers got out of the car and set off through the forest. Boss Wang looked tired and sweaty. He asked how much further they had to go. Xiao Si replied that it was just a short distance, the entrance was already nearby. The adventurer couldn't understand how they'd managed to find this dungeon, since it was so far from civilization. The man replied that a local resident had discovered it and simply sold them the information about the entrance. The adventurer was amazed. In the modern world, there were still people willing to sell the entrance to a dungeon instead of clearing it out. This crypt was a challenging location for beginners, and the guy who found it turned out to be the sole survivor of the group of pioneers. Since adventurers exist, it's sometimes easier to sell the entrance than to use it yourself without experience. The man gave part of the money from the deal to the families of his fallen comrades. It seemed like the right thing to do. The adventurer agreed that it was reasonable, but he was certain there was still an ulterior motive behind it. Xiao Shi got angry. He didn't understand why the other man was skeptical, since this wasn't the first time they'd worked together. Finally, the group of adventurers spotted the entrance to the dungeon. Miss Lin analyzed it and confirmed that the shape, color, and size corresponded to a 5th-level dungeon. Xiao Shi said they could go in after assessing the risks. He personally guaranteed everything. Soon the group began to enter the dungeon one by one. Xiao Shi turned to the 2 remaining newcomers and said that he had personally double-checked the dungeon's safety. He instructed the young people to protect Mr. Wang, who had paid part of the entrance fee. The girl asked about the exit, Everyone's main mission was the same, but she had a separate objective to escape. Xiaoxi said he would prioritize her mission and then address the other issues. The girl confirmed that she was fine with everything. Finally, all the raid participants entered the dungeon and checked their status screens. It soon became clear that everyone needed to kill goblins. The only difference was the number of goblins they would face, depending on their level. Xiaoxi explained to Mr. Wang that the main goal was to find the goblin's lair. Low-level adventurers only needed to locate it, while more experienced ones had to eliminate a certain number of goblins. Mr. Wang said that he now understood and fully agreed with the principle that missions should vary for different adventurers. After everyone had checked their status windows, Xiaoxi addressed the group once more. He explained that the newcomers would be responsible for protecting Mr. Wang, and when they encountered the goblins, the adventurers should let them complete their missions first. None of the adventurers objected to this, so it was decided to move on. A few hours passed, and now the adventurers were already busy slaying goblins. One of them suggested that the new recruit kill a goblin, but the young man said he would refrain from doing so. Mr. Wang was surprised. These were the 5th-level dungeon monsters. They didn't seem all that strong. The professionals understood that these goblins were just ordinary mobs, and the most challenging monsters were surely hidden deep within the crypt. Usually, defeating a boss in a crypt requires 3 to 5 professional adventurers, and ordinary goblins aren't a problem for them, as long as their numbers don't exceed acceptable limits. As the group approached the crypt, Mr. Wang felt reassured that they would be able to handle the bosses. Most likely, that's how it would go. Usually, there's no more than 1 goblin warrior per crypt, and there has only been 1 encounter with twin goblins in history. But that, of course, was an extreme rarity. It was unlikely they'd encounter multiple bosses, and just at that moment, a pair of eerie eyes was listening in on the adventurers' conversation. A huge crowd of ordinary goblins rushed at the humans the moment they spotted them near the crypt. The adventurers braced themselves for battle to prevent these goblins from escaping. Miss Lin realized things were looking bad when, in the ensuing chaos, some of them began to catch up to the goblins fleeing deeper into the cave. Xiaoxi couldn't understand why the girl was so alarmed or what was upsetting her. Miss Lin explained that since they'd entered the crypt, they'd already encountered 4 waves of goblins, and all of them had been the simplest warriors. The adventurers hadn't managed to go very deep inside, which meant there was an unusually high number of mobs in this dungeon. It seemed the adventurers had hit the jackpot. The young adventurer asked Mr. Wang why, with all that money, he was so desperate to become an adventurer. After all, if a man doesn't want to miss out on the chance to enter the dungeon, he could simply sponsor a couple of adventurers. Mr. Wang smiled and said that, while he was certainly embarrassed to admit it, for the most part he just wanted to lose weight. The girl didn't understand what the connection was between losing weight and all these risks. The man explained that he had asked several adventurer friends, and they all said that meditative practices don't require physical effort, but help you become stronger and slimmer. So the man decided that the adventurers' meditation routines were the perfect way to lose weight for people who have a lot of money but no time for physical exercise. The girl was shocked. Spending that much money just to lose weight is complete nonsense. It's so hard to understand rich people. At that moment, Chen Hai put on his gear and asked what his friends were talking about and if he could join them. Boss Wang praised the chainmail the guy had prepared. You can tell right away that he's going to become a pro. The girl looked at her companion rather skeptically. Does he really dress up like this every time he goes down into the dungeon? Chen Hai confirmed that this was indeed the case, and that if he hadn't been wearing chainmail last time, he would have died in the dungeon. He didn't understand at all why the girl wasn't wearing her own armor. Just then, the adventurers finished off another group of mobs. The process was simple but rather tedious. Now it was the adventurers' turn to face the goblins. It was at this time that Chen Hai heard about the scoring system for the first time and was very surprised. It turned out that the less force you use in the dungeon, the more points you can earn for completing the quest. Now the girl understood why Chen didn't need to kill the small mobs this time. He was running the dungeon in full armor, and his gear and skill levels weren't high enough. Considering that most of Chen Hai's gear was basic level, he really wasn't any better than a beginner. The girl added that she'd suspected something like this might happen, but now she was certain that there were not 1, but 2 people in their group who needed protection. At that moment, the adventurer turned to the trio of newbies and told them to stop chatting. The guy explained that another group of goblins had been wiped out and they could move on. A few minutes later, the group reached a hall with several passageways. Xiaoxi was surprised to see 3 forks in the path here, since there were supposed to be only 2 in the 5th level crypt. Miss Lin said that her fears had been confirmed, and that they had encountered a bug. She explained that this information wasn't yet publicly available, but on average in 1 out of every 50 low-level dungeons, there comes a point where the actual difficulty exceeds or greatly exceeds the stated difficulty, and that's the bug. There are 3 types of bugs. The first is an increase in the number of mobs, the second is an increase in the number of bosses, and the third is an increase in the boss's strength. Miss Lin believed that their situation was most likely related to the first type of bug. Chen Hai now understood what had caused the problems in his previous dungeons. Mr. Wang suggested that if they went any further, they risked encountering even more mobs. If that were the case, the man considered it quite dangerous, so he suggested that everyone simply turn back. However, Zhao Ji immediately pointed out that they couldn't turn back. The number of mobs had exceeded all expectations, but the boss's strength was surely still the same. The adventurer's goal wasn't to kill every goblin in the crypt. They just needed to quickly find the boss, kill it, and that would be no different from a regular mission. The girl suggested that the boss's strength had only remained the same in Zhao Xi's imagination. If he was wrong, they wouldn't be able to handle it quickly. Besides, reinforcements in the form of mobs could arrive at any moment, and then they would die. Zhao Xi had no intention of giving up and missing the chance to clear the dungeon. But if the girl wasn't willing to take such a risk, then she should change careers and become a delivery courier. However, the girl continued to insist that the risk was too great. She believed that taking on a dungeon whose difficulty level exceeded what was advertised and about which there was virtually no information was tantamount to suicide. A seasoned adventurer wanted to know if there were higher rewards for clearing a dungeon with a bug. The association representative explained that it all depends on how much the actual difficulty differs from the stated difficulty. Sometimes even the most legendary adventurers are willing to clear such dungeons. Xiao Shi thought, why not give it a try and make some good money? Chen Hai suggested that instead of arguing, they should simply vote on whether they should stay in this dungeon or head back. The seasoned adventurer thought this was a logical and good idea, so they decided to vote. Xiao Ji declared, if anyone wants to leave, let them go. He's not holding anyone here. Miss Lin began the vote and asked those who wanted to stay to raise their hands. The majority voted in favor, and it became clear that the team was incapable of properly assessing risks. But the newcomer, Chen Hai, also wanted to stay, and this guy didn't seem to realize that his strength was useless. Xiao Ji was pleased with the results of the vote. He said they needed to part ways and promised to return the money they'd paid to Mr. Wan later. The man was satisfied and even decided not to take the money. And so the girl and Mr. Wan left the crypt and headed toward the exit of the dungeon. The remaining group of adventurers tried to decide which way they should go, right or left. The guys couldn't agree for a long time, so they decided to use rock, paper, scissors. In the event of a tie, they agreed to take the central passage. And now the entire group of adventurers was waiting for the two of them to make up their minds. Xiao Shi won, and the seasoned adventurer, feeling dejected, berated himself for choosing scissors. Miss Lin instructed Chen not to get in the boss's way. His job was to clear out the mobs so they wouldn't get in the other's way. Chen readily replied that he would handle it all without any problems. Boss Wang and his bodyguard made their way through the forest toward the exit. It was a long way to go, and the man asked the girl why she hadn't liked it here at all. Was this dungeon really that dangerous? The girl didn't understand why Mr. Wang had decided she didn't like the adventurers. The man hesitated and said that, as a businessman, he was quite good at reading people, which was why he'd come to that conclusion. The girl explained that she had refused because of her title. At that moment, a danger warning appeared above her head. The effect of this title alerted its bearer to an impending threat. Earlier in the crypt, the girl had used the title and discovered that there were two entities there that posed a mortal danger to her. Combined with the information provided by the member of the Adventurers Association, we can conclude that this dungeon is incredibly rare and dangerous, with two bosses. It's important to remember that defeating a single boss requires 3 to 5 adventurers of the same level. It was now clear that this dungeon was impossible to conquer, and Mr. Wang couldn't understand why the girl hadn't told the others the truth. The girl explained if she had told them by the very next day, all the black market information dealers would have known about her and her title. She had no intention of sacrificing her own interests and life to save someone else. As a temporary teammate, she tried to talk them out of it, but they chose not to listen to her. That was their choice. Mr. Wang wanted to understand why the girl had told him about this. The girl replied that she didn't see him as a threat because he wasn't closely connected to the circle of adventurers, didn't need money, and wouldn't sell the information to the dealers. Suddenly, she stopped, and the expression on her face and in her eyes changed. She said they couldn't leave the dungeon because an even greater danger lay outside. At that moment, the most wanted criminal, Gao Chengyong, was standing at the entrance to the dungeon. Meanwhile, the battle with the goblins continued inside the crypt. Miss Lin was casting spells to help the adventurers. After that, she used a second-order spell and unleashed a stream of fire. This stream of fire quickly incinerated the goblins without harming the adventurers. It turned out that Miss Lin had previously given the young man elemental armor, and now it was clear why she had done so. As expected of an adventurer from the association, even with the same level, skills, titles, and equipment, Miss Lin was significantly stronger. On top of that, everyone realized that the girl seemed to have been specifically preparing for this mission. Xiao Shi praised the adventurer for her excellent work, and now they could move on. Miss Lin suggested switching roles. She said the next wave of goblins was up to the guys, as she needed a break. Chen Hai received a notification from the system stating that the dungeon's overall rating would increase when an unregistered boss appeared. And then a level 6 goblin shaman appeared before the adventurers, along with a group of ordinary mobs. The adventurers weren't sure whether to consider him a boss, because the goblin was short and looked even smaller than the regular mobs. Miss Lin carefully examined the new goblin and warned her companions. She knew that this wasn't a goblin warrior, but a goblin shaman. This monster stood still while his companions rushed to attack the adventurers. Miss Lin ordered the guys to fight faster before other mobs appeared. If they didn't finish this battle quickly, they'd be in danger. However, unexpectedly, a strange sound came from the side, near the cave wall, and suddenly rocks began to crumble, forming a hole in the wall. A huge goblin warrior had smashed through the cave wall with his pickaxe and now stood before the adventurers. Miss Lin was alarmed. She couldn't understand when goblins had started using combat strategies, but she didn't have time to think any further because the enormous goblin was already bringing his gigantic sword down on her head. Realizing it was useless to do anything, she dropped her weapon, covered her head with her hands, and resigned herself to death. When she didn't feel the blow, Miss Lin opened her eyes and realized that she was being protected by an adventurer with the title Defeater of Death. He had taken the blow himself, allowing her to escape. The other adventurers, seeing what was happening, ran off as fast as they could, even though they knew Miss Lin was in trouble and could have used some help themselves. Chen Hai was fighting the boss and told the girl to go help the other guys, saying he could handle things here on his own. Miss Lin tried to say something, but she knew that any arguments she made would be completely useless. Chen declared that if Lin stayed there, she would only get in his way and continued to swing his sword, taking on the boss all by himself. Miss Lin realized it was pointless to argue and rushed to help the adventurers, saying that once they dealt with the shaman, she'd come back to help Chen Hai. The goblin boss brought his enormous sword down, sending rocks flying in all directions. The monster waited for the dust to settle and saw the massive crater it had carved out with its weapon. It was unclear what had happened to the adventurer. Chen Hai was very pleased. He emerged from the dust and said that now no one would stop them. The adventurer could finally fight at full strength without fear of having to answer a barrage of awkward questions. Chen activated Dance with Death, which increased damage, and activated the title One Step, One Kill, which allowed him to predict his opponent's next move when he was on the brink of death. The goblin boss, gripping his weapon, leaped high into the air with a loud cry, preparing to attack the adventurer. The young man was very quick. He darted between the goblin's legs and even managed to inflict a minor injury by severing a tendon in its leg. This boss was very strong, but he was clumsy, so his attacks were easy to dodge. Even if there were many of them, it wouldn't be a problem. The goblin boss entered a state of complete madness. His pain tolerance increased, his intelligence was halved, and his speed and strength increased. Enraged, the monster lunged at the adventurer. It was still fairly straightforward. Despite its increased strength and speed, the goblin hadn't developed any special tactics, so it wasn't difficult to hold its own against it. The young man fought the boss and thought it was rather disappointing if this was what a standard 5th-level dungeon boss looked like. Chen Hai looked at the goblin and was certain that, at this level, it wasn't even worth warming up against. Suddenly, the goblin boss spun around and, with an expression of despair and pain on its face, took off running as fast as it could. It looked strange, and the young man thought that this boss wasn't even capable of fighting to the end. However, one could look at the situation differently. At least now, Chen Hai wouldn't have any false expectations about 5th-level dungeons. Meanwhile, the adventurers continued to battle the ordinary mobs, of which there were far too many. Miss Lin was assisting them with her magic. The guys were already tired of the endless stream of goblins that kept coming and showed no sign of stopping. Xiaoxi asked the girl to use fire magic. He felt their strength was running out. Miss Lin replied that she wanted to do just that, but it wasn't that simple. The thing was, the goblin shaman was using his spells to prevent the adventurers from activating their magical skills. At that moment, Xiaoxi looked at his adventurer interface and was very surprised to realize that he had already completed the quest. The same thing happened to all the other adventurers. Miss Lin speculated that the newcomer had apparently killed the boss, which meant he would come and help them now. But not everyone was so optimistic. The guy had completed his quest, and there was no point in him risking his life for others. Miss Lin explained that they couldn't just walk away. Even though the quest was complete, if they didn't kill the shaman, their retreat would be cut off, and he would continue to control the goblins. Xiaoxi confirmed that this was exactly the case, so the group needed to stick together, and then they would win. At that moment, another wall began to crumble near the shaman, and he was briefly distracted, staring at it in surprise. But he didn't have long to watch, because in the very next moment, Chen Hai severed the shaman's head with a single swing of his arm. The remaining goblins, now without their shaman, panicked and fled as fast as they could. Now all the adventurers looked in amazement at the newcomer, who had managed to defeat two bosses single-handedly in the anomalous dungeon. Of course, everyone wanted to know how it had happened. The adventurers had lost interest in anything else. Chen Hai smiled and asked the guys to keep his secret, hoping for their understanding. Miss Lin thought this made sense. Few would want to let such a rising star slip away, and this guy really shouldn't draw attention to himself until his level was high enough. Suddenly, the adventurers heard the sound of approaching footsteps and saw the girl and Boss Wang returning. Before that, the girl had explained to Mr. Wang that they couldn't go out because there was a far deadlier danger outside. She said there were adventurers out there who were lower level yet more dangerous than the two bosses of this dungeon, and if they went out, they would die immediately. The girl suggested they go back, find the other adventurers, and convince everyone to get out together. And now she was looking in amazement at her companions, who had actually killed a couple of bosses. On top of that, it turned out that this newcomer had, so to speak, taken them down all by himself without any help from the other adventurers. The girl couldn't understand how this had happened, since she checked him out and he hadn't posed a threat to her. At that moment, Miss Lin realized that the stranger had known about the two bosses. Could it be that she had simply been standing there the whole time, watching the battle unfold from the sidelines? But the girl had to admit that she possessed the danger warning skill. She had made it to the exit before the adventurers even encountered the boss. Xiaoxi was outraged. If the girl knew about the danger and had such a useful skill, why hadn't she warned them? The girl explained that she hadn't warned him, but had strongly advised him not to go any further into the crypt. Chen Hai understood perfectly well why she had acted that way, but now he wanted to know why she had come back. The girl explained that outside, at the exit, someone far stronger than those two bosses was waiting for them all. It was a high-level adventurer with hostile intentions who had blocked the exit. Miss Lin wanted to know if the girl was certain that the exit was blocked by a high-level adventurer, and she confirmed once again that this was indeed the case. The dungeon's difficulty was above average, and on top of that, an adventurer had blocked the exit. It was all too suspicious and most likely the work of Xiaoxi. But the man claimed it wasn't him, and if the adventurers didn't believe him, they could sign a special contract. Chen Hai thought that perhaps the adventurer blocking the exit was the guy who hadn't shown up for the meeting. If that were the case, then it was entirely possible. Chen Hai asked the girl if she could use her title to determine whether he was capable of defeating the adventurer at the exit. The girl confidently said she could predict the outcome. Chen Hai immediately activated his skills, titles, and abilities, and fully prepared asked her to assess who was stronger, him or the assassin outside. The girl looked closely at the young man and said that the one outside was slightly stronger than Chen Hai. The young man removed all his titles and skills. Now everything was clear to him. Miss Lin thought for a moment and said that they now had only one option. First, everyone present had to complete their missions, and when they were done, they would try to attack the enemy together. This plan suited the adventurers, but the dungeon owner looked very upset. Xiaoxi cursed himself for buying this dungeon, since he'd run into a huge number of problems. Chen Hai advised them not to hold back. Besides, there were many of them, and they were sure to succeed. Meanwhile, on the other side of the portal stood a man who was eagerly awaiting the adventurers' arrival. The man couldn't understand why no one had come out yet, since the guy who had cleared out the cemetery couldn't have just died in such a simple dungeon. At that moment, all the adventurers had completed their missions. They were receiving their payouts and notifications. Chen Hai noted with disappointment that this time he hadn't received a single epic item. For some reason, the dungeon with 2 bosses turned out to be easier than the cemetery. The young man realized that he shouldn't waste his time on 6th-level dungeons and should move straight on to the next level. The young man confirmed that he had leveled up, and after reading through all his titles, he realized that only a few of them would be useful to him. In addition, Chen Hai noticed some very strange title names. He had to think them through carefully and compare them to figure out which ones had the best effect on his stats. To start with, he needed to use the title Wolf in Sheep's Clothing. With its help, you can sneak into an area where the enemy has poor visibility and use the Art of Darkness. Then you can activate the professional skills Dance with Death and One Step, One Kill to land a perfect strike, a one-hit kill. After that, you can quickly switch between Survived Against the Legend and Guardian. This will grant you 2 points to Perception. As soon as the enemy turns to attack a teammate, you need to switch your title to Guardian, and your chances of standing up to a stronger opponent will increase significantly. The key is to plan and execute everything carefully. The young man was confident in his titles and tactics, but choosing just one was risky. He needed to review all the items he'd acquired so far, and then make a final decision. Chen Hai realized that the Die to Survive skill was quite good. It improves agility and speed, and with the help of the One Step, One Kill skill, he could attack the enemy's vital points. The Feign Death skill was also quite good. It could be used to pretend to be dead and gain a chance to counterattack. As long as a high-level adventurer didn't decide to attack a corpse, this plan might work. But of course, it was a last resort. Chen Hai thought the adventurer wanted to kill them for the loot. This time, the trophies were really good. A bone flute, a shaman's banner, and the book Legacy of the Goblins. All of this might come in handy in the future. Considering that the enemy might be several levels stronger, Chen wanted to save his rare item upgrade coupons, realizing he needed to maximize his strength. The guy had Claude's legendary undead helmet, the highest level item among all his gear. This must be the best choice for upgrading. Chen Hai realized that it didn't matter how the upgrade went, since he still had a couple of coupons in reserve. So he applied the coupon to Claude's helmet. Soon the item reached the epic level, which turned out to be the maximum. Chen Hai thought that perhaps it would be better to smelt down the unnecessary items first and then decide whether to use a coupon on whatever remained after smelting. The young man selected all the items he didn't need and sent them to the smelting furnace. But it soon turned out that not all items could be smelted. Anything that wasn't equipment couldn't be smelted. It turned out that spears and swords could be smelted, but the process was too complicated and almost pointless. Chen Hai looked at his sword, which could no longer be upgraded either. Of course, this weapon wasn't all that bad. Chen Hai decided he'd settled on his helmet and weapon, and now he needed to use his coupons on armor. This was a great opportunity to replace the chainmail he'd once bought online. And now the young man was wearing magnificent armor. It seemed lighter than his old chainmail, but its stats showed it was much sturdier. Xiaoxi and Miss Lin realized that the adventurer had finally finished his preparations. Almost everyone was ready, and they would be able to set out soon. Xiaoxi was absolutely thrilled with the new gear. Could the guy have actually gotten it in this dungeon? Chen Hai told his companions to wait while he fetched his companion, then took out a bone flute. Chen Hai began to play the flute, and the sound of music echoed throughout the dungeon. Suddenly, a portal appeared in the cave wall, and the silhouette of some creature began to approach from it. And sure enough, a very cute young goblin soon appeared before the adventurers. The man grabbed the little one by the head, not understanding what use such a companion could possibly be. Most likely, this goblin didn't even have any combat ability. He was simply useless. Chen Hai calmed everyone down, saying that he wasn't done with the goblins yet. The young goblin stared in surprise at the bottle of potion he was about to drink. The potion stank horribly, and the goblin didn't want to drink it. But soon he imagined a shaman demanding that he drink the contents of the bottle. The little goblin began to drink the potion, and his body was instantly covered in blisters. It seemed as though he had turned into one giant sore. The adventurers stepped back, unaware that Chen Hai had forced the creature to drink it. The goblin instantly began to grow in size, like an inflatable balloon. A few moments later, the transformation was complete. Chen Hai was pleased, while his companions were frightened and astonished. Now, standing before everyone was a real goblin boss, huge and powerful. He wanted to know what to do next. Chen Hai pointed to the body of the goblin boss he had killed and said that the creature's clothes and weapons would be just right for his pet. The adventurers were worried. They hoped that Chen Hai's new companion wouldn't get out of control, since it was now on par with a boss and could be dangerous. After finishing his upgrades, Chen Hai turned to the girl again and asked her to use her title to check whether the pet was hostile. The girl activated the Danger Alert title and began to examine the goblin pet closely. Soon she announced that they had nothing to worry about, and they could see for themselves by looking at the cute goblin. Miss Lin was busy praying. She was asking the goddess of magic to grant her divine power. The girl wanted to cast magical armor and the bear's endurance attribute on Chen Hai. The young man's physical stats improved instantly, but these buffs lasted only 1 hour. The magical armor provided protection even to those parts of the body not covered by regular armor. Of course, the young man's defense was already quite good on its own, but this was still better than nothing. At that moment, a goblin approached Lin. It was trying to figure out where it was in its own language. The goblin, too, felt a surge of strength. He now possessed the strength of a buffalo, and the creature was thrilled about it. Finally, the assassins saw that the adventurers had begun to gradually emerge from the dungeon. Gao Cheng was surprised to notice that a goblin warrior had somehow appeared among the group of adventurers. Xiao Shi looked around. They'd been warned that someone was blocking the exit, but there was no one in sight. Chen Hai surmised that the assassin was hiding somewhere and asked the girl to scan the area using her title. Soon the girl spotted the assassin. He was hiding behind a thick tree. She also noticed numerous traps set up and warned her companions to be careful. At that moment, the killer peeked out from behind the tree and asked if they had suddenly turned into detectives. The man smiled and said he was sorry if he'd scared them, but Chen Hai had already recognized him. It was the very same vendor to whom the young man had told about the Banshee Forest and sold drops, but he couldn't have known Chen Hai's whereabouts. A confidentiality agreement had been signed. Chen Hai was trying to figure out who might have leaked the information and at what stage, but just then, Miss Lin let out a loud scream. The girl recognized the stranger approaching the adventurers. It was Gao Chengyong. She knew he was the most wanted criminal among adventurers across several provinces, famous throughout the Adventurers Association. Although the man was only at the 7th level, the number of people who had died at his hands numbered in the hundreds. There were many rumors circulating about him. It was said that the reason for Gao Cheng's bloodthirstiness lay not only in his thirst for loot, but also in his desire to hold a special title. It was believed that he was the one who coined the title Bloodthirsty Killer. This man's true power was comparable to that of a level 9 adventurer. He was pleased with his reputation and believed he fully deserved the title of murderer. But now everything had become even simpler. If those present knew who he was, they could strike a deal with him. Gao Cheng said he was willing to let everyone go, but he only wanted Chen Hai. One of the adventurers was even willing to agree to such an exchange, believing that the young man could manage on his own. But Miss Lin wouldn't even hear of it. She'd read in the guild records that Gao Cheng liked to let his victims go just to hunt them down, and he couldn't be trusted he'd track them down later anyway. The girl who possessed the ability to sense danger said that the killer's malice level hadn't decreased, which meant he was lying. Gao Cheng was surprised that there was a skill capable of detecting such things. Chen Hai believed they couldn't let this opportunity slip away. The killer's target was him, and if he died along with the goblin, the rest would have to fend for themselves. Right now, they were all in the same boat, and there was no point in harboring illusions. But if someone was really afraid, it was better not to hold them back and let them leave. Miss Lin rolled up her sleeves and said that they would all stay and help Chen Hai. The assassin smiled as he looked at the group of adventurers, a fine bunch who decided to die together. Chen Hai confirmed that they were indeed in this together and would now all take on Gao Cheng together. Gao Cheng knew that newbies with strong starting skills often become ambitious and look down on everyone around them. But in real life, things turn out differently. At first glance, Chen Hai's armor looks pretty good. He must have looted a lot of gear in the Banshee Forest and at the cemetery. Unfortunately, Gao Cheng's skills are too good for the guy, and he won't be able to put up any resistance. Chen Hai said they'd see how this all played out, then immediately launched an attack, while his opponent activated a magical ability. Gao Cheng stood motionless, surrounded by a sort of protective barrier. Chen Hai realized with horror that for some reason his speed had dropped significantly and his movements had slowed down. At that moment, the assassin leaped up almost right next to him and said that the guy was a real idiot. Not only had he slowed down, but he was still far from being a serious opponent. To his opponent's surprise, Chen Hai stopped the assassin's sword with his hand and said that if the assassin thought that way, he would die today. At that moment, a massive goblin was already looming behind the assassin, and soon he brought his sword down on the adventurer. Gao Cheng, of course, was a professional and managed to jump out of the way at the last moment, dropping his weapon and getting hit by a hail of rocks. Gao Cheng was genuinely surprised, unable to fathom what technique the novice had used to block his combo so easily. And now, looking at the young man holding his sword with one hand, everyone wondered, where did this novice who had cleared only 3 dungeons get such strength? For a moment, everyone froze, assessing the situation and considering their best course of action. Xiao Shi was absolutely thrilled. He hadn't expected Chen Hai to be so strong and able to disarm the assassin in the blink of an eye. Perhaps he wouldn't even need help from the others. Miss Lin also watched the duel with concern, realizing that the opponent was too strong. Lin assumed the guy must be at the level of a typical association rookie, but that wasn't the case at all. Gao Cheng took an invisibility cloak from his inventory, put it on, and said that all he needed was the goblin with its scythe. The next moment, the assassin vanished from everyone's sight, and no one saw where he had gone. Chen Hai was alarmed. It was difficult to counter such invisibility. The goblin, too, looked around warily, holding a sword in one hand and the scythe he'd taken from Gao Cheng in the other. At that moment, without removing his cloak, Gao Cheng had already appeared behind the young man. At first, it seemed to him that he had encountered an incredibly strong newcomer with whom he could compete. But now he was even ashamed of such thoughts. He hadn't encountered a rival. He had encountered his own death. Gao Cheng believed he had given the young man a chance, but the young man had chosen death. At that moment, the girl with the title Danger Sense warned that the killer hadn't left. He was still nearby. Gao Cheng was furious with the girl and shot her a withering glare. But Chen Hai asked him what he was looking at, and in the next instant, Chen Hai's sword sliced through the adventurer assassin's chest. Blood spurted in all directions, and the man collapsed heavily to the ground, unable to comprehend how the novice had spotted him. Chen Hai explained that his perception was at 20, and every movement of his opponent was like a signal to him. The young man didn't want to get his hands dirty and ordered the goblin to finish off the assassin. While the goblin, with fury and delight, plunged its scythe into Gao Chen's body, the young man made his way back to his companions. Chen Hai approached Miss Lin and asked how long it took to join the Adventurers Association. Miss Lin replied that it would take half a day at most, and now everything fell into place. Chen Hai realized that the information about him might have been leaked by someone who knew about the cemetery cleanup. He told Miss Lin that 2 days ago, a girl had promised to admit him to the association, but that had never happened. Lin promised to look into it and said that the association was always happy to have Chen Hai and would let him know the results. Shan Li, the recruitment manager for the Adventurers Association, was sitting in his office when he unexpectedly received a phone call. Chen Hai told him that he had decided not to become an adventurer in their city. Shan Li was alarmed and didn't understand why the young man had changed his mind, but he promised that the information would be entered into the system the very next day. Chen Hai replied that he had just killed one of the most wanted criminals, and the association in his hometown had invited him to join their ranks. Shan Li replied that in that case, he understood the refusal. Becoming an adventurer in one's hometown was indeed a good option. Chen Hai agreed and said that was exactly what he had thought. After saying goodbye to the newcomer, the association's manager flew into a rage and smashed his phone. Chen Hai was pleased. Now he knew his enemy, and the enemy had no idea. The young man noticed that the girl with the unique title still hadn't left the forest and asked why she hadn't gone. The girl replied that she too had received an invitation from the association to join. Of course, she could have added that she would later buy information about Chen Hai on the black market. The next day, the newcomer was invited to the Adventurers Association branch to have his level tested. He had to deactivate his titles and skills. He was required to channel all his physical strength into a special machine with a single powerful strike. This was the official tool for testing an adventurer's baseline level. Chen Hai scored 12 points and figured he wouldn't need to go to the gym anymore. Miss Lin and the girl entered the room and asked if the test was over. The man replied that Chen Hai's strength and agility were both 12, while his goblin had scored 17. Lin hadn't expected the guy to have such a low base level, only 12. She said this didn't match what he'd shown in the dungeon. She'd expected it to be around 14 or 15. But even with that score, Chen Hai was equivalent to a 7th level adventurer, which meant he was making up for the difference with his titles. The girls, sensing danger, understood that ordinary professions and titles certainly wouldn't give a complete picture of Chen Hai. Most likely, the guy had some kind of secret combination. Chen Hai insisted that the goblin not let his guard down or get cocky, because once he activated his professions and titles, their levels would be roughly the same. By this point, Miss Lin had already issued the young man a pass containing all his data. This was done very quickly, but the girl explained that this was a special case since Chen Hai had cleared the dungeon and defeated the boss all by himself. Lin explained that mid-level adventurers typically clear such dungeons a couple of times a year, after which they gain the opportunity to join a reconnaissance group or a resource-gathering team. After assessing the young man's basic stats, Miss Lin advised him not to rush into increasing the difficulty of the dungeons. He could clear officially approved dungeons and focus on physical conditioning and combat training. Occasionally, requests to join a team will come from headquarters, and in such cases he can earn rewards for capturing criminals and monsters that have accidentally strayed into the human world. But usually such requests are sent to adventurers of level 9 and above, so it's too early to worry about that just yet. Chen Hai listened carefully to everything the girl had to say and asked a question. Rewards for completing quests can be converted into contribution points, which can then be used for title hints. It was the first time the young man had heard of such hints. It turned out that with their help, one could determine the probability of obtaining a new or repeat title. The overall effectiveness of the hints has been confirmed by the Adventurers Association. To access the network, you need to use a pass and find any information there that might interest a new member of the association. Lin added that if the young man ends up with unwanted items, he can sell them through the association or exchange them for contribution points. Suddenly, Lin asked when the guy was going to let his pet go, pointing to the enormous goblin. Chen Hai hadn't expected this turn of events. Couldn't he just keep this pet? The thing was, the bone flute summons a random goblin, and there was no guarantee that the same handsome fellow would appear next time. Lin reassured the young man, saying that this wasn't a problem. If the goblin didn't die in this world and Chen Hai wanted to summon him specifically, he could always do so again. This turned out to be great news. The adventurer and his pet welcomed it with joy. In the 6th level dungeon lay a village inhabited by a tribe of goblins. That was exactly where the goblin unexpectedly ended up after Chen Hai temporarily released him. It happened almost instantly, and the goblin didn't even have time to realize what had happened. After that, Lin suggested that the newcomers follow her. She would introduce them to the rest of her colleagues from Dongshan. Liang Jiakun was a young, aspiring adventurer. He smiled a lot and was very energetic. He was immediately advised not to forget to tone down his sensitivity to the stats of other adventurers who were stronger than him when meeting them for the first time. Zhang Jingquan thought it was ridiculous to react so strongly to everything. He was already a 3rd-level adventurer and considered himself a serious and reliable person. But the young man objected, saying it made no difference. His stats might turn out to be higher than those of the others. Chen Hai turned to the young man wearing glasses. He looked modest and intelligent, and also turned out to be a resident of Dongshan. Unfortunately, however, Yao Wenzhong was only at the 8th level and couldn't become the leader of the dungeon clearing team. Chen Hai was surprised to learn that someone else held the position of leader. Perhaps he was busy in the dungeon, but he was told that the leader hadn't shown up because he was busy searching for a criminal adventurer. According to rumors, this guy had gone after a man who had cleared the cemetery dungeon in a neighboring city. Liang Jia perked up the moment he heard the word cemetery. It was a place where plenty of weapon upgrade coupons dropped. Besides, the young man took pride in being a native of the same city as the man who had single-handedly cleared out the cemetery. And what a joy it would be to suddenly run into Mr. Chen Hai on the streets of his hometown. Suddenly, the guy noticed that everyone was laughing at his emotional speech, even though he still didn't understand why. Chen Hai raised his hand and said with a smile that he was the very person who had cleared out that cemetery. Chen Hai decided to take Miss Lin's advice and not rush things, but instead spend time improving his stats and running low-level dungeons. First and foremost, the young man wanted to clear out the dungeon in his bedroom and do it on his own. According to Miss Lin, when Chen gives it his all, he reaches roughly the 10th level of strength. With that level of power, he might not be able to clear the 7th level dungeon completely, but he'd be able to handle some of the tasks. The main thing was that everything went without any surprises like last time. The young man entered the dungeon. Looking around, he saw that nothing had changed outwardly, so he opened his status window. He knew the panel could be refreshed. Soon the young man read the new updates. As his level increased, the restrictions would become more numerous, and it was scary to even imagine what would happen after level 11. But there were now 2 missions to get out, for adventurers who weren't planning a full clear. This was a great option. After finishing the system update, Chen Hai finally decided to read up on the mission awaiting him. It turned out that it was currently Murloc breeding season. He needed to find their habitat and befriend a gnoll. Besides Murlocs, there were also gnolls in this dungeon. Meanwhile, a peaceful evening reigned in the goblin village. The goblins were going about their usual business. All the local kids had gathered around a new goblin who was roasting meat for them over a campfire and telling them about the human world, where he had recently been on a mission. But suddenly a portal appeared behind the goblin, and the little ones froze in fear. The next moment, the goblin vanished, and the portal disappeared along with him. The little goblins couldn't understand what had happened. Chen Hai was happily eating the roasted meat, while the goblin told him that gnolls were very treacherous and cunning. These creatures were something like forest bandits, real bullies and psychopaths. First and foremost, Chen Hai decided to find the spawn point to try to complete the quest. The adventurer finished his meat and told the goblin that was all he could return to his village. But the goblin wasn't very keen on that. In fact, he didn't want to at all. So the young man allowed him to stay and come along with him. On the way, Chen Hai explained to the goblin that the difficulty of this dungeon was slightly higher than level 7, so they needed to stay calm. And at that very moment, the adventurer was already being followed. A gnoll scout watched the man, and the goblin was surprised. They must have been adventurers. In one of the massage parlors, two men were chatting during their treatments. One of them marveled at Mr. Wan's courage. Wang replied that in fact there had been almost nothing to fear apart from one incident, but he had met two adventurers with enormous potential. Cao Ho Wang was one of the wealthiest men in the province and believed that if there had been reliable adventurers, his son would not have died. Wang Kuang said he remembered that tragic incident, which was why he had carefully selected who to send with him. He didn't want a hired adventurer to abandon him at a critical moment. Wang Kuang had recently heard on the news that his friend's son's death might not have been an accident at all. Mr. Wang was certain it was no accident. He had prepared 2 items for his son that were meant to ensure his survival, even in an elite dungeon. But now his son was dead, and the dungeon's owners were still alive. The man deeply regretted that the pair of adventurers had been killed before he could get to them. Otherwise, he would have made them regret ever being born. Wang Quan believed that his friend should thank the man who had indirectly avenged his son. The man said the guy's name was Chen Hai. Upon hearing that name, Wang Quan was very surprised. He said there was a man with that name on his team, and perhaps they were talking about the same adventurer. What a small world. A herd of Murlocs was running through the dungeon. They were clearly alarmed and unsettled. The Murloc leader ordered everyone to get ready. Gnoll scouts might be nearby, so they needed to be on their guard. At that moment, a strange pair leaped out of the bushes with a wild scream and swords in hand. The unfortunate Murlocs didn't even have time to react. They were quickly subdued, and now they sat bound and sobbing. Chen Hai asked the goblin if he understood their language. It turned out that this was no problem for the goblin. The goblin agreed to work as a translator for his master. But the young man said there was no need for that. He had something that would help. If that didn't work, then the goblin would step in. He was referring to an item called Song of the Sea. With its help, one could breathe underwater and communicate with aquatic creatures. Chen Hai activated Song of the Sea, sat down next to the Murlocs, and demanded that they tell him where their spawn point was. The young man hadn't even had time to explain to the Murlocs what would happen if they refused when he was spat in the face. The Murloc chieftain was outraged. Did this adventurer really think they would betray their clan? What kind of idiot would think that? The Murlocs declared that they'd rather die than say a word. The goblin was horrified by the way they treated his master. And indeed, a moment later, the Murloc captain was dead. The remaining Murlocs sat bound. One of them promised the dead captain that he would surely take revenge. And now the young Murloc avenger lay cut in two. He hadn't had time to take his revenge. One of the Murlocs, despite his comrades' disapproval, revealed that there was a cave at the bottom of the lake that was where their spawn point was located. Chen Hai killed another Murloc, but decided to spare the last one who had cooperated with him and hung him from a tree. The goblin had been hiding in the distance the whole time and was terrified by what he had seen. The men left the suspended Murloc behind and moved on. Soon, gnolls appeared in the clearing. They realized that the adventurer was quite strong. He had taken care of a group of Murlocs. The scout brought a gnoll warrior, and they carefully examined the scene. The warrior ordered the scout to return to base and tell the other gnolls to lure the Murlocs out of the lake. They would help the adventurer destroy their spawn point. The scout dashed back to base, while the warrior looked at the suspended Murloc. A moment later, it was killed. Chen Hai finally reached the lake. It turned out to be even larger than he remembered from his previous mission. First, he had to find the underwater cave and get inside it. It was unclear where it was located or how far he'd have to swim. This is the stage where most adventurers drop out. Even experienced adventurers don't always go this far. Of course, you could befriend a gnoll, leave the dungeon, buy diving gear, and come back. But Chen Hai had the Song of the Sea item, which allowed him to breathe underwater. He wasn't much of a swimmer, but Claude's combat experience in the helmet included underwater combat skills. That should have made up for his lack of experience. Unfortunately, the goblin couldn't swim and suggested staying on shore. It wasn't the best news, but there was no choice, so the young man let him go. Chen Hai activated the exit, and the goblin immediately used the portal and vanished from the dungeon. Chen Hai looked at the calm lake, which seemed peaceful and quiet. His body wasn't really suited for diving, so he decided to take off all his gear except for his helmet. Soon his warm-up was finished, and he was ready to go diving. Chen Hai dove into the water, hoping everything would go well. Within a few moments, he was able to relax. He clearly wasn't going to drown or die. The Murloc Guardian was a level 4 challenge, and he was the first to spot the approaching enemy. Chen Hai swam for a while longer, but soon realized he had reached the right spot. Peering out of the water, the adventurer saw that the entire perimeter of the cave was lined with hundreds and thousands of eggs. From these eggs hatched first-level baby Murlocs. They were very amusing and cute. Chen Hai checked his status and confirmed that he had completed the mission, which meant he had arrived at the right place. But for some reason, there were no guards in sight. Perhaps the Murlocs thought they had hidden this underwater lake very well, so they didn't post any guards. Or maybe there were guards, but for some reason they were absent at the moment. Chen Hai decided not to waste time on idle speculation. After all, he had a great opportunity and he wanted to take advantage of it. He stepped out of the water and drew his sword. Chen Hai ventured deeper into the cave, and soon he heard movement behind him, which meant that adult Murlocs were coming after all. A moment later, 4 Murlocs guarding the nest surrounded him. They were surprised to see that the adventurer had come here alone. The Murlocs were amazed. Even after all this time, there were still idiots who tried to get into this place alone. On top of that, it was unexpected to see a human who had actually made it to the egg repository. Chen Hai realized that the guards had simply been hiding and waiting for the young man to let his guard down. He wouldn't have time to put on his gear now. He'd have to use one of his abilities. At that very moment, several Murlocs were splashing about on the surface of the lake. They were having a wonderful time swimming and dozing, riding the waves, but suddenly they had to help sound the alarm. The thing was, the main Murloc forces were currently battling the gnolls. That's how they found out that a human had broken into the egg repository. And that was a serious problem. A gnoll warrior took advantage of the confusion at that moment and killed a couple more Murlocs. But it soon turned out that the Murlocs had retreated because their sentries had spotted the human. The gnoll boss ordered someone capable to be sent to the lake to keep an eye on what was happening. If the adventurer escaped, the boss wanted to know about it. At the Adventurers Association headquarters, they talked about bosses in mid-level dungeons, which could be divided into several categories. By this point, Chen Hai was quite exhausted. The Murloc guards turned out to be much stronger than usual. It seemed they were the bosses of this dungeon, but suddenly the young man heard a splashing sound coming from the lake. At that moment, elite Murlocs began emerging from the water, intent on dealing with the human who had dared to sneak up on their eggs. The lecturer explained that while some bosses' strength was rather mediocre, they could boost their fellow Murlocs' power, making it practically impossible to defeat them alone. Bu Jiming and Quan Chu were sitting in class, taking notes on the information the instructor was sharing with them. Suddenly, the man turned away from the blackboard and threw a marker at the guys, saying that they were either skipping his classes or sitting there yawning. Were his lectures really that boring? Quan Chu caught the marker, snapped it in half with a flick of his wrist, and said that the professor was constantly repeating the same thing. He promised that as soon as the professor started lecturing on more complex dungeons, he'd start paying attention. But the professor wouldn't let it go. Do these students really think he enjoys giving these lectures himself? But it's not the man's fault. The thing is, adventurers aren't capable of tackling dungeons that are far beyond their level, but they still rush in and die the moment they encounter the boss. Do these guys really want to end up in a dungeon like that and die there right away? Bu Jiming confirmed that something like this had indeed happened recently. It's all anyone's talking about on the forums. After the adventurer's death, a series of changes began within the association. Quan Chu knew nothing about this and now wanted his friend to tell him all about it in more detail. Instead of giving a lecture at the association's headquarters, Chen Hai was currently fighting murlocs in an underwater lake. He had just split yet another murloc in two with a single swing of his arm. The murloc commander warned his comrades to be wary of this newcomer. This man was a rare talent. Stealth attacks didn't work on him. They needed to attack all at once, and then he wouldn't be able to fend off attacks from all sides. Chen Hai couldn't figure out what was going on with this boss. The young man had already killed many murloc fighters, yet the boss continued to watch from the sidelines. Perhaps he views his warriors as nothing more than weeds that will grow back even if they're destroyed. The murloc boss kept shouting at his warriors to work harder and wear the adventurer down until he was completely exhausted. According to the boss's calculations, the guy was roughly on the same power level, and it was actually great that he'd come here alone. If things continued this way, they'd be able to take down the adventurer with a large number of ordinary murloc fighters. Of course, the speed at which the adventurer was killing them was impressive. But once the guy runs out of steam, the warriors will be able to kill him easily and simply. True, now the murlocs won't be able to compete with the gnolls in numbers, and that will be bad when the jackals find out about it. But the boss decided that now was not the time to think about that. He had to take a risk and get the job done. Chen Hai saw the boss advancing toward him. He'd finally decided to join the battle in person. The young man activated the Miracle Survivor title and immediately rushed into the fray, saying he'd been waiting for this moment. The murlocs watched the adventurer in horror. They shouted to their boss that the guy was very strong. Chen Hai took a running start and mid-leap struck the murloc boss, but he too was wounded in the process. Blood gushed from the young man's chest. However, he was completely satisfied with how things were unfolding. Now the last line of defense had been breached. Chen Hai quickly drank a restorative potion, remaining calm and confident in his actions. The young man jumped into the water, and the boss ordered his warriors to catch up with and pursue this adventurer, whose injuries were more severe than the boss's own. The murloc believed that the adventurer had paid for his chance at survival with a serious injury that would weaken him. The murloc warriors, even without their boss's help, would be able to catch up to the adventurer, kill him, and bring his head back to their commander. Such a passionate speech greatly inspired the murlocs, and they immediately dived into the water, hoping to catch up with the wounded man. But unexpectedly, things turned out differently than they had imagined. The adventurer managed to escape and in the process killed 2 sentries with a single blow. The man was quite skilled in underwater combat. The warriors decided not to mention this to their boss, who had most likely been mistaken in assuming that the adventurer was seriously wounded. At that moment, Chen Hai finally made it out of the water. He was pretty tired and exhausted. Chen Hai realized he had survived thanks to his title. Without it, he would hardly have been able to maintain his swimming speed and combat effectiveness. The young man continued to drink the elixir, realizing that if the murloc boss had lost his temper, Chen Hai would hardly have survived. Now Li Hao's words about how difficult it was to navigate the dungeon alone made sense. Fighting groups of monsters is very difficult, so he needed to find a strong partner as soon as possible. At that moment, Chen Hai was being watched by one of the gnolls. This jackal immediately noticed that the young man was wounded, but had nevertheless survived. The scout reported to his boss that the adventurer had made it out of the lake alive. The scout reported that he hadn't been able to get close enough to see everything clearly, but it was obvious that the young man was seriously wounded. The gnoll was very pleased to hear about the serious injury on the adventurer's body. By this point, Chen Hai had already fully healed his wounds and said he would kill all the murlocs next time. The young man put on his armor and full gear again and summoned the goblin. The goblin was glad that his master was alive and well, and now wanted to know all the details of what had happened. Chen Hai honestly admitted that there were too many murlocs in the dungeon and he couldn't handle them on his own. But he had already flipped through a book on goblin heritage and discovered that goblins can also level up. Chen Hai handed his sword to the goblin. He promised to find a dungeon in the future with monsters suitable for the goblin's level. Once the goblin had leveled up, he would return the sword to his master. The goblin was very pleased with all this, but he wanted to know what his master would use while the sword was occupied. Chen Hai showed his pet a huge scythe that he had already managed to upgrade. In addition, the young man said they needed to practice underwater swimming. It would come in handy when they returned here next time. The guys headed toward the dungeon exit and were surprised to find that the murloc hanging from a rope had been decapitated. The goblin speculated that it was probably the work of gnolls. Chen Hai paused to think for a moment, then activated the dance with death skill. In this state, the adventurer took the initiative and entered a life-threatening condition, but at the same time heightened his senses. And this came at just the right time because at that very moment, a huge gnoll was already lurking in the bushes, ready to attack the adventurer. And in the very next moment, a huge, dangerous gnoll leaped out of the bushes, an axe in hand. It attacked the adventurer instantly, but the young man managed to raise his weapon at the last moment and, thanks to that, fend off the attack. The gnoll was unpleasantly surprised since this adventurer had recently been seriously wounded, and a wounded man wouldn't have been able to pull off such a defense and should have died from his blow. The gnoll didn't waste time on unnecessary movements and, in the next instant, vanished into the bushes, fleeing from the adventurer. Chen Hai speculated that perhaps the gnoll was trying to lure them into a trap. The goblin wanted to know if they would pursue the gnoll and how they should proceed. The young man immediately imagined himself and the goblin surrounded by huge jackals. It wasn't a very pleasant picture, so Chen decided to find a strong ally to join their team, and then return to settle the score with everyone. Soon, Chen reached the exit of the dungeon and left immediately. As he undressed in his apartment, Chen reflected on how he hadn't expected mid-level dungeons to be more difficult than the 5th-level dungeons he'd previously explored. It's no surprise that after the 6th level, adventurers split into reconnaissance and strategic groups. Without enough information, it's simply impossible to clear such dungeons. Soon the adventurer's window popped up in front of the young man, and he saw that the mission had been recorded as completed, and the calculation had begun. The young man thought that, even though he hadn't cleared the dungeon, he had still killed many murlocs and survived a gnoll attack. But to his disappointment, the system rewarded him with wood and animal feed. The young man was very upset because for all that effort and suffering, he could have received something more valuable. Zhou Chang was furious when she learned that the association had issued such an order. She wanted to know why her husband had assured her that this adventurer was already dead. Shan Li replied that there was nothing he could do about it, since Gao Qingyun himself had fallen into the young man's hands and died. But the woman continued to yell at her husband and accused him of not being particularly concerned about these problems. After all, the man had gotten his job as manager of the adventurers thanks to her relatives, and if things continued this way, he would be fired. The wife said that she had greatly overestimated Shang Li back then. Otherwise, she wouldn't have given away the resources that her legendary grandfather had left her. As she spoke, the woman dialed a phone number and was about to speak with someone. She said that if the person on the other end of the line didn't take action, she would hand everything over to a stranger who would help her get revenge. The girl was sitting in her apartment reading posts on a forum when she suddenly saw a contract to kill the adventurer Chen Hai. In return, the hitman would receive an epic resource from the legendary adventurer Zhou Jianming. Coach Zhan was doing push-ups, supporting himself on his fingers and toes, while his assistant sat on his back. The girl was not only acting as a weight, but was also reading the posts and told the coach that something had appeared on the black market that might interest him. And Zhan was now doing one-armed push-ups and asked his assistant to explain what it was about. Someone was offering a relic belonging to a legendary adventurer as a reward for killing a mutual acquaintance. The coach assumed that Xu Mao had crossed someone's path again, but the assistant informed him that it wasn't about Xu Mao. Early that morning, the nurse called Chen Hai and without a second thought about waking him up or disturbing him, immediately told him that he had become a target. The young man could barely hold back a yawn and said he knew about it and had already taken care of everything. However, the nurse said that this time it was different. Someone had offered a high price for Chen Hai's life and posted the offer on the black market. As the girl spoke, Chen Hai began to listen intently. The price was simply astronomical, and even the nurse's brother would have been willing to take the risk for that item if Chen Hai hadn't saved his sister's life. Chen Hai realized that this was a very serious matter and asked her to explain in more detail everything that had happened. Miss Lin and the young man studied the ad together, which provided Chen Hai's full details, right down to his address and information about his abilities. The bounty for his murder was simply unrealistically high. More than anything, Chen Hai wanted to know if there was any way to find out who exactly had posted the ad. But Lin believed there was no need. Judging by the bounty offered, it was someone from Zhou Jianming's immediate family. The girl couldn't understand how a newcomer had managed to become the enemy of such a person, since he was practically willing to sacrifice the resources of a true legend for the sake of revenge. Chen Hai was quite frightened. He didn't personally know anyone that influential or with legendary relatives. Lin promised she would contact her boss and try to do something about it. Perhaps they could clear up this misunderstanding. In addition, Lin advised the young man not to leave the association in the coming days, because such an award would clearly attract a lot of attention. The floor was littered with shards of glass. Judging by the footprints, many people had already been there. The adventurer in Chen Hai's apartment said that, by all appearances, there had been no fight, and that the young man had been exploring the dungeon located right inside his own home. The adventurer Wang Er realized that, thanks to luck or something else, the young man had managed to avoid the first wave of people trying to kill him. If he trapped the young man in the dungeon, he wouldn't be able to escape, so Wang Er decided to go inside. Opening his status window, he realized there were several other people in the dungeon. It wasn't clear which of them were Chen Hai's companions and which had come to kill him. At that moment, one of the adventurers was lying on the ground, writhing in agony. A massive gnaw had sliced open his chest, declaring that no human could defeat him. The entire clearing was littered with the bodies of slain gnolls, and in the center lay the slain adventurer. The gnoll lord saw his subordinates, who were supposed to be guarding the entrance to the dungeon, but had somehow ended up here. The gnolls explained that all the other soldiers had been killed, their commander was seriously wounded, and that if yesterday's adventurer returned, they would have to leave the dungeon immediately. Van Er made his way through the dungeon, not understanding what was happening or where everyone was hiding. It was quiet and peaceful all around. One of the adventurers was standing on the shore of the lake, staring intently at the water, as if hoping to see someone there. On the other side of the lake were a few more adventurers who were also waiting for Chen Hai to appear. Wang Er estimated that there were 3 hunters in the dungeon. That meant the target had only one companion. Xu Mao showed up in the coach's office as soon as he found out the coach was looking for him. And Zhan had no doubt that the boy knew there was a bounty on Chen Hai's head. The coach asked the young man to call Chen Hai back and warn him. Perhaps the boy wasn't aware of it. The coach also told him to suggest that they go into any dungeon together. Chen felt cornered by the situation, unsure of whom he could trust. The young man saw that Xu Mao was calling him. I wonder if he wants to warn me of danger or check if I know about the bounty on my head. He decided not to answer because he was tired of doubting people. The 2 adventurers realized they were too late, and that other hunters had surely already driven the guy into the dungeon. However, they decided to go anyway to try to earn a trophy in the bounty. Wang Er suddenly saw the status window and noticed that the dungeon's objectives had changed, possibly due to the appearance of new gnolls. At that moment, one of the adventurers approached Wang Er and offered to introduce himself. After that, the man suggested that Wang Er join his friends, since it seemed they shared common goals. Wang Er thought about it for a while. Why not take advantage of the situation and get everything sorted out? One of the adventurers explained that he had been the first to arrive and enter the dungeon, and that Chen Hai wasn't there at all. The adventurer said he was the first to arrive, and the rest of the hunting party had followed shortly after. Wang Er didn't understand why they couldn't all leave the dungeon if the exit wasn't blocked by anyone, since all the adventurers had already gathered by the lake. The man explained that one of the adventurers possessed an ability related to sea creatures. He had discovered that an extraordinary sea beast had been born here and wanted to sign a contract with it. Wang Er still didn't understand why the adventurers couldn't just get the job done quickly and leave the dungeon. The man replied that after using a drone to search for Chen Hai, they had found traces of him. They had also found evidence confirming that Chen Hai had been in this lake, but no one understood why he had left or where exactly he had gone, so everyone was just standing there. The man began to make excuses and said they shouldn't blame him. It wasn't his fault that his companion was in this situation. He himself couldn't swim, so he had no choice but to wait for his friend to return. A typical, trivial argument broke out among the adventurers, and things escalated into insults and accusations. Wang Er said that on the whole he understood everything, but didn't see what else there was to discuss. The adventurer paused for a moment and told everyone present that his companion had died. At that very moment, in the underwater lake, one of the surviving murlocs was eating the adventurer's entrails, feeling his strength grow. An ordinary murloc had just returned from a scouting mission and was now supposed to report whether there was any more food left in the dungeon. He replied that, in addition to the adventurers whose numbers were constantly growing, there was also a group of gnolls in the forest, enough to sustain his growth. The devourer Manhwa was very pleased. He ordered the food to be brought right here, for his successful growth required corpses of a level no lower than his own. Murloc informed his master that this was currently impossible. Their military strength had weakened to such an extent that they would be unable to handle the gnolls. The devourer was very displeased by this and wanted to know how long he would have to wait. The subordinate estimated the time needed to rebuild their ranks and said it would take about 50 sunrises and sunsets. Cerberus was a 6th-level pet and quickly found the body of the slain adventurer. Cerberus led the adventurers to the man's corpse rather quickly. Lan Chi was a demon warlock and a crime investigator. The man immediately realized that this man had died in this dungeon. The girl thanked Cerberus for a job well done. Zhu Li believed that this adventurer had been very reckless and had ultimately met the fate he deserved. The investigator agreed that this was true, but he hadn't expected this idiot to effectively cut off the other's escape route himself. Li didn't know what to do now. Their professions and equipment weren't suited for underwater combat, and if they failed to complete the mission, they too would find themselves trapped in this dungeon. The situation had become a dead end for everyone, and Lan Chi began to seriously ponder a solution. It turned out that they needed to find one of the adventurers in this dungeon who was capable of completing the mission, and then they would all be able to escape. The adventurer had mentioned that his friend's profession involved strong underwater combat skills, but even that hadn't helped him escape. There was definitely something wrong with this dungeon. All the adventurers were frustrated. They didn't know exactly which idiot had gotten them stuck in this dungeon, but now they had to carry out the mission. To complete the mission, they would have to dive underwater. All the adventurers capable of fighting underwater were already dead, so their chances were practically non-existent. They had to head back to the exit. Van had said that, not counting the adventurer who failed the trial, 7 more people could have entered this dungeon. Consequently, among them, there might be someone who could help complete the mission. One of the Murlocs was watching the adventurers very closely from the water and eavesdropping on everything. Soon, all the adventurers in the dungeon gathered in one place, even though they would have preferred never to see each other. Van wasn't exactly thrilled when he realized exactly who was standing in front of him. Li recognized the King of Assassins, who was supposed to be in Gondon right now. It's unclear what he's doing here. Lan Chi asked the adventurers if they'd managed to complete the mission, but Wang admitted that he'd never intended to come in here in the first place. They'd all been tricked. Liang Jia was absolutely thrilled. It was the first time he'd heard of epic items being offered for the head of a 6th-level adventurer. Chen Hai was eating his breakfast and didn't think this was anything to be proud of. His situation was extremely stressful. On top of that, the announcement offering a huge reward had been made public. How could something like that even happen? The boy agreed that it was indeed strange, even with different laws for adventurers and ordinary people. This was the first time a bounty had been placed on an official member of the association. Yao Wen said the case was connected to a special client. The man did some digging and found out that the late adventurer had been an eyewitness to the events in Tiananmen. At that time, a massive tragedy occurred, resulting in a large number of deaths and involving the military. It was impossible to eliminate the cause, and since it remained unknown, people kept dying one after another. At one point, an 18th-level adventurer nicknamed Sun Monk, Zhou Jianming, took the brunt of the attack. With the support of his comrades, they managed to complete the operation. And his descendants received his entire inheritance and numerous privileges. Yao Wen explained that Mr. Min's grandson had died in the dungeon beneath the cemetery. In his place, Chen Hai had saved 2 ordinary townspeople, and now the granddaughter of the legendary adventurer wanted to kill the young man. Chen Hai listened to the explanation and realized that their conflict wouldn't be resolved so easily. Yao Wen said that the situation might change. The boss had already scheduled a meeting with the provincial governor and the late adventurer's granddaughter. In short, by the afternoon it would become clear how the situation would be resolved. And indeed, at that very moment, an important meeting was taking place among all the parties involved. Huang Xuan, as the representative of the province's adventurers, along with the woman who had ordered the hit, was meeting with Mr. Zheng Renjun, who led the adventurers of Dongshan City. In Chen Hai's apartment, one of the adventurers was sitting on the floor in front of the portal, unable to understand why he couldn't enter the dungeon. Everyone else had entered without any trouble, so why was he having trouble? And indeed, the dungeon was packed to the brim that many adventurers had hoped to kill Chen Hai and had ended up trapped there themselves because of it. Zheng Zhixing was an archer, but he now realized that Chen Hai wasn't there. On top of that, he had to dive underwater to complete the mission. Originally, this wasn't necessary, but because one adventurer had started the mission and failed, it was now impossible to get out without diving. There were practically no animals, berries, or edible plants in the dungeon, so there wouldn't be enough food to last everyone for long. Panic was already setting in among the adventurers present. They couldn't imagine whether they'd actually have to fight, and hoped that someone had some food and water stashed away in their inventory. One of the adventurers was Qiao Mo. His profession was that of a shapeshifter, and he could take the form of a fishman. There wasn't much hope that Qiao Mo would be able to help, but unexpectedly, even a master like Wang Er found himself in a similar predicament. The man stepped behind a tree and emerged a few seconds later in the form of a fish. Qiao Mo was about to complete the mission and slip quietly away. The man still held out hope of obtaining an epic weapon. He was now in the form of the high priest Guo Dao. The Murloc met with the priest and told his masters that a distant tribe of Murlocs had sent an envoy to them. The Murloc confirmed once again that his new acquaintance called himself High Priest Guo Dao. The Murloc wanted to know if the Lord would be willing to meet with this envoy. The boss replied that he would do so, but just in case, he demanded that all the Murlocs who had been sent out be recalled. The priest arrived in the underwater realm, and now everyone was wondering how he had managed to get past the adventurers who were on the shore. Soon the envoy set off to meet the priest. He informed Guo Dao that the leader wished to meet with the priest in person, and that they must now follow him. Soon they reached an underwater lake. The priest surfaced where the eggs were and received a notification that the mission was complete. It was just great. He hadn't even had to put in any effort. And now the Murloc boss wanted to know why the priest had come here. Qiao Mo received a warning that he wouldn't be able to defeat this dungeon's boss. The man didn't understand why such powerful characters had gathered here. The Murloc didn't understand why this guest priest was standing there, rooted to the spot while the boss was speaking to him. Qiao Mo realized there was nothing he could do. He needed to stay calm, apologize for intruding, and began to explain that he had visited many Murloc tribes, but this was the first time he'd seen a tribe that had established its nest in a place so inaccessible to land-dwelling creatures. It all sounded very plausible, but the Murloc boss said that something was clearly wrong with their guest. As soon as the priest appeared in the cave, the boss's talent signaled to him that if he ate this guest, he would be able to level up. The boss's talent shouldn't react to members of its own race, which meant the priest wasn't a Murloc. Zhou Chang was furious. She believed her brother would have had a chance to survive if Chen Hai had acted differently. The head of the association read aloud a section from the Adventurer's Handbook. It stated, "When it comes to making decisions while trying to survive in a dungeon, priority must be given to the more vulnerable groups." Based on these rules, the adventurer Chen Hai acted in accordance with the guidelines, so he is not at fault in this situation. But the woman claimed that at that moment, the young man wasn't even an official adventurer. Huang Xuan asked his companion to shut up and stop making a scene. He wanted to ask a question that was on his mind. The head of the Junshan City Association listened attentively to his interlocutor, putting aside all personal feelings. Just how strong could Chen Hai become if everything went well? After all, the young man had great potential, and legends were already circulating about him. The head honestly admitted that this young man had risen to the 6th level on his own in just 1 month, managed to kill a dangerous criminal, and had even surpassed the head himself. Chen Hai is already worthy of the title of regional leader, and perhaps he is destined to become a legend in the future. After hearing this response, Huang Xuan said the matter was closed. He promised to ask the person in charge of the black market to remove the ad. The woman began to throw a tantrum, but at that moment, Huang Xuan replied rather harshly that he had supported his grandchildren out of respect for the memory of his deceased friend. But there was a limit to everything. And now he couldn't just hand out such footage because of the girl's personal grievances, and Huang was certain his friend would have done the same. Liang Jia was overjoyed. He ran as fast as he could to share the good news with Chen Hai. The boy found his idol in the gym and told him that the announcement had been removed. The assistant coach also noticed that the post about Chen Hai's murder had disappeared. Less than a day had passed. Could Chen Hai really have been killed? Zhu Mao reassured everyone, saying that the post had simply been deleted, that their friend was alive, and that he had written that he was already home. Cochin realized that the association had come to the young man's defense. He hadn't expected the association to be so supportive of Chen Hai. Zhou Chang was returning from the meeting with Huang and wanted to know why he had changed his mind. Could it be that he was afraid of someone? Huang replied that if this matter had concerned only the Dongshan branch, he would have helped the girl, but now he was under pressure from the other side as well. It turned out that this guy, Chen Hai, had far more connections than anyone could have imagined. Qiao Mo was literally crucified and subjected to horrific torture. The man begged to be left alone and promised he would tell everything. Soon the Murloc appeared before his master and reported that the interrogation was over. Many adventurers had gathered in the forest, whose strength was on par with the leaders. But the good news was that none of them possessed underwater combat skills. So there's no need to worry about these adventurers. Besides, for some unknown reason, they found themselves trapped here and now can't get out. Due to the war between the Murlocs and the Gnolls, there isn't enough food in the forests. They won't have enough to last 50 years, and this was already becoming intriguing. Chen Hai was still at the Dongshan branch of the Adventurers Association. The head of the association came in person to inform him that the matter had already been resolved. The young man thanked him for his help, and although the wanted poster had been taken down, it was still best not to leave the association building for the next couple of months. The man was certain that many people were still willing to take the risk of tracking down Chen Hai on their own to claim the reward. The young man realized that there was indeed still a serious danger, and he would not leave the association. At that moment, Liang Jia interrupted the conversation. He wanted to know how the person who had ordered the assassination and offered a reward for it had been punished. This turned out to be more complicated than expected, since the person who ordered the hit was the granddaughter of a legendary adventurer who had passed away, and punishing her would be very difficult, though it would eventually be possible. In addition, Jian Min's relics had been transferred to the custody of the provincial official. From now on, all transactions involving them would take place under his supervision. Shan Li's grandson-in-law will definitely be removed from office soon, so they just need to bide their time, and then they'll be able to live peacefully again. Chen Hai said that his apartment has a 7th-level dungeon, and there are 50 days left before it resets, so the young man decided to give it away while he lives at the association. Representatives from the association went to Chen Hai's apartment. They saw a huge portal but couldn't do anything about it. Yao Wen confirmed that it was indeed a dungeon of the appropriate level, but due to the number of adventurers inside, they couldn't get in. The head of the association instructed the logistics team to install several hidden cameras in Chen Hai's apartment and to report if anyone managed to escape from the dungeon. Yao Wen asked how they should handle Chen Hai. The head replied that they would act in accordance with the association's code. The fact was that the young man had broken the rules by concealing the existence of the passage to the dungeon. However, at that time, the young man was not yet a member of the association. He was merely undergoing training. Therefore, he would receive a minimal punishment, and upon reaching the 9th level, would be required to complete a certain task for the association. Lin was very serious and wanted to know if Chen Hai agreed with this arrangement. The young man gave a positive response, and he was informed that starting tomorrow, he would have to attend classes. The nurse called Chen Hai to check on him. She was outraged that the adventurer had been punished after all. Chen Hai wasn't upset about it because thanks to the association's decision, the punishment was light, so things weren't all that bad. He was more worried about the bounty hunters. He knew that the dungeon in his apartment was quite dangerous, and now these people might be trapped and die there. The girl couldn't hold back her tears. She thought Chen Hai was too kind, since these people had wanted to kill him, yet he was still worried about them. Chen Hai replied that he simply didn't want to end up being to blame if something happened. The young man asked who else, besides the nurse's brother, was helping him. The nurse explained that there was another wealthy man who was outraged by the situation. He had even said that the relics of legendary adventurers needed to be protected. After hearing this, the man who runs the black market grew suspicious and quickly removed the post from the forum. Chen Hai asked her to thank the girl's brother on his behalf and suggested that once things had calmed down, they go out to dinner together. When the phone call ended, the young man thought about this wealthy man, Cao Huawen, who for some reason had stood up for him. It was very strange. And the nurse had even put her work aside. The girl was thrilled at the thought of their upcoming dinner together. C.E. Long couldn't understand what was going on with the girl. Could it really be that some ordinary guy had gotten so deeply into her head? But Wu Jian looked at his sister with affection. He understood perfectly well how she felt about her savior. Suddenly, the phone rang from a completely unknown number, but the young man decided to answer it anyway. It turned out to be Cao Huawen. As soon as he introduced himself, the young man began thanking him for his help and for having the ad removed through his influence. The man realized that Chen Hai was already aware of his actions, so now they could get straight to the point. Chen Hai listened carefully and soon learned that Mr. Wang's son had recently died in the Banshee Forest. Mr. Wang had conducted an investigation and discovered that the young man had killed the owner of the dungeon, so they were now on good terms. But Mr. Wang had decided to call for more than just that. He was a businessman, and now he had a business proposal. Together with several associates, Mr. Wang saw great potential in the young man and planned to invest in him. In turn, the businessmen were counting on Chen Hai's loyalty toward them once he took on the role of regional dealer. As soon as the young man made up his mind and decided to respond to this proposal, Mr. Wang hoped they would meet in person. Zhu Wei was a guest lecturer for a course on general knowledge of basic attributes and titles. Before beginning the lesson, he wanted to ask the students a few questions. First, he asked what the students thought about adventurers and what characteristics they considered most important. Liang Jia thought the question was nonsense. Of course, strength is the most important thing, since most missions involve killing monsters, and that's impossible without strength. Zhang Jing believed that before entering a dungeon, one must find good weapons and armor. Then even a weakling could handle basic monsters. From this perspective, even a small amount of strength would be enough for a beginner. Instead of strength, it's better to prioritize agility. It will significantly increase your chances of survival. The instructor agreed with the students' answers. Every self-respecting adventurer relied on equipment, titles, and stats, and the key attribute for successful survival was agility. Chen Hai believed that agility affected survival in dungeons. But after all, there were plenty of agile people among ordinary folks as well. The instructor explained that it was simple. Most titles and professions for novice adventurers were underdeveloped. They were incapable of providing adequate protection. That is precisely why, in the event of danger, agility becomes a major advantage for an adventurer. Chen Hai now understood why the guys he'd been fighting weren't particularly fast, but fought in a fairly restrained and agile manner. The instructor believed that adventurers with maxed-out dexterity eventually lose the ability to level up further, which is why they simply plateau after reaching level 6. This means that after level 6, you need to level up a completely different stat that will be more valuable. The instructor believed that, in addition to agility, which everyone needs, it's very important to learn how to work as a team. Therefore, you shouldn't get too hung up on individual stats, but rather focus on understanding how the team works. Chen Hai also wanted to figure out which stat to choose when several stats have the same values. The instructor replied that there is currently a specific order: charisma, perception, intelligence, physique, agility, and strength. Chen Hai was very surprised to hear that charisma ranked first. He wanted to know why that was the case. The instructor could not answer this question. He said that it was simply the accepted practice and that legendary adventurers had likely contributed to these conclusions through their influence. After that lecture, Chen Hai spent a lot of time in the library, wondering if he should change his profession. Choosing a new profession would add 1 point to his charisma. Currently, the young man's primary profession was melee combat. He was trying to find a suitable profession that would become his hidden one when Liang Jia sat down next to him. The boy told him that Ms. Lin had asked if Chen Hai would be coming to class after lunch. The thing was, a formidable martial arts master had arrived at their association today. He was a rather funny old man named Yu Changjiang, who was calmly sipping tea and watching the sparring matches. This was yet another match in which Jing Chuan emerged victorious. Chen Hai couldn't believe his eyes. It turned out that the advantage of firearms was that great. The young man had lost decisively, even though his strength and speed were superior to his opponents. The martial arts master turned to the young man and asked if he wanted to continue despite the loss. Chen replied that he wasn't tired yet, so the martial arts master asked his opponent the same question. The answer was obvious, and soon both fighters were back in position, even though Chen Hai could barely stand. The teacher announced that there would now be a break for a couple of minutes, and then they would continue. Liang Jia was very disappointed. Without his titles, his idol might even lose to him. Lin understood that Chen Hai's physical condition hadn't been very good before his dungeon expedition. He had become famous thanks to the dungeons, but his basic skills hadn't improved much. Yao Wen confirmed that this was indeed the case. The adventurer had truly performed very well in the dungeon. Throughout all the rounds, Chen's strategy was spot on, and the speed of his progress was plain to see. And thanks to his high intelligence, he was bound to start winning soon. And indeed, the next match went to Jing Chuan, who claimed another victory. It was very strange. Instead of getting tired, he seemed on the contrary to be learning and gradually becoming stronger and more resourceful. The young man lay on the ground, barely breathing, but that was exactly how it was. In this match, he had just fallen a little short in strength. The young man asked his opponent to use his title and professional skills in the next round. Jing Chuan wanted to feel the difference between himself and the association's new star. The spectators watched the unfolding match with bated breath. They could tell that the young men were taking it very seriously. Chen Hai turned to the master and asked him to step aside. The young man was afraid he might accidentally hit the man during the fight. The martial arts master advised him not to be afraid and to focus on his own match. Chen Hai activated his title and announced that the match would be over very soon. His opponent used the title Quick Lunge, but upon reading the title Survivor, he realized that Chen Hai's strength would be enhanced. Chen Hai was instantly ready for battle. He asked who would attack first. Now the young man looked completely different from how he had just a few minutes ago. Chen Hai knew that he would now be even faster than usual, and his opponent wouldn't even have time to blink. But Jing Chuan possessed a rapid lunge technique, and besides, he was eager to teach this new star of the association a lesson in front of everyone. The young man was certain he'd land a blow on the newcomer, but he soon realized his spear had missed. Chen Hai, however, not only dodged the attack but immediately counterattacked, and now his sword was pressed against his opponent's throat. Chen Hai declared that his opponent had lost, and that they would end the match there for the day. Jing Chuan was in shock. He was sitting on the floor clutching his throat, realizing that under different circumstances, he might already be dead by now. The martial arts master thanked and praised the loser, saying that the young man had fought very well, and that even he, a master, would not have been able to dodge such an attack. Don't be discouraged if you've had the misfortune of facing such a rare opponent who can predict your next move. Jing Chuan was caught off guard and had no idea that his opponent could predict his next move. If you think about it, people often make mistakes when attacking. Those who take advantage of this moment can fight skillfully, and the weak can overcome the strong. However, while this is easy to say, it's difficult to put into practice in combat. You need to see right through your opponent before they make their move. There are no more than 5 martial arts masters alive who possess this skill, so there's no point in regretting the loss. Liang Jia was absolutely thrilled. His idol had just pulled off some awesome move, and it was fantastic. Absolutely every spectator loved the match. Some were literally bursting with excitement. Liang Jia recounted how his opponent had turned pale when he lost to Chen Hai and realized his superiority. Just then, Jing Chuan came over and sat down next to them at the table to share a meal. The young man honestly admitted that from the very beginning, he had viewed Chen Hai as his rival. But now he realized that with such strength and potential, a small town like Dongshan would be too confining for Chen Hai. Liang Jia considered this obvious, since his idol had even made it through the cemetery dungeon, so he could easily become a legendary adventurer or even the head of the province. Soon an argument broke out among the guys, and it even came down to placing bets on which place would be more suitable for Chen Hai and whether he could lead the entire province. Chen Hai didn't get involved in the argument. He was busy eating and thinking about which secondary profession to choose. Chen Hai explained that he was no longer at level 6. While exploring a dungeon, he had discovered that his adventurer panel had been upgraded. In addition to his current profession, he could activate a secondary one, but Chen Hai didn't know which one to choose, so he came to ask Yao Wen. The young man replied that all of this would be covered in the lectures on primary and secondary professions, but since Chen Hai had asked, he could briefly explain it to him. Generally speaking, the adventurer profession can be divided into 2 categories, common and hidden. If a person has a common profession, they can find a suitable secondary one on the official adventurer's website. That much was clear, but the guy had a secret profession, and he wanted to know how to handle this situation. It's more complicated here, so a list of the best individual professions was compiled. You can eliminate the wrong options by process of elimination, and then choose based on your gut feeling. If you make the wrong choice, you'll end up weaker than you could have been with a standard profession and the optimal development path. Yao Wen believed that one couldn't make such a blanket statement. Adventurers with a standard profession can become legends, and their strength can be considered average. In the case of a hidden primary profession, one must be careful not to choose a profession that could become a hindrance once the player reaches a high level. However, there were a number of hidden professions that didn't require additional ones, and rumor had it that one could reach the highest level with them. However, such things happen very rarely. Some are even one-off cases. We're talking about knights of virtue. Chen Hai listened to all these explanations, and it began to seem to him that he was even more confused, so he set about researching the matter again. Finally, he found a profession that was very difficult to obtain due to a challenging trial, but if he passed it successfully, he could reach the legendary level. Chen Hai carefully reread the information about the hidden profession and decided that this was exactly what he needed. He immediately put on his gear and decided to use the Knight of Valor trial badge. Thanks to this, a portal appeared right in his bedroom. The young man activated the survivor title and set off into the unknown. To his surprise, just beyond his bedroom, Chen Hai found himself in a huge hall with columns. At the far end of the hall, he saw a throne and a knight sitting on it. This was a knight named Legend of Valor, and now he rose to greet the adventurer. Chen Hai read the notification. The mission objective was to earn the recognition of Valiant Legend, and he had to do so in just a few minutes. By this time, the knight was already advancing, holding a massive axe in his hands. Chen Hai couldn't quite figure out the task. Did he simply need to hold out for 10 minutes, or did he have to earn recognition within that time? But immediately, warnings flooded in that he had encountered a legend, and due to the vast difference in strength, his survival skill was activated, causing the legend encounter to fail. Chen Hai managed to jump out of the way, and the knight plunged his axe into the stone floor. Chen Hai looked at his opponent and thought that this guy must be stronger than Claude, but so far it didn't seem that way. So first and foremost, he decided to test the waters and figure out exactly how much of a gap there was between him and Legend right now. Just a few minutes later, the young man was back in his bed with his arm bandaged and covered in injuries. It was hard to understand how he'd managed to hold out even for a short while. No one was capable of passing this test. Chen Hai thought he needed to change his tactics and use what he was best at, and that was a new idea he had to try out immediately. The doors to the enormous hall swung open once more. The knight looked but could not see who had come to him this time. The Knight of Valor rose from his throne and walked deeper into the room. This knight's weakness was his perception, and he could not see Chen Hai in his invisibility cloak. At that moment, the knight raised his hand, and a huge ball of fire glowed on his fingers. Soon he tossed the ball high into the air, and everything around him was bathed in bright light. Chen Hai became visible again, and then everything proceeded as usual according to the manual. Only a couple of minutes had passed, and the young man was lying in his bed again. Now his leg was injured, and his face had swollen even more. Who would have known that the legend was capable of seeing through the invisibility cloak? Chen Hai decided he'd recover a bit and face this legend of valor once more, though it seemed he didn't stand a chance just yet. A little time passed, and soon the adventurer's next encounter with the knight, the legend of valor, took place once more. A powerful blow from the knight sent the young man flying far to the side. A few more blows, and Chen Hai felt himself beginning to disintegrate into pixels. The young man didn't know if this hell would ever end for him or not. A little more time passed, and once again it was the same scene in the arena. Chen Hai had returned to fight the knight. Chen Hai was training in the gym when Yao Wen approached him and reported that the group of adventurers had still not completed their mission and were still staying at Chen Hai's house. Of course, no one knows what happened inside, but if they don't complete the mission before the deadline, there will be trouble. Yao Wen wanted to know more about this dungeon so he could figure out how to resolve the situation. Chen Hai didn't particularly like to talk about his personal life and affairs, but now he had no choice. Chen Hai suggested they talk somewhere else, assuming there might be hidden cameras in the association's building. Inside the dungeon, the situation remained at a standstill. The adventurers realized that Qiao Mo was missing from their group. They set out to search for him, looking everywhere, but there was not even a trace of him left. However, there were no signs that he had gone toward the lake, so Lan Qi ordered them to continue the search. Everyone understood that if they didn't find a solution soon, they were in for big trouble. Wang had already noticed a pattern. The dungeon's difficulty increased over time. Moreover, a new generation of murlocs was due to hatch soon, and when that happened, most of the adventurers would likely perish. Zheng Renjun was hearing about the murloc dungeon and the missions to clear it for the first time. An emergency meeting was held, during which Chen Hai told the association's leaders everything he knew about his dungeon. The head of the Dongshan City adventurers clutched his head, realizing that the problems in his life would likely never end. Lin asked the young man what he knew about the official rules of the underworld. Everyone knows that after the upheaval, the roles of humans and the dungeon's native inhabitants are reversed. Monsters may come to the human world to plunder, while the dungeon becomes a place of survival for humans. Lin praised the young man and told him he had done a great job. Everyone also knows that people who come to Earth must fulfill certain conditions before they can return to their own world. Chen Hai was very surprised when he realized that aliens also have quests. Lin confirmed that their missions were very similar to those of humans. For example, killing murlocs could result in the destruction of a human target. Chen Hai was simply in shock, and Lin thought he wasn't listening to her at all. However, the young man felt that the whole thing was just very complicated. The assistant informed the coach that next month there would be a level 7 dungeon reset. This dungeon is home to murlocs and gnolls. It needs to be explored, and the mission is to eliminate the murlocs. The reward for this quest is an official quota to clear dungeons of the same level. A request came in to recruit Xu Mao. Chen Hai didn't understand why their leader, Zheng, who was himself a level 14 adventurer, wanted to recruit other adventurers. The man replied that once the coup took place, he would no longer be able to act as he pleased. It turns out that this was the unspoken rule of the coup. When it occurs, the human world becomes a prison in the eyes of the Murlocs. But according to the Iron Law, the entry level remains unchanged before and after the coup, so Zheng can't do anything until the Murloc completes its mission. It's clear why the graveyard was only a level 5 dungeon, yet it was home to legendary figures. Zheng confirmed that this rule isn't mandatory. The man explained that adventurers from Russia had already tried to do this. As a result, the entrance becomes larger, and consequently high-level monsters can cross over into the human world. Lin didn't like any of this at all, and she began to consider the army, realizing that it would be awkward for a high-level adventurer like Zheng to take action. Chen Hai believed that the army and thermal weapons were far more reliable than adventurers and could more effectively resolve the issue of the coup. Chief Sheng explained that over the past few decades, every country that had dared to take such a step had come to deeply regret it. Chen Hai couldn't understand why they regretted it and wanted someone to explain this point to him. Lin said that in this case, a mirror principle glitch appears very quickly. The levels before and after entering the dungeon are reversed, while the difficulty of the trial remains unchanged. But when the army intervenes and thermal weapons are used, the balance of power shifts. This means that the actual difficulty of entering the dungeon will be much higher than it initially appears. If the military quickly subdues the monsters upon entering the dungeon, the difficulty will increase the next time until it matches the strength of the defenders in that area. Lin explained that after level 11, the role of weapons becomes less and less significant. Moreover, such dungeons will contain monsters that must be destroyed with nuclear bombs. To sum up, bringing in the military won't solve the problem completely. It will only buy a little time. If we ignore the hidden danger and continue to rely on weapons, the problem will inevitably come to light sooner or later. Adventurers will have to face monsters capable of rivaling even the most advanced weapons. Chen Hai now understood the issue wasn't that adventurers couldn't use weapons to solve the problem, but that the cost was too high for a densely populated country. After that, the young man began training even harder, working every day to increase his strength. Everyone could see that Chen Hai was pushing himself too hard, giving it his all without holding back. Liang Jia worried whether his idol's body could withstand such a regimen if he continued to train like this every day. Zhang Jing asked if the young man had spoken to Ms. Lin about this. After that, the young man reported that Chen Hai was planning to head to the dungeon next month. Meanwhile, the adventurers in the dungeon were still biding their time by the sea and were now simply preparing dinner. Wang Er explained that the Murlocs in the lake were refusing to come ashore. Most likely, their leader realized that the adventurers had fallen into a trap. If things continued this way, the Murlocs would begin their attack in a few days. Lan Chi wanted to know what the other adventurers thought about this and what their mood was like. Wang Er said that everyone was feeling quite optimistic, and Xiao Mo's disappearance had caused them virtually no concern. Chen Hai, a lean, muscular guy, was putting in a lot of effort and training hard. Suddenly, a girl appeared in front of Chen and offered him a cold drink. It was surprising that she wasn't in class. The girl replied that of course she didn't have to be at school, but someone was having trouble, so she decided to go through the dungeon. Former adventurer and instructor Han Kume said that today, instead of a lesson on dungeon minerals, they would be learning the rules for entering the game. This lesson would contain a lot of information that could not be disclosed. Therefore, before starting the lesson, everyone present must sign a non-disclosure agreement. The students understood this and immediately signed the papers, hoping to learn some truly interesting information. The girl in the mask handed the contract to Chen Hai, and the young man was finally able to make out her real name. Su Yu was upset when she realized she had given herself away, and she wanted the topic to be dropped as quickly as possible. The instructor reiterated one last time that the information she was about to share must not be disclosed to third parties. Any violation of the contract would result in punishment, and anyone who broke the rules would deeply regret it. Han Kume had finally collected all the signatures, and now they could move on to explaining the new information. All adventurers, of course, know and have seen the official rules for entering the dungeon. The instructor used the association's dungeon and generated a mirror image of it after flipping it to expand its size. As an example, she chose the 7th level dungeon which was about to appear in their city. After it was flipped, the entrance's location would remain unchanged, and a human dungeon of the same difficulty would be created in the city of Dunsha for Murlocs. In this dungeon, adventurers cannot use their titles. Currently, there is no definitive conclusion in academic circles, But the prevailing view is that this is a balanced adjustment based on a situation that favors the defender. In fact, this is easy to understand. Compared to defenders, attackers are always at a geographical disadvantage. If the defender's combat power is unrestricted, the attacking side is at a disadvantage. Chen Hai suggested using the dungeon as an example. He wanted to know if the Murlocs would become stronger if they entered the human world. The instructor replied that before the Murlocs made their escape, their strength would increase slightly. In other words, monsters that have completed the escape mission will be more willing to carry out the mop-up mission because of the benefits associated with the escape mission. Su Yu also wanted to ask her own question. Wasn't it possible to resolve the coup problem with weapons? But the instructor replied that using weapons would make it much harder to enter the dungeon. And if they didn't want to face new challenges, it would be better not to use weapons to solve this problem. Liang Jia suggested finding 2 bosses to block the door and letting the monsters kill each other. But the instructor said that after the coup, the central entrance would become an absolutely advantageous zone for the attacker. It would be impossible to use titles, and the defenders would also lose their base bonuses. Chang Jing suggested gathering as many people as possible. If 5 people blocked the door, it would be safe, and the group would have a clear advantage. The instructor explained that there had already been adventurers who'd tried this approach, and it worked quite well. However, a dungeon that's disadvantageous to the attacker changes its type. It becomes a survival dungeon. In this case, an entrance to a survival-type dungeon of the same level appears in the world. The most typical examples are the cemetery and the tomb of fear. And then the mechanism will be triggered. At least in their own country, adventurers try to prevent this from happening. Liang Jia clutched his head in exasperation. You can't do this here. There are restrictions there. Maybe we should just evacuate the locals and take out the monsters one by one. Han Kume calmed the young man down, saying that, in fact, the adventurers had already found a way to quickly resolve the problem of the dungeon's uprising. All the students fell silent and listened intently to what the instructor was about to tell them. Until one of the intruders into the human world is captured, the adventurers maintain its vital signs until the duration of entry into the dungeon reaches 0, at which point there will be no new wave of monsters. Inside the Murloc dungeon, the adventurers who were trapped there had once again gathered. Lan Chi announced that he wanted to discuss security issues for the coming days with everyone present. The man didn't understand what kind of security issues could be at stake. After all, this dungeon was only level 7. If it had been suitable for underwater combat, they wouldn't be stuck here. Another adventurer, upon hearing this, told him to shut up and listen, because the dungeon turned out to be not so simple after all. The man said that, of course, if his companion understood everything, then he should explain it to the rest of the dummies. The adventurer said they needed to carefully read the name and description of this dungeon's quest. Murloc breeding season, destroy the incubation reserve. These were obvious hints, but the dumbass didn't even react. If things continue as they are, the number of Murlocs in the lake will soon increase even further. Their boss loves teamwork. Those who don't join the team effort are bound to die. In other words, we need to discuss how to protect ourselves when the Murlocs come ashore. Wanger considered this the main problem. Last month, he traveled to Guangdong province to assist the Adventurers Association, which was involved in the coup in the underworld. There, the young man learned some information that is not usually disclosed. Officials had discovered that the rules in the overturned underworld favor the enemy. Since the entrance to the dungeon is located in the city center, the defender's combat power is severely limited within a certain range. Based on the principle of symmetry, similar rules will also apply in the dungeon where they are all currently located. The man wanted to know exactly to what extent these restrictions would apply. Van explained, if we take them as an example, they will enter a zone that favors the attacker and will no longer be able to use titles or their primary acquired attributes. If titles can't be used, it's better to just forget about them. Even basic attributes will be disabled near the entrance to the dungeon. These restrictions are too harsh. Chen Hai pondered the entry rules in the mirror dungeons, trying to figure out how best to use his abilities. The young man wanted to choose an effect related to perception. That could have been a huge help, but now such a tactic was out of the question. Chen Hai decided not to think about it at all for the time being. He needed to try to adapt to combat without the ability to see the future, and the young man resolved once again to go meet the knight. Chen Hai went to his duel with the Knight of the Legend of Valor as if it were his job every morning. The knight, it seemed, was also eagerly awaiting this crazy adventurer, and without saying a word, immediately began to attack. In the blink of an eye, the Knight of the Legend of Valor leaped toward his opponent, and Chen Hai didn't even have time to blink. He soon realized that without his ability to see the future and his title, his strength had dropped so drastically that the fight lasted only 18 seconds. Chen Hai decided to find another secondary profession that could enhance his perception. This would give him at least some hope for the future. First thing in the morning, Chen Hai set out to find Yao Wen, intending to discuss the additional profession once more. The young man wanted to clarify whether it was possible within the association to use contribution points to exchange for the equipment needed to change professions. Lin confirmed that this was possible. However, the contribution points required for a transition involving intelligence, perception, and charisma were far too high. At the same time, in Lin's opinion, the contribution received was definitely insufficient. Chen Hai already knew this. He had double-checked the information before coming to the meeting, but Chen Hai had 2 titles that were not included in the official guide. The young man wanted to trade these titles to acquire potential clients in exchange for contribution points. Lin promised to call on Yao Wen for help right away. Just then, the young man walked into the office. He wanted to know if Chen Hai had decided on a profession. Yao Wen said there was no need to wait any longer. It would be at least another half a year before Chen Hai was sent back to the dungeon. Perhaps by then, the optimal path for a new hidden profession would have opened up. But the young man replied that he didn't want to wait that long because he had already figured out that he needed only 2 perception points to activate his core skills. Yao Wen didn't argue with the young man, realizing that Chen Hai wasn't just a talented adventurer, but also a smart young man. Yao Wen handed the young man an envelope containing documents for an additional profession regulated by the association that could grant perception points. Chen Hai began studying the details and discovered that it was the seeker profession. It added 3 perception points as well as intelligence points when searching for specific items. Yao Wen wanted to make sure the young man was truly confident in his choice. Chen Hai confirmed that he truly wanted to become a seeker. He would gain the abilities he needed. Yao Wen promised to contact the Adventurers Association in the neighboring city immediately so they could send an appraiser to determine the value of Chen Hai's title. If the value exceeds that of a seeker's professional certificate, Yao Wen will consult headquarters on the matter. The next day, an appraiser named Kaiji arrived at the association. He wanted to assess the value of 2 titles, Death is Not Life and Battle with a Legend. Chen Hai greeted the man and was ready to provide him with all the necessary information. After some time, the appraiser said that both titles had a stunning effect, but the difficulty of obtaining them and the necessary prerequisites were too stringent. Therefore, the appraiser stated that the value of the titles would be significantly lower compared to titles of the same level. Chen Hai was very upset. However, the appraiser asked him not to worry. This would be enough to purchase the certificate of career change. A few more days passed. Lin gathered all the students again, and they were required to land a strike to measure their strength without using their titles. Chen Hai hoped that this time he would achieve an excellent result, since he had been training very hard and extensively. Liang Jia was disappointed once again, unable to understand why his idol's base strength was only 13. He thought it should be at least 14. Cheng Jing replied that this was his current score, but once Chen completed the dungeon, he would definitely reach 14 or even 15. Everyone acknowledged that Chen had been working very hard lately, but even Yao Wen, who trained constantly, had only reached level 14 after 2 months. Lin was very envious of the Bandage Master attribute. She asked Chen Hai if in the future he couldn't use this attribute to sell it to their association. Chen Hai replied that he would definitely do so, but they would have to wait until his base strength and agility reached 16. At that moment, Yao Wen entered the room. He had just prepared the necessary documents. It turned out that the certificate for changing professions had arrived. As soon as Chen made it to his bedroom, he immediately began activating his secondary profession. Soon a notification appeared stating that the adventurer's primary profession was one who escaped death, and that the seeker profession had been unlocked for him. Chen Hai read that he had gained a new effect. The closer he gets to death, the greater the increase in strength and agility. 8 trials were activated for the adventurer, the first of which was rowing on the Congo River. Considering what people gain through physical exercise, the maximum sensitivity value is 16. But once you reach the limit, you can challenge it again. Chen Hai was absolutely thrilled. He decided to head to the gym right then and there, in the middle of the night, and train until he was exhausted, intending to keep doing this from now on. Shan Li couldn't believe his ears. He was told that a mistake had been made. The man didn't understand why he had to go to Dongshan to fill out some paperwork, since he'd already gone through a lot of unnecessary trouble because of the incident with the dungeon coup. But Huang Xuan was adamant. He said that Shan Li's goodwill points had already been exhausted, since he knew full well that Shan Li was aware of who had caused the collapse in the Murloc dungeon. Furthermore, Shang Li must be prepared for the fact that starting next month, he will no longer be the adventurer's manager. Therefore, he is now becoming an ordinary seeker and will receive assignments just like any other seeker. Chen Hai was indeed spending day and night in the gym now, sparing no effort and working at full capacity. The adventurers, trapped in the Murloc dungeon, gathered to plan their next move, but everyone's spirits were at an all-time low. Lan Qi tried to cheer them up, saying that this was their final day. They would pass this test and be able to return home. At the Murloc's underwater base, everyone was preparing for the assault. The commander-in-chief reported to Lord Manhanus that there were 24 ugly ones in the lair, as well as 69 elite Murlocs and about 800 sentries, captains, and soldiers. Manhanus was very pleased and thanked the boss for his excellent work. The devourer Manhanus ordered the Murlocs to kill the adventurers and bring back their bodies. Thanks to these bodies, he would be able to level up even further. Chen Hai, working out in the gym once again, decided to check his adventurer panel. He carefully studied his stats and continued his workout. Su Yu came up to him and immediately told him he was strange. In a few hours, the dungeon will be turned upside down, yet instead of conserving his strength, Chen Hai is doing strength training. The young man replied that he had been training this way for the past 2 months. Chen Hai wanted to know why the girl had come looking for him at such a late hour. Su Yu honestly said that her title, Danger Warning, was urging her to leave this city as soon as possible. There was nothing more to add. The adventurers were also sitting around the campfire, trying to figure out how to save their lives. One of the adventurers wanted to know, if the Murlocs came ashore soon, should they try to defeat the boss, in which case the other mobs wouldn't pose much of a threat. One of the adventurers started getting upset since everyone had already decided to stay near the exit and return together once the time limit expired. Why try to add drama to their lives right now? Besides, they shouldn't forget that the mission isn't complete, so there's no question of any reward for killing the boss. But the man believed that it wasn't about killing the boss. There was simply one way to return home through the dungeon, and this was exactly that case. According to the mirror principle in the new dungeon, the maximum number of contenders will be 15. If you subtract the number of adventurers, it becomes clear that the boss will arrive with his minions and will compete with the players for these spots. The man figured that until the 4 Murlocs burst through that entrance, some of them would have to stay here. The adventurer in the knitted hat hoped that the Murlocs wouldn't come at all, and that they would hold out just fine, so there was no need to spread negativity. But at that moment, one of the adventurers said that the Murlocs were bound to come and showed everyone a tarot card. By profession, Zhang Jixing was a tarot reader, and he laid out the cards. For the next few hours, his fate would be nothing but bad luck. Chen Hai realized that the situation was very serious, and he wanted to know when Su Yu had received the warning from the title. The girl replied that it had happened 2 hours ago. Chen Hai remembered that this title could help locate people who posed a threat to Su Yu's life. But how had the girl now learned that there would be danger in the city? Su Yu explained that her title had a blind spot in its warning system, so she had joined the association, earned contribution points, and exchanged them on the internal network for strange items that helped compensate for its shortcomings. But now she didn't want Chen Hai to drag her into trouble again. Su Yu said that the guy, just like Lin, had no idea how dangerous the dungeon had become after the coup. Come to think of it, the danger alert went off the moment Su Yu was outside the danger zone. And that means the danger zone can't stop the Murlocs. Their sphere of activity will expand to cover the entire city. Su Yu realizes she's out of luck, because the association will definitely recruit her to fight the Murlocs, which is why the title urges her to leave the city as soon as possible. Chen Hai wanted to know whether she had discussed this situation with the senior adventurers or not. Su Yu confirmed that she had. Considering that 15 adventurers are trapped in the dungeon, that means the same number of Murlocs will ultimately emerge into the human world. It's important to understand that Murlocs are weaker in one-on-one combat. Even if a few Murlocs break through the defensive line, the Dongshan adventurers will have enough strength left to respond and capture them. Chen Hai sat lost in thought, mulling over everything he'd heard. Su Yu wanted to know if he believed her. She also mentioned that she'd already sent her parents to a neighboring city. Chen admitted that he wanted to believe her, but didn't understand what they could do on their own. Su Yu said that thanks to the warning and the invisibility cloak, they could protect the weak Murlocs who had strayed from the army, and then, if the situation got out of control, they would be able to minimize the damage. Three adventurers in the dungeon were discussing how their tarot cards had dealt them death and misfortune. Not all adventurers believed in the tarot, and if an adventurer's secondary profession was so useful, how did he end up in this situation in the first place? But the tarot reader replied that before setting out for this dungeon, he had drawn the Fool card, which signifies a wrong direction, but he had misinterpreted it, and that was why he ended up here. For the tarot readers Wang Er and Lan Qi, these two drew the Queen and the World cards, which symbolized success. Another adventurer drew the Tower card. The man immediately realized that things were looking bad. Now the adventurer realized that if he proceeded as he had originally planned, it would end badly for him. He confirmed that the situation was indeed very dire and that there was a high probability they wouldn't be able to escape this dungeon at all. The man asked for another reading. If they followed his plan and the adventurers killed the boss and drove the remaining murlocs back into the lake, would the adventurers' luck improve? At that moment, a man approached the fortune tellers and asked them not to do anything yet and not to lay out the cards. Lan Qi suggested improving the plan. Given that the number of murlocs in this dungeon could reach the hundreds or even thousands, their commander-type boss has no advantage. Therefore, if they started a war with them, most of the adventurers would simply perish. The man in the suit realized that Lan Qi was simply suggesting they stay by the exit and wait. And that made sense after all. He'd played it safe, and that was the best course of action for him. But Lan Qi replied that they needed to prepare for different types of bosses. If the boss reinforces his team, they should first use a decoy to lure out most of the murlocs, then take out the boss. Therefore, someone needs to conduct preliminary reconnaissance, identify the boss, and launch a signal flare. Wang Er volunteered to take on this task. That way, they'll be able to confirm the boss's type in advance and devise a plan for attack or defense. Soon, most of the adventurers agreed that this plan was more reliable and worth following. Chen Hai thought this might be a good solution with minimal risks, but he still wanted to avoid such a situation. Chen suggested trying to convince Yao Wen, but to do so, he would need Su Yu's help. Chen Hai suggested that the girl go with him to his home to assess the number and nature of the dangerous threats opposite the entrance to the Murloc dungeon. Inside the dungeon, the atmosphere among the adventurers was growing increasingly oppressive. The girl had drawn the death card yet again and was now simply sobbing as she sat on a log. The men believed she had lost the luck lottery twice in a row, which meant there was a high probability of dying in this dungeon. The Fool card was drawn again by one of the adventurers. He wanted to know how he should interpret it. The tarot reader explained, in this case, the Fool card means that the person will use the strength within themselves and around them to achieve their goals. The adventurers were clearly going crazy with anticipation. The results of the divination were known to all except for a few who had drawn the death card. The overall mood of each adventurer had improved, and there was a noticeable positive trend among them. Since most people had good results, it's worth carrying out the plan. Those who drew the God of Death and Tower cards were in a weak position, and the other adventurers needed to look out for them. Wang Er realized the meeting was over, and he now set out as a scout to determine the type of boss in this dungeon. If the boss has a group-wide buff, half the adventurers will act as decoys, and the others need help to get a chance to take it down. While the adventurers were figuring out who among them would serve as bait, Wang Er activated his invisibility and perched in a tree with his binoculars watched. The young man saw murlocs gradually emerging from the lake. There were quite a few of them. Wang Er noticed that the boss was commanding from the rear, with elite-level monsters serving as his bodyguards. That meant he must be weaker than ordinary monsters of the same level. Wang Er fired a red signal flare. He had to urgently warn the others that the boss was reinforcing his team. Seeing the red light, the adventurers realized what kind of boss awaited them. Unfortunately, some of them were thinking about the work ahead. Lan Qi pointed at the signal flare and told everyone that the boss was in that direction. According to the plan, the decoy group was to head to the starting point and wait until they had attracted enough monsters, at which point the attack would begin. The decoy adventurers were to wait for a signal from their comrades. Lan Qi wished everyone a safe return. Several adventurers had reached the rendezvous point and were about to send the signal when a man stepped forward. He said that his primary profession was that of a magical archer and that his capabilities were limited in a head-on attack. So the adventurer asked for permission to perch on the nearest tree. His companions didn't understand why he had joined the decoy group if that was his profession. The man admitted that he didn't want to be in the same group as the people who had drawn bad cards. In short, believing in cards and fortune-telling was utter nonsense. But they still let the archer climb the tree. However, it was all a brazen lie. In reality, this con artist wasn't a tarot reader at all, but an impersonator capable of mimicking other professions. And now, pretending to be a tarot reader, he was spouting complete nonsense. Furthermore, Zhang Jixing used his skills as a con artist, and when the participants drew dangerous cards, it had a powerful effect under the influence of hypnosis. For himself, the man drew the death card. And to change his fate, he added fuel to the fire by proposing a plan to kill the boss and drive out the Murlocs who had landed on the shore. And now, with everyone busy with their own tasks and following the plan, Zhang Jixing could calmly make his way back to the dungeon exit. On the ground, right in the middle of the forest, lay some mysterious object, and a group of Murlocs immediately took notice of it. One of the Murlocs picked up the object. It was clear to everyone that it didn't belong in their dungeon. The Murloc boss surmised that the red glowing object had been released by an adventurer who had informed his companions that the Murlocs had come ashore. At that moment, two green glowing objects appeared in the sky, and the Murlocs watched them warily. The boss immediately realized that this was a declaration of war. The adventurers had designated the battlefield by default. The devourer Manhwa was very angry as he listened to the scout's report. He said that a great deal of time had already passed, but for some reason the adventurers' bodies still hadn't been delivered to him. The Murloc explained that this was because the adventurers had hidden far away, and it would take a great deal of effort to find them. The devourer shouted that he would, of course, wait a little longer, but if nothing changed, he would go hunting himself. The two adventurers huddled together, their backs pressed against each other. They were supposed to serve as bait, but for some reason the Murlocs still hadn't shown up. The men hoped the monsters had noticed their signal. Only a short time passed before the Murlocs appeared, surrounding the adventurers from all sides. Cerberus sensed the monster's presence. He ran around his master and barked loudly throughout the dungeon. Vanner jumped down from the tree where he'd been keeping watch and shared everything he'd learned about the boss. You could spot him if you went in a certain direction. However, Vanner didn't recommend attacking the boss because there were too many Murlocs around him. Given the number of adventurers, they wouldn't be able to win quickly in a head-on attack. Furthermore, it would be difficult to get close to the boss even using stealth tactics. A head-on attack would lead to a long battle, and the Murlocs that went to deal with the decoy would likely return with reinforcements. The man suggested splitting up again and drawing the Murloc's attention, creating conditions that would allow him to get close to the boss one-on-one. The man was confident if the adventurers could hold out for just 5 minutes, that would be enough time for him to kill the boss. All the adventurers began to think it over and assess their capabilities. Would they be able to hold out that long? Given the situation, these people simply had no other option, so they agreed to give it a try, but asked him to act as quickly as possible. It was unlikely the adventurers would be able to hold off the Murlocs for more than 5 minutes. One of the Murlocs felt terribly sleepy and yawned while standing guard. His comrade, noticing this, started yelling at him, demanding that he stay alert and not miss the enemy's approach. At that moment, a group of adventurers suddenly leaped out of the bushes, and one of the Murlocs shouted, "Set it on fire!" Soon, pink smoke appeared above the trees, which was immediately spotted by the main group of monsters. The boss confirmed his suspicions about the decoy. He realized that the adventurers wanted to weaken his forces and take advantage of the opportunity to kill him while he was unguarded. One of the elite Murlocs asked whether they should send guards to help when the enemy appeared. The boss declared that these were most likely not the strongest warriors. In the past, they had used a large army to defeat the main forces, and then one of them had sneaked in to kill the boss. The Murloc boss surmised that these people might do exactly the same thing. Just at that moment, the adventurers activated their stealth ability. At that very moment, the devourer Manhwa was already practically in a starvation-induced coma. He said he couldn't wait any longer, even though his assistant begged him not to be so reckless, since it was very dangerous on the shore right now. However, the devourer simply destroyed his assistant, slicing him in two with a single flick of his wrist. The devourer was confident he could handle any danger, and now, surrounded by his entourage, he made his way from the lake to the shore. The devourer made it to shore and immediately caught the pleasant scent of human flesh. Unable to contain himself, the devourer rushed forward, intent on devouring everything, all because it was his favorite food. Zhang Jixing was lying under a tree, enjoying life near the exit of the dungeon. He didn't know how things were going for the others, but he was certain that the couple of idiots were definitely dead by now. When Lan Qi and Wang Er returned, he would tell them that he'd encountered too many Murlocs, and after his companions had died, he'd had no choice but to retreat. The man was certain they would believe him, and as for the death card, He was confident he'd handled everything perfectly. At that moment, a murloc emerged from behind the trees, looked at the adventurer in surprise, and ran off. Zhang Jixing couldn't figure out what was going on with this murloc. It couldn't be that he had accidentally strayed from his group and gotten lost. Even if that were the case, he couldn't let the murloc have the chance to warn his companions about the adventurer's location. For now, it had to remain a secret. The archer released an arrow, which caught up with the murloc at tremendous speed and pierced right through him. Despite the through-and-through wound, the murloc somehow managed to keep moving, and now it had already fled the area of the attack. Zhang Jixing finally looked around and saw murlocs approaching him from all directions. Wang Er noticed that the adventurer who was about to fight the boss had stepped forward, even though it was still too early to do so. The man's nerves were clearly starting to fray. He wanted to deal with these murlocs as quickly as possible and was now closing in on the monsters, activating his ability. Dongguan was very strong. A huge weapon, something like a cleaver, soon appeared in his hands. Zhang Jixing tried to catch his breath. He'd really been put through the ringer while cutting down a huge number of murlocs. The man couldn't understand how the monsters knew about all the ambushes. After all, he'd nearly died at the hands of the murlocs. At that moment, the devourer emerged from the bushes. He thought it was a waste to eat a human right away, but he had no other choice. He urgently needed to refuel. Zhang Jixing didn't understand why the dungeon boss was right next to him or what the other adventurers were doing. At that very moment, one of the wounded murlocs mustered his last ounce of strength to raise his spear and pierce the man's body with it. It was probably some kind of joke, but the 8th-level archer had been killed by the weakest murloc, who stood over the adventurer's body in sheer delight. At that very moment, something strange began to happen to the murloc. His body was growing right before our eyes. The situation where a low-level murloc kills a high-level human and levels up had taken effect. Now standing before us was a 7th-level murloc assassin. Murlocs use stealth attacks to kill invaders whose strength far exceeds their own. In this way, they level up, and now the devourer ordered the little one to go and tell all the other murlocs what had happened. The little one immediately set out to carry out the devourer's order. He was to send several murlocs to guard the boss. Meanwhile, the adventurer was trying to fight his way to the boss using his huge and powerful weapon. Soon, the man realized the situation was reaching a stalemate, because even the ordinary monsters were quite challenging, and he came under attack and was wounded. Feeling overwhelmed, the adventurer turned to Van Er, urging him to stop hiding and help him. The murlocs immediately realized that this man had not come alone. But the boss wouldn't let his personal bodyguard go look for the other person, thinking it might just be a trick by the adventurers. After all, last time, one man had pretended to have accomplices around him, and as a result, the boss had sent part of his guards away. He didn't want to go through that again. As had already become clear, all the adventurers had their own plans and ambitions. Wang Er's were the highest. He wanted to get the enhancement scroll and, leaving the boss to his companion, Wang Er intended to kill the murloc. At that very moment, Chen Hai brought Su Yu to his apartment, and she was supposed to check for any danger inside the dungeon. But as soon as the young people entered the apartment, they saw that the portal was continuing to grow right before their eyes. Chen Hai didn't want to investigate further and simply asked the girl to activate her title. As a permanent member of the association, Wang Er was privy to certain secrets and was the only one among those trapped who understood what he could gain after clearing the level. Unfortunately, the guy wasn't good at underwater combat, so he watched sadly as rare items passed him by. At one point, a hunter approached him and suggested they discuss some business. Wang Er took a commission for boss kills and was well-versed in the dungeons of the bug level. The adventurer said he planned to hunt this dungeon's boss on his own and asked Wang Er to take on the task. The man admitted that unfortunately, he was unable to fight underwater, but he was confident that the murlocs would come ashore before the mission's deadline. Sooner or later, the adventurers, would face the murlocs in combat, and when that happened, he wanted to defeat them single-handedly. Van Er wanted to know what benefit the man would gain, since if he couldn't fight underwater, he wouldn't be able to clear the level even if he killed the boss. The hunter replied that he had his own plans for improving his profession. The boss of this dungeon met his basic needs for career advancement, especially since murloc bosses aren't very strong. The man didn't want to miss out on such an opportunity, and Van Er promised to think over his proposal. Wang Er understood that this guy's main profession was Master Hunter. He was determined to hunt down the boss and would be able to hold off both the boss and its minions. At that moment, Wang Er was preparing to infiltrate the murloc's lair, kill this underdeveloped creature, and complete the mission, so the young man confirmed that he agreed to accept the hunter's offer. But all that was before the fight began, and now the hunter was lying pinned to the ground, realizing he'd been tricked. And just before the elite Murloc's massive club came down on the man's head, the adventurer realized that his companions were nothing but liars. The Murloc boss was surprised to see that his subordinate hadn't evolved, even though he'd killed the adventurer. Apparently, growth didn't occur after every adventurer. The mutant Murloc believed that there must be some other triggers unknown to them until now. The elite Murloc said he would take the adventurer's body to the devourer because Manhwa was already quite hungry. At that very moment, Lan Chi was watching everything unfold through his bead-like eye. He saw and heard everything. The Murloc boss decided he needed to figure out the conditions for evolution and then be sure to get himself an adventurer. The group of adventurers serving as bait was already quite exhausted. However, it wasn't as if they hadn't achieved anything. But they didn't know how much longer this would go on. There was no way to send a signal, and it was unclear who was alive and who was dead. At that moment, Lan Chi received information from the bead eye. Now he could see and knew everything. Lan Chi ordered his assistant to ignore everyone and said that they were leaving now. Wang Er was standing on the shore of the lake. He pulled out a unique one-time use item, a spell scroll. The adventurer wanted to make a wish. The spell scroll was supposed to grant the player the ability to breathe underwater, allowing him to stay submerged. The scroll worked perfectly. Wang Er began to submerge into the water and soon swam to an underground grotto. Upon reaching the shore of the underground lake, the adventurer saw that there was absolutely no one there. It seemed that all the Murlocs had already been captured. The young man opened his status window to check what was currently happening in the dungeon. At that very moment, the devourer was feasting on the adventurer's body. Soon, an elite Murloc appeared beside him, bringing another body for his devourer. Apparently, Manhwa had been searching for a specific adventurer to devour, and now he was waiting for the right cannon fodder to be brought to him. The mutant Murloc had very quickly learned to shoot a bow after devouring Zhang Jichen. Perched high in a tree, the Murloc released an arrow that instantly pierced the adventurer. The people were terrified. No one was going to stick to the plan anymore. Lan Chi ordered them to run for their lives. At that very moment, in another part of the dungeon, a couple more adventurers were killed. The Murlocs were ecstatic when they realized that killing an adventurer could help them level up. Their levels were already at 7, and they were poison and fire mages. Chen Hai called the association's office from his apartment and asked if the evacuation and resettlement of the residents had been completed. Yao Wen confirmed that everything had been taken care of and that he was currently checking on the situation himself. But at the same time, the man wanted to know what had happened. Chen Hai asked the young man to come to his apartment immediately because Su Yu had found something there. The fact was that over the past couple of hours, 3 Murlocs, each as powerful as a level 7, had appeared one after another in the dungeon. Furthermore, there was a particular source of danger that was also rapidly growing stronger. The decoy adventurers could feel their strength running out. The mage could barely use his magic anymore, and they realized that Zhang Jixing, who had asked to step back to the tree, had simply abandoned them and run away. At that moment, an adventurer appeared in the clearing, clearly delighted that the pair was still alive. The man began hacking at the Murlocs with his sword, while his companions didn't understand what he was doing there. But they told him that the situation had completely changed. Now the adventurers were being pursued, and so under no circumstances should they fire a signal flare, lest they attract attention. Chen Hai ended his phone call and gazed thoughtfully at the enormous portal. The guy told Su Yu that Yao Wen and Chen Hua Gong, a level 10 player, were outside. They needed to go down and talk to them. The girl said that if they couldn't be persuaded, she would speak her mind about the incident involving the coup in the dungeon. The situation in the dungeon was getting worse by the second. The adventurers had reached the exit, but the boss was still alive. The man realized that the exit wasn't guarded, and the Murlocs had made their way right here. Lan Chi demanded that they not blame him alone for everything, since he hadn't been the one to suggest defeating the boss. He'd simply been trying to improve the situation, and everyone had agreed to his plan. Meanwhile, the Murlocs realized that the adventurers had started arguing. One of them was explaining some very strange things to the other. Another Murloc said that he hardly ever looked at people because his attention was drawn to the entrance to the dungeon. The Murlocs took great pleasure in observing their comrades, who were growing stronger and more powerful after their battles with the adventurers. A mutant Murloc brought 2 bodies that were to be handed over to the devourer. Looking at his powerful comrades, the Murloc boss tried to figure out what factors had come into play and why these 2 Murlocs had been able to enhance their abilities. One of them explained that before the changes, he had been an elite Murloc, and now he could use fire magic. Another Murloc explained that he used to be a captain, but after evolving, he can now secrete a toxic liquid. The boss looked at the guard who had originally been the strongest Murloc, but after killing the adventurer, this guy hadn't evolved. Suddenly, a brilliant idea popped into the boss's head, and he demanded that an ordinary Murloc sentry be brought to him. The mutant Murloc was a bit slow on the uptake. He was strong but dim-witted and didn't understand the commander's orders on the first try. But soon an ordinary rank-and-file Murloc was brought in, and now he had to go and kill the captured adventurer. The boss pointed to the man lying on the ground, practically lifeless. Any weakling could have handled him. The mutant realized that their leader wanted to witness the process of evolution with his own eyes. This process was called testing the threshold of evolution, but it's unclear why a huge monster would need to know such complex linguistic constructs. So an ordinary Murloc thrust his spear into the adventurer, and blood spurted in all directions. A few moments later, the Murloc's body began to change, and he transformed into a master with a 7th level. Now the boss realized that the main prerequisite for evolution is the difference in levels. That's why he and the guard were unable to evolve after killing the adventurer. The level difference between them wasn't significant enough. The boss ordered the guard to gather all the Murlocs in the forest because he had information for them. He ordered 3 modified Murlocs to carry the adventurer's corpses to the devourer Manhwa. Meanwhile, Vanner set the lair ablaze, and now everything behind him was burning with hellish flames. The young man deeply regretted that there wasn't a heroic Murloc here. Otherwise, he would have definitely received a very rare upgrade. Now it was time to check his status. But to Vanner's horror, just as he finished the quest, the dungeon level increased, and the exit conditions and mission requirements changed completely. Now he had to kill the heroic Murloc, the Devourer. Vanner was very upset. New missions and quests had appeared, and on top of that, they had become simply insurmountable for an adventurer. The young man realized that, most likely, all Murlocs were leveling up very quickly. All surviving adventurers received a notification about the status change and the new tasks. Now they knew there was a heroic Murloc in the dungeon. At the heroic level, the boss's power is always a couple of levels higher than that of regular bosses. Now the boss's actual level was between 11 and 12. Lan Chi could see how upset this guy was, but he didn't want to hold him up, because he was about to do something the other adventurers shouldn't see. The man activated his magic, and a great deal of magical energy immediately appeared around him. And just like that, several bead-like eyes appeared before their master. Lan Chi ordered the bead-like eyes to return the souls of the adventurers who had perished in this dungeon. The beads began to rise upward. It seemed as though they were carefully scanning their surroundings. The 3 adventurers stopped in front of their status windows. They too had received notifications about their level changes and now looked very alarmed. None of them had anticipated that the rate of progression to the heroic level was so high, this could pose a real threat to everyone before the dungeon turned upside down. It was now clear why the presence of a heroic Murloc in this dungeon had to be kept secret. The man remembered how Vanner had talked about classified information that couldn't be disclosed in public. Presumably, this information became available to those who fought at the heroic level. Now the guys understood that anything was possible in this life, even if it had previously seemed impossible to them. One of the adventurers speculated, perhaps Vanner had some hidden motives of his own, or maybe he possessed a rare item that could help him escape. The men realized that all the Murlocs had now come ashore, and one of the adventurers was fighting the boss, so Vanner could take advantage of the situation, sneak into the lair, and try to clear the level. Unfortunately, however, this dungeon had been upgraded due to the Murloc's premature evolution, and the mission's content had also been reset. It turns out that now, only thanks to a Murloc named the Devourer can Wanger complete this mission. However, Wanger is unable to defeat such an opponent. Now the guys were certain that the remaining surviving adventurers were up to something, and now the adventurers could fight them because they had absolutely nothing to lose. Soon, all the Murlocs gathered in a clearing in front of their boss. The Murloc boss cleared his throat and climbed higher up onto a rock so that everyone could see and hear him. He addressed the tribe and said that a new level Murloc had joined their group, and yet just a short while ago, this guy had been one of them. The good news was that now the Murlocs wouldn't have to fulfill complicated requirements that were so harsh they were practically impossible to even begin. To evolve, they simply needed to find the adventurers in this forest and kill them, and then the Murlocs would become strong as well. Furthermore, they had found the entrance to the world where humans live. The Murlocs must first deal with the adventurers in the forest, improve themselves to the point where they can fight just as well as their boss and Lord Manhwa, and only then will they set out for the human world. The boss hadn't even finished his speech when his subordinates scattered in all directions. They wanted to find the adventurers and please their god with human blood. Soon the devourer himself appeared in the clearing. He said that only 6 adventurers remained in the forest, and 3 of them were quickly making their escape. The devourer said that he had to hunt the adventurers for the sake of his own growth. He pointed out the direction in which the lone adventurer had fled. The boss looked at the devourer in surprise. Having gorged himself on adventurers, the devourer had become very peaceful. One of the evolved murlocs was wiping away tears, which was very strange for emotionless monsters. Some new changes were taking place within them. Chen Hai began to share his unpleasant news. He suspected that even more murlocs would become bosses before the dungeon was turned upside down. The young man asked if the murlocs had started consuming regular bonuses. It was an unpopular rule, and perhaps Chief Zheng hadn't told his people about it. But a pattern had emerged during the dungeon's exploration. If a weak person kills a strong one, they receive a special reward. For murlocs, this means evolution. If a weak person kills a strong one, they receive attribute points, titles, and rare items, such as a bonus for upgrading rare items. Apparently, the 3 murlocs that became bosses were the lucky ones who killed the adventurers trapped in the dungeon. However, their level won't be very high at best. It will be the same as the dungeons. Su Yu, 15 adventurers are trapped in the dungeon. If we let the murlocs grow stronger, a huge disaster will soon ensue. When the dungeon is turned upside down, 15 murloc bosses will emerge from it at once. But the man believed that the adventurers inside the dungeon weren't fools. These people had dared to cause trouble for Chen Hai, which meant they were very strong. When they work together, despite their differences, these people will be able to defeat 7th-level murlocs. But to put the girl's mind at ease, the adventurer was willing to do something. Chen Huagong, nicknamed the warrior with the axe, equipped all his titles and skills and asked Su Yu to assess who she felt posed a greater threat, him or the new murloc bosses. The adventurer also activated a muscle strength boost, and now he was a real powerhouse. Chen Hai and Su Yu watched the transformations, seeing how his body had improved even though his base stats and professions weren't the highest. Soon the transformations were complete, and Chen Huagong wanted to know whether he was stronger than the 3 bosses or not. Su Yu confirmed that the guy was, of course, stronger, and he went on to explain that none of this was a problem for adventurers. Several people even stronger than him had come to the city's aid. So even if 15 murloc bosses burst out of the dungeon, they would defeat them one by one. It sounded unconvincing, of course, but what's done is done. A large number of valuable items were now lying right on the ground. Lan Qi hadn't expected this trip to Dongshan to turn out this way. Lan Qi had realized from the start that the target wasn't in this dungeon, and it had already seemed like it was all for nothing. But Lan Qi managed to split them up, and by continuing his mission, he would soon obtain the souls of 5 elite adventurers. Combined with his achievements in the last dungeon, he would be able to strike a good deal upon his return. Suddenly, Cerberus began barking loudly and frantically. He sensed someone or something approaching. It soon became clear that a group of elite murlocs was approaching the adventurers. The devourer sensed that there was still one person left. He needed to devour one more adventurer whose level was no lower than his own, and then he would be able to be reborn. Li was terrified. She realized that the most powerful murloc in this forest was approaching them along with his subordinates, who were only slightly weaker than he was. Lan Qi said that these murlocs were most likely here because of them. Rumors had been circulating that a monster lived in this forest, one capable of leveling up by devouring humans. This must be him. Li was terrified. She knew she wouldn't be able to defeat the boss, especially with his minions nearby. Lan Qi also realized that the only thing they could do was save their own lives. And soon, a level 14 Deadeye messenger appeared nearby. This monster immediately began devouring the souls of the elite adventurers. The Deadeye messenger said he could give the adventurer 4 leader's eyes and a commander's eye in exchange for the devoured souls. But Lan Qi shouted that this time he had no intention of expanding his summoning categories, and the messenger of the Deadeye looked at the adventurer with interest. Lan Qi stated that he wanted the messenger to help him with one small problem. He needed to kill the murlocs that were now behind the messenger of the Deadeye. That shouldn't be a problem for anyone. With that, the meeting came to an end, and everyone went their separate ways. Chen Hai and Su Yu left the problem to their more capable comrades. Yao Wen warned his friend that they would need to report to the association if it turned out they couldn't handle the problem. But Hua Gong was very confident. He said that his main profession was now entering its second stage, and his actual combat power was at least level 12, so he didn't see any problem with the inverted level 7 dungeon. The young man could see the doubt on his companion's face. Even though they had joined forces, Yao Wen wasn't quite as calm or confident about the outcome. Su Yu also didn't understand why Yao and Hua Gong had refused help. After all, it's always better to have a backup plan. Chen Hai replied that there was nothing they could do about it, since there were dungeons in other places as well, and many people had come here to help, leaving those other locations unprotected. Su Yu was completely unsatisfied with these arguments, but just then the phone rang, and Chen Hai answered it. It was Xu Mao calling. The young man said he was eagerly awaiting the dungeon's coup and wanted to know if Chen Hai would be participating in it. The young man replied that he wasn't sure they would call him if necessary. Xu Mao suggested they meet up after they finished the dungeon, since they hadn't seen each other in a long time. At that very moment, the nurse was trying to reach Chen Hai. The line was constantly busy and she couldn't figure out who was calling him in the middle of the night. Lung was kind toward his sister. She was a wonderful girl in every way, but love had completely clouded her judgment. As soon as Chen Hai finished his conversation with his friend, he saw that he had several more missed calls. The nurse had been trying to reach him the whole time. Su Yu watched the young man and thought about just how busy he was. It was still the middle of the night, and people were already lining up to talk to him. Chen Hai spoke with the nurse and learned that she had arrived in Dongshan. The girl explained that she'd heard about the inverted dungeon, so she'd called her brother for help and come along with him and his colleagues to assist. Chen Hai remembered that while they were making their way through the cemetery, the nurse had told him about her brother, who was a level 10 adventurer. Chen Hai asked where the girl's brother was now, and she looked as if she were about to burst into tears because Chen wanted to talk to her brother instead of her. The nurse glanced at her brother, who was sitting nearby with a displeased expression, and confirmed that he was indeed there. Chen asked for the phone because he needed to convey something very important. The level 10 adventurer wasn't particularly keen on talking to his sister's friends. He considered them a bunch of brats, but he picked up the phone anyway so as not to upset the girl. Chen Hai immediately told him to listen carefully. Dongshan City was now in grave danger, and the young man had to take his sister to a safe place before the dungeon spiraled out of control. Jian realized the situation was serious and asked for more details. If this wasn't something to discuss over the phone, they'd need to meet and talk in person. The elite Murlocs were already very tired, but they knew they had to hold out just a little longer until their Lord Devourer was reborn. At that moment, a fireball flew right over the Murloc's head, and the monster was forced to duck. They had to try not to get hit by those fiery beams, which burned and killed. The messenger of the dead eye was destroying the Murlocs, but there were several of them, and they were scattering in different directions. Lan Chi was very pleased. Usually, the messenger of the dead eye wouldn't bother with anything below level 10, but now, for their sake, he had gone to great lengths. At that moment, the Devourer Manus fled for his life. He realized that even if he transformed, he wouldn't be able to defeat this monster. The Devourer couldn't understand. If these adventurers had such powerful allies, why hadn't they summoned them sooner? Chen Hai, Su Yu, the nurse, and her brother met at a cafe to discuss the situation. The nurse immediately began trying to figure out who this girl was, assuming she was Chen Hai's sister. But Chen Hai replied that she was his friend and comrade. Jian got down to business over the phone. Chen Hai said the dungeon was spiraling out of control, and now the adventurer wanted to know exactly what was going on. Chen Hai replied that in the worst-case scenario, 15 Murloc bosses would arrive in their world in a couple of hours. At that moment, the Murloc mage had naturally mastered certain spells that turned out to be very powerful, and he had now become an 8th-level necromancer. The elite Murlocs surmised that this necromancer's path was far more powerful than even their leaders. Just then, Manhwa the Devourer emerged from the bushes. He was glad to see his fellow Murlocs. The boss reported that the assassin, the poison master, and the fire mage had set off in pursuit of the 3 fleeing adventurers. The Devourer ordered them to leave the others alone, gather more Murlocs, and follow him, because one of the adventurers near the entrance had summoned a monster whose power far surpassed their own. And as terrible as it sounded, they now had to outmaneuver this monster together and be the first to retreat to the lake. A Murloc necromancer overheard this conversation and said he could handle this foe and help his lord, the Devourer. The necromancer suggested using his undead to hold off the monster and buy time for the others. At that moment, the messenger of the dead eye burst out of the forest onto the clearing and was very surprised to see his new enemies. A huge number of undead soon surrounded the monster, He clearly hadn't expected such a turn of events. The messenger of the Deadeye was very surprised that this Murloc devourer, who was still in the early stages of development himself, had subordinates who had mastered the necromancer's transformation. At that moment, hordes of undead rushed to attack the messenger, intent on killing him. The messenger of the Deadeye realized that there might be several leaders in the Murloc tribe, and the souls of the 5 elite adventurers were clearly not worth as much as the life of this heroic Murloc. The messenger of the Deadeye fled, and the undead began to pursue him. The Murloc necromancer watched this unfold from the top of a tree. The monster was very pleased, for now all the Murlocs who perished in this forest would become his subordinates. And even if the Deadeye's messenger was much higher in level than the devourer, the undead could still devour the messenger, and he would perish. The Murloc necromancer didn't know what reward he would receive for killing such a powerful creature. But if he evolved and grew stronger, he couldn't even imagine what might lie beyond his current level. At that moment, the messenger of the Deadeye unleashed a massive blast of fire and energy, and even the trees around him were cut down. The Murloc necromancer couldn't believe his eyes. He wanted to know what kind of spell this was, since as a result his entire army of undead had been easily destroyed. The messenger of the Deadeye was very pleased with his actions, and decided he should demand an additional reward. Lan Chi was genuinely outraged when he heard about the additional reward. This was clearly not part of his plans. The Deadeye's emissary replied that the difficulty of the mission and the reward were out of proportion, so it was only reasonable that he should be paid more. On the other hand, the terms of the mission could always be changed, and then the situation in their relationship would be completely different. Lan Chi activated his businessman skill and asked whether the courage of the 5 adventurers would be enough if the mission were changed to providing protection until the dungeon was turned upside down. Wu Jian was very alarmed. He realized that, thanks to his special title, Chen Hai had learned that the dungeon might spiral out of control. In addition, 3 new bosses had recently appeared in this dungeon. If things continued at this pace, more would appear in a few hours. Wu Jian replied that while that might happen, it didn't necessarily mean it would, and there was no need to make a big deal out of it. If you look at it from another angle, for the adventurers who find themselves in this dungeon, it's essentially a test of survival. According to the principle of the dungeon's inversion, these Murlocs will be treated the same way when they enter the human world. So the title restrictions imposed on the adventurers must be lifted. If the situation cannot be balanced, the inverted dungeon risks turning into a graveyard. As soon as a Murloc completes the escape mission, higher-level adventurers will appear on the adventurer's side. The young man tried to calm his sister, who was on the verge of fainting every time she heard the word graveyard. Besides, he didn't see this dungeon as a threat to the city of Dunson. Some of the elite Murlocs managed to reach the lake, and they were soon joined by a Murloc necromancer. The boss wasn't very pleased when he saw the necromancer safe and sound. The necromancer replied that a monster unknown to him had killed all his undead with a single blow, and then simply walked away. It felt as though he wasn't interested in anyone but Lord Devourer. At that moment, all the Murlocs turned around because Lord Devourer Manhwa was approaching them. He was very angry and displeased. The Devourer announced that their lair was engulfed in flames, and this was terrible news. Vanner was hiding right there, concealed behind the cave wall. He was trying to figure out what was happening upstairs. Devourer admitted that all this time he hadn't been able to figure out where one adventurer had gone, but it turned out he'd been hiding right here. When the meeting at the cafe ended, Chen Hai walked alongside his girlfriend, who began to wonder if perhaps she was worrying for nothing. But Chen Hai also believed there was a problem, and that for some reason the adventurers refused to realize that the situation was very serious. The cemetery was a test of survival. Apart from the bosses that appear in the second stage, the difficulty in the first stage is much lower than in ordinary dungeons. If this dungeon turns out to be a cemetery like that, the first stage will be a nightmare for Dongshan's elite adventurers. Mims Lin greeted all the adventurers who had arrived, preparing to lead them to the meeting place. She announced that in 10 minutes, the Murloc dungeon would be reset, and the trial quota for this dungeon was 15. Given that an equal number of adventurers were trapped in this dungeon, the number of Murlocs that had crossed over into the human world should not exceed that number. Ranger Shui Yong couldn't understand why he didn't see Chen Hai and Wu Jian, who had recently been spotted in the city among their ranks, since this mission was tailor-made for them. A priestess named Anne couldn't understand why she didn't see Xu Mao. The young man was supposed to attend this event as well. But some adventurers believed that these much-hyped comrades were actually completely incapable of doing their jobs, and therefore didn't show up where they were needed most. Lin didn't want to get into this idle chatter. She said that drones would be monitoring the missions, so whoever successfully captured a murloc would immediately be known to everyone. The first murloc caught alive is worth as much as a boss. Once the dungeon is completely cleared, the association will tally the points, and she will personally be able to purchase rare items and equipment for upgrading. Lan Chi examined the status window and discovered that only 5 people from the entire group of adventurers had survived. The adventurer thanked the messenger of the Dead-Eye for his assistance in escorting them. After that, having bid farewell to the creature, both adventurers left the Murloc's dungeon. Lan Chi and Li Li entered the room and, to their surprise, saw the trio of their former companions in misfortune. The adventurers looked at them reproachfully, demanding an explanation of what had actually happened there. The young people understood that Lan Chi hadn't expected this particular trio of adventurers to survive in the end. But Lan Chi replied that that wasn't the point. He hadn't thought that Wang Er would die in this dungeon. One of the adventurers was clearly upset. He didn't want to believe that Wang Er was dead, since he had a cloak and the chance to escape. And even if the heroic Murloc had caught Wang Er, he could have escaped through the forest. But life turned out to be much more ruthless. At that very moment, the Devourer Manhwa was devouring Wang Er. And this gave the monster the opportunity to grow. He could feel the power coursing through his veins. Li Li didn't understand why the guys were blocking the exit if they'd managed to escape from the dungeon, because she didn't believe the adventurers cared about the human world or planned to attack the Murlocs that would invade soon. The man replied that upon returning, they discovered they could still use their title, which contradicted Wang Er's principle of the attacking side having the advantage. This meant that Van Er had deceived them, just as they had suspected. So now the adventurers were waiting for his return and wanted an explanation. Of course, they hadn't expected such a capable adventurer to die. And now it was clear that after his death, his debt would be settled, so they had waited in vain in this apartment. Realizing there was nothing more for them to gain here, the 5 survivors finally decided to leave before the dungeon collapsed. On the street near the building, Lin, a representative of the Adventurers Association, came out to meet them. She wanted to know how many people had survived. The survivors said there were only 5 of them, and after that, the young woman demanded that they follow her. The adventurers assumed that this was how it would all end. The venture had been risky from the start, and now they found themselves in a terrible situation. Lan Chi said they were ordinary tourists who had come to Dongshan to try their luck. Since they had been offered a reward for Chen Hai, of course they had broken into his house and passed the trials, but they never actually met him. Therefore, based on the provision of the law on geological work near the entrance to the underworld, any disputes arising in connection with strategy should not directly involve the local Adventurers Association. Lin said that this was irrelevant because on behalf of the Dongshan City Adventurers Association, she had hired adventurers to help resolve the incident involving the coup in the dungeon. The adventurers, having emerged from the Murloc dungeon, decided not to object. The guys realized this was a great chance to make some money from the dungeon and agreed right away. Lin was pleased. She said that first they needed to gather all the information and confirm the composition of the bosses and monsters in the Murloc dungeon. Meanwhile, one of the Murlocs had already made his way into the human world and was now standing in the middle of Chen Hai's apartment, looking around with curiosity. On the other side of the portal, a group of Murlocs was waiting for information from their scout. A sign hung above the entrance to the human world, and it was now clear that only 10 Murlocs could pass through, counting the scout who had already entered. The Murlocs paused to think and realized that if there were limits on the number of Murlocs, they might face the same difficulties that the adventurers had encountered in their dungeon. The Devourer, Lord Manhwa, said that this wasn't a problem for him at all. As long as people didn't stop summoning that monster, they wouldn't be cautious. That was the Devourer's conclusion. The surviving adventurers met up with some rangers who were planning to head into the inverted dungeon. They reported that the dungeon was already at level 9, and the Murloc had become heroic. In addition, the heroic Murloc's type changed after its transformation, and it now has the highest survivability. Lan Chi confirmed this information. He said that they had to sacrifice a great deal to escape from that place, but even one of the most famous adventurers, Wang Er, failed to do so. Everyone was shocked to learn that Wang Er had fallen into a trap and died. Even if he didn't survive, it's hard to imagine just how difficult the dungeon really is. Hua Gong fell deep in thought when he heard about the survival trial and the heroic level Murloc. Now this was getting very interesting. Dongshan, the head of the Adventurers Association, was very surprised to hear the latest news about the 9th level survival dungeon and the heroic Murlocs. Yao Wen recounted all of this and added that, according to the difficulty conversion formula, the Murloc's actual level should be 2 or 3 levels higher, depending on the leader. After hearing all this, the head realized that this time the dungeon's upheaval would spiral out of control, but he asked everyone not to panic. To increase the difficulty level, the restriction on titles must be lifted. Chen Hai and Wu Jian, who had been promoted to their primary professions, should be able to stand up to a heroic level Murloc. If they fail, the association will take measures to bring them back. After ending the phone call, Zheng Zhen was furious. He couldn't understand why. As soon as something involved Chen Hai, it was bound to cause trouble. Gradually, the rest of the Murlocs began to emerge into the human world. They looked around with curiosity. Soon, everyone who had managed to enter the human world gathered in the middle of the apartment and waited for instructions. The Murloc boss announced to the Lord that they were all there and awaiting their master's instructions. At that moment, a status and quest window appeared in front of each Murloc. The Murlocs would be able to return after sunrise and sunset, or after killing an adventurer who was no more than 2 levels below their own level. Chen Hai was summoned to the location, the restrictions on his titles were lifted, and now he was preparing by activating all his abilities. The young man used his summoning flute, and soon a portal appeared before him. And now a goblin was stepping out into the human world, ready to serve his master. Chen Hai was very surprised when he realized that his pet had changed significantly. It was now a 7th level combat goblin, very powerful and physically strong. Su Yu watched her companion's transformation. She too noticed that his goblin pet had evolved. Once in one of the dungeon monster guides, the girl had read about this form of goblin. It was the highest level of goblin, the most powerful of all possible types. This was good news, and just at that moment, a message appeared before the players stating that, due to the increased difficulty of the trials, the Steel Forest dungeon, which had formed after the upheaval, had been assigned a survival level of 9, and all restrictions on the defending side had been lifted. Zhu Mao was reviewing this information when his phone rang. Coach and John said that the situation had changed. A heroic Murloc was now leading the dungeon. The coach ordered the young man to simply find 2 suitable Murlocs and kill them, while leaving the heroic Murloc completely alone. Zhu Mao listened to the instructions and said he understood everything and would do as told. And John advised the young man to be careful and not take unnecessary risks. One of the smartest Murlocs, studying the status panel, realized that a red dot represented an adventurer whose level differed by no more than 2 from the Murloc's own level, while a black dot represented the leader of the adventurers, whose level was 3 points higher. The necromancer Murloc saw many red dots in his status window, but not a single black dot. It was explained to him that this was because the necromancer was 1 level higher than all the other Murlocs, so there was no adventurer stronger than him. The mutant Murloc believed that if they wanted to progress, they needed to be able to add a group buff aura. All of this was new to the Murlocs. They had to think more than they usually did. Now everyone wanted to know if there were stages on Lord Manhassus's map that, if followed, would allow them to continue their development. There was nothing of the sort, and the Devourer believed that the only way was to kill all the adventurers. Only then would they be able to attract higher-level enemies here. By now, everyone had a general idea of what they needed to do and was ready to hear the objectives. They had to eliminate all the red and black dots on the map. According to the Murloc's plan, they needed to attract higher-level adventurers. The mutant couldn't figure out where to start. There were only 2 black spots on the map, and he didn't know how to handle them. The commander said he would take on the nearest black dot himself, along with the elite guard, and that the black dots should only be destroyed after the nearest red ones had been eliminated. Next, they needed to determine the order of the missions based on the number of red dots. That way, everyone would get a chance. No further questions arose, and they were ready to set out on the mission. At that moment, the mutant remembered he had a question. He didn't know what to do since he wasn't strong in close combat. So the mutant asked if he could kill a target with a hidden arrow. All these discussions were being closely monitored via surveillance cameras. The captain said that there were 2 red dots on their map, located quite far away, and that the mutant could take care of those. Yao Wen knew that the association had already identified the leader-level Murlocs. Additionally, 2 members of the entire Murloc group had not been identified. Perhaps they had a profession that was rare among Murlocs. All information about the identified leader-level Murlocs had been sent to each adventurer's cell phone. It included difficulty level, abilities, and weaknesses. In addition to the heroic Murlocs, there are 2 other rare bosses, so it's no surprise that Su Yu sensed danger and suspected that the inverted dungeon would spiral out of control. Soon the adventurers learned that there were 7 murlocs in the city. They were being monitored by flying drones, and these murlocs were not of heroic rank. An arrow fired by a mutant murloc blew up a drone which shattered into tiny pieces. Immediately word spread that the murlocs had mastered the skill of stealth and possessed a magical bow, so adventurers needed to be careful of these hidden arrows. Now the drone flew through the city streets, relaying this message to all adventurers wishing to participate in the mission. The Devourer was very dissatisfied with this world. It was too noisy here, and these human creations constantly annoyed him. The necromancer grabbed a can of soda and figured there was nothing to be done about it. This was their enemy's territory, so it was better to figure out who would take the lead. The information coming in from the adventurers wasn't very encouraging. Among the murlocs was a heroic murloc with purple skin. There was also a leader-level murloc with the necromancer profession. He was very strong as well. Lan Shi advised his companion, if he encountered the necromancer murloc, it would be best to stay put and wait for backup. The adventurer began putting on knightly gauntlets from the land of shadows. His primary profession was shadow-based, and now he was preparing to battle the murlocs. Lan Shi immediately summoned his support entity. The adventurers prepared for the encounter and saw a murloc mage approaching them. The mage realized he was out of luck. He had immediately encountered an adventurer who, according to Lord Devourer, could summon monsters. The mage channeled his magical energy and directed it against the adventurers standing before him. Lord Devourer saw a flash of magical energy through the window. It meant that the fire mage had encountered the monster summoner, and it was just in time. Lord Devourer rushed toward this adventurer, and the drone camera spotted him immediately. They reported that the heroic murloc had appeared on the city streets. The drones followed Devourer's every move, announcing to everyone present exactly where the heroic murloc was headed. Beastmaster Li Li, along with Cerberus, rushed to attack the fire mage, realizing that this murloc wasn't very strong. Everyone wanted to capture the murloc alive to receive a special reward from the association, so the mage was forced to gather as much fire energy as possible. But an unknown monster appeared above him, firing beams, and completely destroyed his fire projectile. After that, the murloc was attacked, and the mage cast a shield trying to save himself. Li Li was already close by. She used a rare item, a whip that possessed magical power and upon impact, caused creatures to freeze in place. The whip coiled around the murloc's paw, and it froze for a moment, staring in surprise at the adventurers. Lan Shi turned to the Dark Eye's emissary and borrowed his power. Then, using telekinesis, he attacked the murloc. Li Li, who was tightening the whip around the murloc, shouted that now was the time to act. The adventurer, who had arrived from the land of shadows, asked the Supreme Queen of the Kingdom of Shadows to grant him the strength to kill the enemy. The Queen granted him permission to use all her power and transferred it to the adventurer. In the very next moment, a powerful shadow force was unleashed, and the adventurer struck with his sword. The murloc was cut in half. The force of the blow was so powerful that it even sliced through the asphalt. Now it was time to attend to other matters. But at that moment, Drone warned that a heroic murloc was heading toward the western gate. The next moment, the heroic murloc was right next to the adventurers thanks to his speed and power. Li Li was rolling up her whip. She wanted to figure out what to do, fight or run. Manhwa the Devourer was very pleased, thinking that the adventurers hadn't summoned their monster this time. Perhaps they considered it unnecessary or were currently unable to summon it. The mutant murloc, using its stealth ability, had reached the target adventurer and was now preparing to destroy him. This green-skinned guy who was in charge of security seemed pretty strong. We're talking about the goblin guarding Su Yu. The mutant decided to kill the goblin first. He drew his bow and knocked an arrow. But in the next instant, the mutant was beheaded. He didn't even have time to see who had caused his death. Chen Hai approached the surprised goblin and said that he had just confiscated the magic bow. Behind him, behind a tree, lay the body of the slain mutant. The young man offered the bow to Su Yu, but the girl said she didn't like it. It didn't look quite right. Chen Hai didn't say what he really thought about it. He just smiled and kept the weapon for himself. Meanwhile, Chen Huagong was taking down elite murlocs. He really enjoyed what he was doing. Yao Wen watched his comrades battle. He realized that murlocs weren't as strong as goblins. From that perspective, their heroic murlocs shouldn't be very strong. And indeed, the adventurer was holding his own against the attacks of 2 elite murlocs with his spear. The monsters were of course still alive, but even together they couldn't inflict serious damage on the adventurer. Chen Huagong told his companion that these murlocs were weaklings, that he could handle them on his own, and that Yao Wen could go help the other adventurers. However, the elite Murlocs soon gained the enhanced stats that the Murloc Master had created for them, and they were now level 9. The adventurer's smile had faded, realizing that his opponent had grown stronger. The Murloc Necromancer had grown very fond of human soft drinks and was once again rummaging through the fridge in search of another can. He hoped the adventurers would be able to gain the upper hand and destroy his direct opponent. Otherwise, the Necromancer's journey here would be completely in vain. Suddenly, the Murloc noticed that the part of the refrigerator containing the freezer was shaking violently. The Necromancer pulled out the freezer, which contained one of the Murlocs. For some reason, this monster had crawled into the freezer and was now freshly frozen. The Murloc Master was fleeing from the crowd of adventurers. He had received a buff from the Murloc leader, as well as drunk the Toxin Master's poison, raising his level to 9. As he ran, the Murloc Master attacked the adventurers, chasing him with lightning. Lin warned the adventurers that the Murloc had drunk a strengthening potion. She sensed that her armor might not withstand the Murloc Master's attack. Several adventurers formed an unbreakable brotherhood, and each of them produced a fragment of the giant's shield. If adventurers with the same title collect the shield fragments, the item's rarity can be temporarily upgraded to rare. This shield easily deflected the Murloc Master's attack. However, the Murloc had no intention of giving up. He had singled out the adventurer who wasn't hiding behind the heroic shield. A single attack was directed at a lone adventurer, and now the young man flew to the side with a loud cry. Lin saw that something was wrong. She was alarmed and worried about her colleague. The adventurers shouted warnings to each other about the danger. No one wanted to lose a comrade in the middle of their hometown. But soon the adventurer Shu Mao appeared before the Murloc, completely calm and confident in his strength. He pointed a finger at the Murloc and activated the freeze technique, and in that very moment the Murloc Master found himself trapped in ice. Li wrapped her whip around the Devourer's paw, and Lan Chi once again asked the Dark Eye's emissary to lend him his power. This was followed by a telekinetic strike, delivered just as the Devourer was momentarily immobilized by the whip. But to the surprise of everyone present, the Devourer tore the whip apart, saying that the adventurers had played around long enough and that he now demanded they summon the eyeless creature. Lan Chi addressed the creature, but it did not respond, and it was unclear whether it intended to participate in the duel. Lan Chi was already starting to get nervous. He asked his companion to help them, since he surely still had some tricks up his sleeve. However, the adventurer who worked with the World of Shadows refused and simply turned around and walked away. The man said that this heroic Murloc had ended up on the city streets precisely because of Lan Chi. Moreover, the adventurer's spells had no effect on the Devourer. The man declared that he wasn't going to risk his life here, so he simply turned and ran away. The Devourer Manhanus was very upset and on the verge of tears. It was such a shame that things had turned out this way. The Murloc realized that Lan Chi could no longer summon his creature, and yet the Devourer had been so eager to kill him, it had been a perfect opportunity. But now nothing would come of it, which meant that the adventurer Lan Chi was absolutely useless. The Murloc raised his clawed paw above his head. In the next instant, his paw came down, slicing the adventurer into thin strips, and everything around them was drenched in blood. The wounded adventurers were immediately evacuated by medics to receive proper medical attention. The frozen Murloc Master was carefully transported along with the ice for further study. Lin announced that first capture points would be calculated based on the boss's strength after the dungeon reset. Lin said that the association would open a window for redeeming rare items to advance to the next level and change professions. Shu Mao listened to all these conditions and said he was looking forward to them. At that moment, a status window appeared for all the adventurers. It turned out that the Murloc had completed the escape mission, and now the Steel Forest dungeon had advanced to the second level. Enran was a powerful level 14 adventurer king, and he approached his friend, saying that now it was their turn. The Murloc commander was furious. He considered his comrades to be careless fools who had failed to defeat the adventurer. Suddenly, a huge dragon landed right in the middle of the city, and the Murloc commander found himself pinned down by its powerful claws. Jian was a dragon knight for a reason, and now he too was taking part in this mission. The adventurers greeted one another. Whatever the case might be, in this situation they were on the same side. Chen Huagong told the knight that these were his points for killing the Murloc. But the young man didn't understand why he was making such a big deal out of it. After all, it was just a leader-level Murloc. At that moment, they heard a voice asking if they were the strongest people in the area. And there, standing before the young men, was a heroic murloc holding the head of the adventurer Lan Chi in its hands. The situation immediately became very serious. Several adventurers were still fighting the murloc, who wielded poison magic and had cast poison spells against his opponents. The mage, Lady Anne, had neutralized the murloc's poison with her defenses, and now they needed to attack him so that he would suffer a long and slow death. The murloc possessed a maddening toxin that significantly and painlessly increased strength and sensitivity, but at the same time deteriorated the body's condition. At that moment, the murloc received a notification and was distracted by it, his mouth agape in surprise. He hadn't expected this at all. The necromancer was also disappointed when he realized that the murloc leader was dead. Once the buff wore off, the trial level would revert to a lower one. The necromancer was very pleased. The fire master and the toxin master were now among the people, and he needed to take advantage of the situation. The necromancer summoned the undead, gave them a smoke canister, and ordered them to go into the city and bring back all their compatriots, who would soon become undead as well. In case of danger, they were to disperse the fog from the smoke canister and flee. The master of toxins was running for his life, trying to escape the adventurers chasing him. The murloc used madness poison to numb the pain. The adventurers realized that the murloc was targeting Lady Anne, and they urgently needed to find a way to stop the monster. One of the strongest adventurers instantly leaped toward Miss Anne and shielded her with his body and shield. It was just in time, because at that very moment, the murloc, a master of toxins, slammed into his shield, spraying poisonous saliva in all directions. The adventurer declared that under no circumstances would the creature get past him, and a duel began between the two opponents. The mage suddenly saw a flash of light. It was a celestial being, a servant of the god Brahma. It seemed that, like a guardian angel, he would protect the adventurers. But in the very next moment, this angel vanished, and the adventurers saw a young man behind them. Yao Wen cast a spell on the fly. He really hoped he wasn't too late. It seemed that everything was going more or less smoothly, but at that moment, a smoke grenade was thrown at the adventurer's feet. There was a powerful explosion, and everything was enveloped in a special fog that impaired the adventurer's abilities. Everyone realized that this was no ordinary smoke grenade, but a magical one. The undead reported that the fire mage and the leader were dead, and the necromancer asked to contact the master of toxins to bring him to him. But the master of toxins declared that he no longer wished to advance. He would kill any adventurer who met the criteria and simply wanted to return to his dungeon. The undead brought the slain leader, and the necromancer began performing special rituals on him. The murloc underwent a transformation into an undead creature to enhance his abilities and become the most powerful murloc. And soon a massive and powerful undead creature stood before the Lord. The murloc leader realized he had become an undead creature, after which he knelt before his master, the necromancer. The undead creature held the body of one of the murlocs in his hands, and now he was ready to reveal what had happened to the others. The warrior murloc had been captured by the adventurers, but the master of poison seemed to have been wounded and now didn't want to evolve. He simply wanted to get out of the dungeon as soon as possible. The necromancer could read the thoughts of the other murlocs through his undead minion, and now he had a clear picture of the overall situation. Soon the magical mist cleared and the adventurers began moving again, only to discover that the murloc mage had vanished. Traces of murloc blood remained where he had been just moments ago. It became clear that he had simply fled. Yao Wen contacted the CCTV operators by phone and asked for their help in finding the escaped murloc. Liang Jia took charge of the search, and his efforts were soon successful. The young man reported that the murloc had just climbed over the wall and left the Grand Hyatt grounds. He was now heading north. Yao Wen asked for help planning a pursuit route and alerting nearby adventurers about the murloc's escape. The murloc toxin master checked his status window. He was very pleased that the adventurers weren't chasing him, and there was only one red marker in front of his eyes. Now the murloc understood what the higher, middle, and lower races had been talking about. Lower-level murlocs could only acquire a new profession after evolving. Individually, adventurers clearly aren't that strong, but when there are more of them, they become much harder to deal with. Right now, the murlocs had Lord Manhwa. Ultimately, the invasion of the lower-tier races into the world of the middle-tier races was a matter of necessity. While the adventurers' attention was focused on Manhwa, the master of toxins decided to hurry up and leave this dangerous world. And now one of the adventurers stood before him. Zhang Jing was shouting into the phone that a leader-level murloc was near the adventurer, and was approaching him right now. The association wanted the young man to intercept the Murloc before reinforcements arrived, but he said he had already dealt with a Murloc and didn't want to get involved because no one could force him to. Zhang Jing understood that according to the rules, this was indeed the case, but unfortunately this Murloc was only a few meters away from the adventurer. The young man turned and saw the Murloc, which was indeed approaching him. He was very pleased to see that this adventurer was completely exposed and unprotected. And even though this adventurer was a lower-tier species compared to him, the Master of Poisons had no reason to lose, so he prepared a vial of poison. Meanwhile, the Devourer was fighting Chen Huagong, who clearly hadn't expected things to turn out this difficult. On the other hand, seeing his comrade, he didn't want to give up the kill points. Jian, along with the dragon, attacked the Murloc, but it managed to dodge to the side, and at that moment he received a notification. It said he needed to find higher-level adventurers who hadn't completed the escape mission. Chen Huagong was angry at his comrade, who didn't know how to attack stealthily, and at the last moment, the comrade nearly got hit by his blow. But Wu Jian wouldn't even listen to the accusations of some fool who didn't understand that he was actually helping him. The Devourer Manhanus saw two black dots moving very quickly and decided that it might already be too late to pursue them. Originally, the Devourer had intended to devour the adventurers and raise his level to 11. But right before the adventurers' eyes, the evolution process began, and they couldn't believe that the heroic Murloc was evolving. Everyone knew that such things could happen in higher-level dungeons, but now it was happening right before their eyes. And now the enormous, evolved level 13 Devourer Manhanus stood in the middle of the city. The vehicle raced through the city streets at breakneck speed, yet Chen Hai demanded they go even faster. The goblin sat silently and intently, tucking his legs up to his chest. Su Yu wanted to know what the situation was like right now. There weren't that many Murlocs left, but for some reason the girl sensed two dangerous sources of danger. It was unclear why the leader of these Murlocs had become so powerful. Chen Hai looked at his friend, and judging by Su Yu's expression, he realized that the situation on the front lines was extremely tense. The adventurer was trying to escape, his body was saturated with toxin, and he couldn't understand why reinforcements hadn't arrived yet. Soon the adventurer felt he could no longer move. He collapsed to the ground and began coughing up blood. However, the Master of Toxins was satisfied, even though he felt he had been acting rather carelessly. He hadn't expected the adventurer's strength to be so close to his own. A little more, and the Murloc would have lost. But now this adventurer was no longer a threat, and he would soon be destroyed with poison. The Master of Poisons brought up the status window and began studying the new information. The Murloc saw a red dot in front of him. It was the wounded adventurer, and two black dots approaching from behind. But this information came too late, because in the next instant, the adventurer lunged at him with all his might. A single blow was enough to flatten the Murloc and shatter the surrounding asphalt into tiny pieces. And now the adventurer wanted to know how the points for defeating a leader-level Murloc would be calculated. The head of the Dunshan Adventurers Association said that this was a special case and different rules applied here. He could calculate the points according to the standards of the dungeon, which was on the verge of spiraling out of control. The moment the Devourer Manhanus completed its evolution, a thought flashed through the adventurers' minds. Su Yu's prophecy about the inverted dungeon had come true. The transition of a normal dungeon is a very rare and unlikely event, during which a leader-level creature capable of movement appears. The adventurers realized they were extremely unlucky to find themselves in such a dead end, because the situation was unique and very rare. Wu Jian shouted to his companion that even a personal visit from Zheng Zhen wouldn't fix anything, and that they were unlikely to defeat the enemy. The adventurers looked at the enormous and powerful monster and realized that their best course of action now was simply to retreat, hoping that the Devourer would let them go. It was astonishing, but the Devourer spoke the human language. He asked who Zheng Zhen was, and whether this man was the leader of the adventurers. After that, the Devourer pointed his finger at Manhanus and said that he sensed the movement of two very powerful people in that direction. The Devourer wanted to know if Zheng Ren was among them. If so, the adventurers must point him out and confirm what a legend he was. Chen Huagong said they could not comment on the Devourer's request in any way. Not having received the information he wanted, the Devourer Manhanus said that, in that case, they had nothing more to worry about. According to the Murloc, it was time to act, and he swung his mighty sword. The result was stunning. The enormous dragon was sliced open like a piece of sausage right before the stunned adventurer's eyes. The Murloc necromancer, along with his undead minions, was still sitting in the apartment, monitoring the dungeon's status. Finally, a black dot appeared in the notification window, and he decided, just to be safe, to complete the escape mission first and deal with the red dot. A group of adventurers was standing in one of the city squares. They had already done part of the work and were now waiting for further instructions. Yao Wen returned to the adventurers, and they didn't understand why he had come, since he had just been chasing a Murloc. Yao Wen told the adventurers that the Master of Poisons had been killed by the leader of the association and his henchmen. Yao Wen didn't understand why the adventurers had gathered here. Could it be that the problem with the Murlocs had been resolved? Lin explained that most of the Murlocs had been defeated, with the exception of the heroic Murloc. Furthermore, they had failed to deal with the Necromancer Murloc and his minions. The Necromancer, along with his undead minions, was still inside the building and refused to come out. In this situation, the advantage would not be on the adventurer's side. The interior layout favors the undead, so the adventurers have no choice but to wait. Meanwhile, the former leader of the Murlocs, who had only recently become undead, was watching the adventurers' conversation. The leader was very upset. He didn't have enough troops to deal with a group of adventurers, and now his life hung by a thread. Chen Hai activated undead slaying from above and fired an arrow aiming at the Murloc leader. The arrow pierced the undead's body, sending him flying and slamming him against the wall. The necromancer was furious. He couldn't understand who would dare to destroy one of his subjects. Chen Hai looked at his home, trying to figure out exactly how many Murlocs were currently in his apartment. Su Yu said there were 5 more Murlocs inside, but one of them was particularly weak. Chen Hai ordered the goblin to accompany him to help distribute the firepower. Meanwhile, the devourer Manhwa was fighting Chen Huagong, and it soon became clear that the odds were stacked against him. Huagong finally realized that his life was more important and decided not to chase after points, asking his comrade Wu Jian for help. Wu Jian had been waiting a long time for this moment and now joined the fight, intent on showing the Murloc who was truly in charge of this world. Wu Jian entered the fray, but almost immediately took a powerful blow from the devourer, who moved with blinding speed. Blood spattered in all directions, and the adventurer was wounded. Huagong took advantage of the devourer's preoccupation with his comrade and attempted a strike from behind. But the devourer Manhwa was incredibly strong. He spun around and counterattacked. His blow cleaved the adventurer's weapon in two and inflicted a severe wound on him. And now the devourer Manhwa stood there, holding his enormous weapon while one of the world's strongest adventurers lay beside him. Zheng Ren emerged from around the corner and praised Manhwa, saying that the duel had indeed been quite good. The devourer replied that he possessed an innate ability to sense those who were on the same level as him or higher. Manhwa turned around and told his opponent not to hide, promising that he too would not conceal his abilities. The devourer admitted he was surprised. The adventurers had proven to be quite ruthless, since they had watched him kill their comrades. And now Manhwa realized that Zheng Zhen had been watching him all this time, waiting for the moment when he himself would become his victim. The leader of the Adventurers Association suggested they talk first, beginning with the fact that not all of the Devourer's minions had been destroyed yet. And Zhang told the leader that this Murloc's power was very different from what Zheng Ren had previously described to him. The leader explained that the Devourer was evolving, but there was no need to worry. He had already calculated everything in accordance with the inverted dungeons and was confident that Zhang would not come to harm. Yao Wen answered a phone call and heard Zheng's order. All adventurers must evacuate. The inverted dungeon had spiraled out of control, and he wouldn't be able to look after everyone during the battle. Yao Wen couldn't believe his ears. The case involving the Murloc necromancer and his minions hadn't been solved yet. But Liang Jia replied that, as it turned out, the leader already knew everything. According to a report from Su Yu, Chen Hai would personally deal with the Murlocs in this building. Yao Wen couldn't believe his ears. Could Chen Hai really be here too? Xu Mao and the unfamiliar red-haired girl listened to this news with great interest. Yao Wen asked them to contact Chen Hai immediately and tell him not to do anything foolish, because the necromancer Murloc and his opponents were on completely different levels. A legendary young man like Chen Hai had no reason to take risks, even if the inverted dungeon was somehow connected to him. It was the goblin's first time riding an elevator. He'd never had that experience before. He walked down the corridor past the undead, but the next moment there was a rustling sound. And just like that, the undead creature was cut in half. Chen Hai, wearing his invisibility cloak, told the goblin not to look back and to keep moving. The Murloc necromancer was horrified. His elite undead had been instantly destroyed by something incredibly powerful. The necromancer turned to his followers and ordered them to immediately find and kill the leader-level guy on this floor. Liang Jia tried to contact his idol, but Chen Hai had turned off his phone, so it was impossible to warn him. Yao Wen couldn't believe it. The connection was gone. He demanded that contact with Chen Hai be re-established immediately. At that moment, two adventurers approached Yao Wen and offered their help, whatever that might entail. The goblin continued to move slowly through the building and finally reached Chen Hai's apartment. Upon entering, he discovered the undead mage performing some sort of magical ritual. The next moment, fireballs were launched at the goblin. While the goblin was trying to fend off the fire attacks, an undead creature began crawling out of the floor behind him, ready to strike from behind. However, these undead creatures were met with a powerful kick from Chen Hai, who was hidden behind the goblin in his invisibility cloak. The undead realized they were facing a human with the same skills as an assassin, so the two guards were instantly destroyed. Chen Hai entered his apartment while the goblin wiped his scorched face. The young man said he'd handle the remaining Murlocs in the hallway. The young man activated the Take a Risk and Survive ability and immediately launched an attack. The undead Master Mage activated his fireballs again, intending to use them for defense. Chen Hai began his battle with the undead. His agility and speed increased due to the opponent's difficulty. The young man activated his Undead Slayer title and sliced the Murloc in half. Chen Hai looked around his apartment with interest. It had been a long time since he'd been here. He was holding a scythe in his hands. Chen Hai didn't understand why the necromancer Murloc hadn't appeared, so he decided to use his vision of the past to find the necromancer and test this ability at the same time. In this way, he saw how the undead had received an order from the necromancer to find and kill Chen Hai. The young man realized that the necromancer himself had climbed over the balcony. However, a strange sound was coming from the kitchen. Chen Hai opened the freezer and found the body of a frozen Murloc inside. It wasn't clear what it was for. Chen Hai thawed out the poor Murloc and called to say he'd caught the Murloc that had been used for research. The guy wanted to know what to do with it. Yao Wen couldn't figure out exactly where Chen Hai was. The young man explained that he was currently in his apartment. Yao Wen started shouting that they needed to leave immediately because the building was in danger. But that was strange, because there was no one in the apartment, and the necromancer himself had run off somewhere. They needed to warn the adventurers to be careful on the street so they wouldn't fall into the necromancer's trap. Chen Hai managed to find a can of drink in the fridge that the necromancer hadn't had time to finish, and soon his fellow adventurers showed up at his apartment. Zhu Mao said he was late. A Murloc leader had caught up with him on the way, but they say there's another one here, so he came to level up. Chen Hai replied that Zhu Mao had most likely come because the Murloc had already escaped. Chen Hai explained that he had killed one Murloc, and his goblin had finished off the other. The red-haired adventurer examined the weapon Chen Hai had used with great interest. Yao Wen told his companions that they would chat about everything later, but for now they needed to leave. Chen Hai was surprised because they had intended to help Wu Jian and Hua Gong, but to everyone's horror, it became clear that these adventurers were beyond help. Chen Hai and Su Yu had been right. This inverted dungeon had completely spiraled out of control. It took tremendous stamina to kill a knight, but so far the duel had been almost evenly matched. If a killing blow doesn't destroy this monster, all the adventurers will need an explanation. The devourer Manhanis was fighting the doppelganger summoned by the knight. The adventurer Zheng Zhen was a knight and was able to use an echo. It had no consciousness, was limited in duration, but otherwise mirrored the body of its creator. The devourer found the battle against the echo difficult, and this class annoyed him greatly. It was all too easy to create a copy of himself. And Zhan was also eager to join the fight and had already readied his powerful fist. The young man approached the devourer from the other side and, seizing a moment of vulnerability, landed a single punch. The force of that blow was simply staggering, and the devourer was sent flying, sweeping everything in his path aside. He lay amidst the shattered asphalt, battered, trying to gather his strength and collect his thoughts. And as Zhan was an assassin from a martial arts school, he saw that his opponent was not only sturdy and strong, but also resilient. The adventurer warned the leader that this boss was difficult to kill, so he requested that the points be calculated according to the standard for a level 15 inverted dungeon boss. Upon receiving an affirmative response, the assassin said he would take action and continue working until an opportunity arose. It seemed that the professional skills of these two adventurers had made quite an impression on Manhwa, and now he was struggling to climb among the rocks. However, Manhwa was furious. After all, just two adventurers, inferior to him in strength, had decided they could defeat him, and the Devourer would not tolerate such an attitude or being underestimated. The Devourer, choosing between the future and the present, settled on the present. This led to a reckless and impulsive act. The monster decided to choose a profession. Now he could choose one of the professions of the adventurers he had devoured in the past, and at that moment he was presented with a huge list of options. The Devourer immediately chose professions with ranged attacks. In the end, the choice narrowed down to the priest and druid classes, and Manhwa the Devourer finished setting up the new class. At that very moment, the group of adventurers was out on the city streets, unsure of what to do next. There was no danger nearby. Lin warned everyone to remain very cautious and to call as soon as they needed help. Liang Jia called Lin. He told her that the Murloc necromancer had escaped, but he had tracked his escape route. Now that the necromancer was alone, it would be easy to deal with him. The adventurer sat on the ground, clutching his wounded arm. He hoped the overturned dungeon would disappear soon. A lot had happened, but fortunately he had survived. A Murloc necromancer appeared nearby, searching for a higher-level adventurer to kill and evolve. Shanli was nearly exhausted and his life began to flash before his eyes. He wanted to understand when his life had reached a dead end. The man remembered himself as a young boy who had come to meet his famous uncle, an adventurer. It was a tremendous honor, and the young Shanli was absolutely thrilled to meet his uncle. What's more, his uncle wasn't alone. He was with a beautiful young woman. It was Zhou Chang, the granddaughter of the legendary adventurer. The young woman was very modest and beautiful. The gentleman introduced her to Yun Xiao's new rising star, the adventurer Shan Li, who was the only person in their province to have become the Shadow Queen's favorite. This young man had a great future ahead of him, and it was precisely this young man whom the granddaughter of the legendary adventurer met. After that, there were many amazing and joyful events, starting with their first meeting, which culminated in a beautiful wedding. Then came many pleasant moments with friends and other adventurers, but the high status of a government official made life difficult for the young couple. Shan Li was given a strategic mission that was beyond his capabilities, while his wife stood by and watched. The adventurers realized that the enormous cursed giant was too strong for their friend, who was currently unable to handle him. And then came the moment when the giant of destruction raised his club to bring it crashing down on Shan Li's head. It seemed as though the end had come, but a spell was cast, halting the massive boss's actions. After that, Hua Gong joined the battle to cleave the giant in two with his gray scythe. The adventurer executed the strike perfectly, and now the danger was behind them, for the colossal boss had been split in two. Maki didn't understand what was happening. The team's main force was holding them back. Were they really supposed to die here at someone's whim? Hua Gong told Maki to take her questions about the team's strategy to the higher-ups, because Shang Li hadn't done anything wrong and shouldn't be criticized. In the end, to avoid a quarrel, the young people left the dungeon. Shang Li began apologizing to his friends, realizing that this time he had let everyone down. Hua Gong said there was no need to apologize. Everyone simply believed that Shang Li had inherited the great adventurer's epic relic. Shang Li was stunned to hear that that was exactly what everyone had thought. Hua Gong said that if that weren't the case, it made no sense why the three of them had been sent to conquer this dungeon, which was clearly more difficult than usual. From an official standpoint, it can be said with certainty that Shang Li, as a member of the Zhou family and a rising star, is destined to inherit the relic of the legendary adventurer. If that's not the case, then Shang Li should go home and talk to his wife, because being assigned difficult tasks that exceed his capabilities is becoming a problem for a young man. Shan Li was very surprised when he heard all this from his friend. Shan Li asked his wife why he hadn't received her grandfather's legendary relic. But his wife's brother, Zhou Dai, said that Shang Li had only just joined their family and they weren't obligated to fully support him, because for now he was still a stranger to them. The brother and sister realized that Shang Li lacked the potential to become a legendary adventurer. If they didn't reach the top, they would simply become administrators in their city, and Shang Li himself would have to take care of his brother, meaning he would no longer have to venture into dangerous dungeons. And now, lying in the middle of the street and bleeding to death, Shan Li thought that he shouldn't have married a member of the Zhou family, and perhaps his life would have turned out differently. The undead creature looked at the dying adventurer and suggested to the necromancer that he turn this strong young man into an undead. But the necromancer replied that, unfortunately, he could only transform murlocs of the same race. At that moment, the murlocs saw a group of adventurers heading toward them at high speed. They were moving very quickly. The necromancer believed there was no point in rushing, because not everything related to the escape had been completed. After that, the necromancer and the undead activated their control panels and, pressing the buttons, vanished into thin air. Yao Wen was horrified when he heard the latest news. It turned out that Shangli had died, but that wasn't all. Liang Jia told him that there were still a great many problems, and they were connected to the devourer. Instead of dying while lying in a pile of rocks, the devourer had begun to transform once again. The adventurers noted with sadness and anxiety that their enemy was growing stronger once again. The devourer Manhanus was now a level 13 master and looked incredibly powerful. The murloc looked at his hand with interest. It seemed as though his fingers were glowing. Now the murloc had a new profession. The devourer now understood something. It turned out that the weaker party was capable of much thanks to bonuses, but that was about to come to an end. The devourer activated the amphibian technique and directed it against the adventurers. A powerful shockwave followed, tearing through the asphalt and the adventurers. Fortunately, it turned out to be an echo. Zheng Ren used his transformation technique and sent a clone in place of his comrade, thereby saving Zhang life. A few moments later, the clone was whole and unharmed again. Though a little smoke and steam were rising from him, everything was basically fine. The devourer was delighted by such a cool clone that could switch places with anyone. It was indeed very convenient. But now the devourer Manhanus wanted to know what would happen if he attacked both adventurers at the same time. Which one would the clone be used for? Manhanus launched a double attack, unleashing lightning bolts at the adventurers. The speed was simply insane. Zheng Ren realized he wouldn't have time to dodge, and this time Anjan pulled him to safety by the arm, but the guys knew they couldn't handle it. Now all they could do was run for their lives to find help, because the devourer's power went beyond anything legendary. The devourer saw the adventurers rushing away from him and ran after them. Murloc soared into the sky and channeled lightning energy, declaring that resistance was futile. The scale of this attack was simply staggering, and there was no way the two adventurers could escape it. When the Murloc unleashed his attack, several city blocks found themselves at the epicenter and were destroyed as if by a nuclear explosion. To everyone in the city, it felt like an earthquake. Such powerful vibrations radiated from the epicenter. Liang Jia radioed everyone that the civilians needed to be evacuated. The leader of the adventurers and his friend had been defeated, while the devourer was completely unharmed. Until the legendary Huang Xuan arrives, the adventurers have no choice but to retreat because the devourer is too powerful for them. The Murloc was already fed up with these flying cameras, so he hurled a charge at one of them, causing the drone to explode instantly. Suddenly, the devourer felt the adventurer Zheng Zhen grab his leg. He admitted that the devourer had indeed become a formidable monster. But at the same time, he mustn't forget what the adventurer had warned him about, not to even think about harming civilians. The leader of the adventurers said that if that happened, the adventurers would definitely return and take revenge. But just at that moment, the devourer stepped on the knight's hand. He told the adventurer that his comrades had abandoned Zheng Ren, yet he spoke of it with such confidence. Now the devourer would devour him and become even stronger. Yao Wen finished his phone call, listened to all the instructions, and was ready to pass them on. Yao Wen asked Chen Hai to take over as leader and help evacuate the civilians, but the young man refused. However, Yao Wen said that he and Hua Gong had made a fatal mistake in the dungeon, and now he had no moral right to hold that position. At one point, Hua Gong had stayed behind to buy more time, covering for his comrade. The young man said that he bore responsibility for what had happened in the dungeon and did not want anyone else to risk their life. But Hua Gong was an official adventurer and didn't want to run away like a pathetic coward. And now Yao Wen was asking Chen Hai to take care of the adventurers from their association and help save them all. The situation had now reached a point where the fate of the entire city depended on Chen Hai, and it seemed that all their efforts had not been in vain. Yao Wen urged him not to act impulsively. He knew that Chen Hai's secret profession helped him level up and take on dungeons. Yao Wen also knew that the young man had obtained powerful gear and weapons. But even legendary adventurers had been unable to defeat this opponent, and Chen Hai most likely wouldn't be able to do so either. So there was no need to court trouble. Chen Hai revealed that he now held a title related to Murlocs called 50-50. Thanks to this title, he could locate powerful murlocs nearby, and in terms of strength, speed, and agility, the young man was their equal. Yawen wouldn't hear of it. Even if he was their equal, there was still a difference in combat power. Chen Hai said he had a legendary helmet that granted him the combat power and experience of Claude himself. And then there was the Black Knight's sword, which the goblin was currently holding in his hands. Shu Mao listened intently to everything, and upon hearing about the two epic items, he realized that Coach An had made a mistake this time. Chen Hai explained that his class was called Death Seeker, and thanks to it, he was confident he could defeat the Devourer within 3 minutes. Chen Hai apologized to his mentor for having hidden his strength and abilities from him all this time. But now the young man wanted to contribute as a resident of this city, an adventurer, and an official member of the association, and asked to be allowed to do so. Yao Wen was a little taken aback by all these titles and said that, of course, he couldn't refuse such a request. Chen Hai was very pleased. He said that in that case, the problem was solved. He would handle everything himself, and the rest of them should stay here and wait for him for now. Chen Hai turned to his friend and asked if Shu Mao would go with him or stay here. Meanwhile, the devourer Manhanas was searching among the rocks for the adventurer's body. He wanted to devour it and then set out in search of the fugitive. By devouring yet another adventurer, the monster would become even stronger, and no legendary adventurer would be able to defeat it. Manhanus told the leader that once he was done with him, he would conquer the entire city. But Zheng Zhen continued to taunt and provoke the Murloc. The devourer was furious. This adventurer dared to defy him even on the brink of death. It seemed he didn't value his life at all. The devourer was about to cut the leader down, but suddenly heard a noise behind him. Standing before him was Hua Gong, the adventurer alive and nearly unscathed who had come for revenge. The devourer was angry at himself. He had shown mercy and let this adventurer go, and he shouldn't have. Because now the guy was back, but he probably just wanted to die and didn't value the life the Murloc had given him. Hua Gong possessed the title the one who does not surrender to death, which pushed the limits of his race. However, if the bearer retreated, half of his power would vanish. The devourer realized it was pointless to talk to these adventurers and immediately began the fight, since they were so eager to die. Soon the adventurer's weapon began to crumble, for the devourer's sword was extremely sturdy and powerful. Hua Gong should have died from the sword strike, but at that moment the leader activated a teleportation effect. The devourer looked back and saw that his opponent was unharmed, and that a clone was standing next to him. Hua Gong said that his weapon was broken and asked if anyone had a spare. The devourer Manhanas decided he would not let a single adventurer escape and declared that he would fight them to the end. But before he could launch another attack, another guy approached them and asked what they were even talking about and what the latest news was. Chen Hai said he wanted to play around with them a bit and have some fun too. The strongest adventurers were shocked when they saw Chen Hai. This guy was only at level 6, and it was unclear what he was doing there. But the devourer wasn't that stupid. He immediately sensed that this new guy was very strong. Meanwhile, Shu Mao was running alongside a girl who said that everything had turned out rather unexpectedly. With all his attributes, combat experience, and the advantages of his hidden profession, Chen Hai had a decent chance of turning the situation around, so she didn't understand why Shu Mao refused to help him. Shu Mao replied that he had a question of his own. Why hadn't the strike team's engineer witch gone with him? And Jean immediately started with the criticism. He said they should have just killed the 2 Murlocs and left, and now he didn't understand why that pair was still here. But on the other hand, none of that mattered now. The young people needed to follow Jean, because everything had spiraled out of control and this city was no longer safe. Thanks to his keen perception, the devourer immediately realized that the uninvited guest power was very close to his own. On the other hand, there was something strange. The devourer realized that devouring this man wouldn't raise his own level, which meant the opponent wasn't at the 13th level. Among all the other adventurers, this guy was clearly special, and now the devourer wanted to know his level. Chen Hai decided not to hide anything and revealed his 6th level, not understanding the point of the question. The devourer realized he was right when he sensed something odd. This adventurer thought he was a fool. Even with all his attributes, this guy was no match for him. Chen Hai wanted to explain something, but the devourer rudely cut him off, saying he didn't want to listen. He wasn't interested in primitive attempts to change his mind. In any case, he was going to defeat the adventurer right now. Chen Hai said that, in his opinion, that wouldn't happen. And just then the devourer leaped high into the air and raised his sword with both hands, preparing to bring it crashing down on the man. That was very reckless because Chen Hai had used a trick, and the Devourer had only split the clone. Chen Hai was very upset. He didn't understand why they'd done that to him, but the senior adventurers told him not to be so cocky, because if it weren't for the teleportation, the guy would already be dead. Chen Hai turned to the adventurers and asked them to trust him just this once. If he hadn't been confident of victory, he wouldn't have come here. The leader didn't want to hear about any confidence, since all of the Devourer's stats were well over 20, and no matter how difficult the dungeons Chen Hai had cleared before, it wouldn't help him now. Zheng Ren was already ready to trust the young man, but Hua Gong interrupted the conversation, arguing that they couldn't trust such a young, inexperienced adventurer. It was too foolish. The Devourer Manhwa decided to take advantage of the situation, and while the adventurers were arguing among themselves, attack one of them. But Hua Gong asked them not to interrupt their conversation and not to draw their swords while the adventurers were arguing among themselves. The leader used his teleportation ability again to substitute a clone for his companion. But it turned out that this time, the Devourer had outmaneuvered the adventurers. His real target wasn't Hua Gong. Zheng Ren realized at the last moment that it was already too late to do anything. But to everyone's surprise, Chen Hai appeared between the opponents and deflected the Devourer's attack. After that, the young man asked the Murloc why the Devourer had switched his target to his comrade, since he had promised to give it his all. Cochin Zhan was very surprised to learn about the two epic items his student possessed. Furthermore, it turned out that Chen Hai had a special profession that wasn't even listed in the Encyclopedia of Hidden Professions, and that he relied on the effect of his title to balance his strength and boost his stats. Xu Mao believed that if they couldn't handle it, they could ask Xuan and Yu Yu for help. Chen Hai finally began his duel with his opponent. The guy was very fast, and it seemed as though he was moving instantly. Chen Hai wanted to try to guess what tactics his opponent would use next, but the Devourer said he wouldn't fall for any tricks anymore. The Devourer sliced through yet another clone and realized at the last moment that his opponent hadn't changed position. Chen Hai considered it incredibly foolish to use the same tactic twice. It was very naive to think he would do so, but now Chen Hai himself had wounded the Devourer. The adventurers were ecstatic. Hua Gong already considered it a victory, but the leader said it was too early to draw such conclusions. The Devourer's physique stat must already be over 20, so the attack wasn't fatal to him, though blood was dripping from the Murloc's body. The leader noted with satisfaction that this was their first time working together, and Chen Hai had adapted perfectly to the tactics without any explanation, even though he was just a writer. Devourer Manhwa couldn't understand how his opponent had managed to dodge the attack. The Murloc hadn't had a chance to exploit a gap in his opponent's skills to land a counterattack. Chen Hai realized that if the Murloc's physique was above 20, it would be a bit more difficult than he had previously thought. After several skirmishes with adventurers, the Devourer had already realized that their strategy was quite effective, even without the use of special skills, and he also realized that the adventurer's special skills posed a deadly threat to him. And now the Devourer regretted choosing the path of the present. He had wanted to kill a couple of adventurers and level up so he could challenge the legend. Devourer Manhwa froze for a moment as if planning his next move, but then unexpectedly activated his exclusive skill, exceeding the limit. By intensively drawing on his inner energy, he increased his strength and agility. The Devourer of Manhwa said that he had originally intended to save this skill for a legendary adventurer, but it seemed he would have to use it right now. Chen Hai turned to the leader and said that the Devourer's speed had increased. Perhaps this time he wouldn't be able to stop the Murloc, so the leader needed to run. The Devourer charged forward, hoping the adventurers would help him level up by one more point. He attacked the leader once more, but the blow landed on the clone again, though Zheng Ren still suffered an injury to his arm. At that moment, the completely reckless Hua Gong leaped onto the Devourer from behind, and clamping his arms and legs around its neck, signaled to Chen Hai to strike. The Devourer was furious. Did this fool really think he could hold him back? The Devourer said he'd better not count on it, and with a single movement, he shrugged his shoulders, flinging the adventurer's body off him. Chen Hai had just leaped toward the Murloc and slashed at it with his sword. However, the Devourer Manhwa stood there, safe and sound. He said it was time to end this farce, because now all the adventurers would simply vanish. And at that moment, a fiery fist came crashing down on Manhwa from somewhere high in the sky. The Devourer couldn't move, and when he looked up, he saw an angelic creature above him. It was the Lord's favorite. The Devourer realized that one of the adventurers was capable of summoning more powerful beings. There were several adventurers gathered on the city streets at that moment, and one of them was a summoner. The devourer Manhwa knew that the guy with the book wasn't very powerful, but he immediately spotted the insolent one who had been bold enough to return. Manhwa launched his attack to kill this adventurer, and Jean held the title Man Without Armor. Thanks to this, his physical attributes were enhanced, while the physical damage he took was reduced, and Jean eventually parried the devourer's attack. But in that very moment, the murloc loomed over him once more, ready to strike. However, at that moment, Chen Hai appeared behind the murloc and struck the devourer. As a result, the monster was sent flying far to the side. Chen Hai landed on the ground and asked his coach if he could continue fighting. Upon receiving a negative answer, the young man took out a bottle of a strength-restoring potion and suggested splitting it between the two of them. That way, perhaps they would be able to hold out until reinforcements arrived. The devourer Manhwa could barely stand and said that he now understood everything. Until he killed Chen Hai, he wouldn't be able to reach the other people. Chen Hai drew his scythe and said that the devourer could interpret the situation however he wanted. After that, the two opponents clashed in close combat. They attacked each other, moving instantly through space, and neither gave an inch. At one point, the devourer began to activate his ability to attack with energy, and this could have seriously complicated the situation. Devourer Manhwa was very pleased with himself, confident that his opponent had noticed this too late. However, Chen Hai instantly adapted his technique and swung his scythe. Thanks to this, he thwarted the attack, and the devourer realized he needed to be careful with this weapon. At that very moment, the adventurers were trying to recover. The leader was bandaging his arm so he could continue the fight, and Jean handed him a vial of a potion that restored strength. He advised him not to drink too much. Just a small sip was enough, and the wound would heal immediately. The leader couldn't understand where the coach had gotten a blood-stopping potion. Usually, only high-level adventurers had such things, and Jean said that Chen Hai had given it to him. Most likely, the young man himself didn't understand the value of this potion. But they know for certain that it's extremely difficult to obtain such an item at the 6th level. The leader drank the potion and warned the coach not to draw Chen Hai's attention. Whatever today's outcome may be, it's already clear in this upside-down dungeon that Chen Hai will become the association's new star. The coach replied that he might have been tactless at one time, but now he had Shu Mao, and that alone was a great achievement. The coach had no intention of antagonizing the association. Besides, a great deal will now depend on Chen Hai, and the leader himself is still under a ban on firearms. Zheng Ren took his medicine, and it tasted awful. It seemed as if someone had added wasabi to it. The battle between the two opponents was still raging. They circled each other, moving through the city's neighborhoods, neither giving an inch. The devourer surmised that his opponent was simply stalling for time by luring the murloc into chasing him. Manhwa considered this a naive tactic, and he was about to prove it. And indeed, in the very next moment, the devourer caught up with the adventurer and struck him in the stomach with his elbow with all his might. The young man was sent flying quite a distance. The blow was excruciating. Chen Hai could barely muster his strength, realizing that he was now the only one still putting up a fight, and he couldn't give up. Chen Hai couldn't move. His leg was injured near the ankle, and the devourer realized that he was about to end this battle. Chen Hai really couldn't move. He dropped to one knee and held his sword out, trying to prevent the devourer's weapon from injuring him. The murloc leaned toward the adventurer and said he had to admit it. The guy really was very strong and stubborn. Perhaps the devourer would never again encounter such an interesting opponent, especially one with such a large level difference. But he hoped to meet an adversary who could fight him for just as long. As he spoke, the devourer was gathering his energy attack. Divine Light watched this unfold from high in the sky, but he had no intention of intervening in the battle. Yao Wen, who had summoned the divine power, was furious. He demanded that the people be saved immediately. However, the divine power he had summoned said it was already too late. The portal had expanded significantly. The devourer Manhwa said he would certainly remember these people. It seemed as though he was bidding them, and all of humanity, farewell forever. It took a long time for the dust, fog, and smoke to clear. The city street looked terrible, and in its center stood the main protagonist. The devourer looked at his hands. His exceeding the limit skill was very powerful, but it consumed too much physical energy. His level was too low to have survived all the previous events. Devourer Manhwa looked at the adventurer and thought that he could have lost to such a weakling. How ridiculous that sounded. At that moment, a new opponent appeared behind him and said that the devourer still hadn't won. Zheng Zhen stood there safe and sound, two assault rifles in hand, and asked what exactly the devourer had just been laughing at. The Murloc, of course, was very displeased to see the leader standing before him again, but he still couldn't understand. Was this adventurer really going to fight with his wound barely healed? Devourer Manhwa said that he was now going to knock the wind out of this foolish adventurer, and the Murloc braced himself for battle. The leader opened fire in bursts and began shooting relentlessly at the Murloc. The devourer withstood the bullets, but didn't understand what kind of weapon this was, or why it pierced his copper skin and iron bones as if they were cardboard. At that moment, Enjan crept up behind the devourer and carried Chen Hai away. Now he could let loose and fire continuously. Immediately, a notification appeared stating that the Mother of the Seas had broken the rules and intervened in the confrontation, so the adventurer's rifles would malfunction in a few seconds. Zheng Zhen couldn't understand what was happening or why both of his rifles had jammed at the same time. The devourer immediately decided to take advantage of the pause. He charged forward with his sword in hand and declared that it seemed the gods didn't care about humans. The leader began to activate his teleportation. He wanted to know how much longer he would have to wait for help. And at that moment, a fiery fist crashed down from the sky once more, knocking the adventurers aside. Zheng Ren sat on the shattered rocks, waiting for the dust to settle so he could see whether the devourer had been killed or not. The leader was furious. After all, the Divine Protector had nearly killed him. However, the Divine Protector said that he knew what he was doing and that there was no need to worry. But at that very moment, something strange happened. The Divine Protector was knocked off balance and nearly fell to the ground himself. The devourer Manhwa thanked Mother of the Seas for her second intervention, which prevented Holy Baptism from killing Manhwa. Holy Baptism could not believe his eyes when he saw that the devourer was alive. Baptism burns everyone except legends, and the Murloc is clearly no legend. The devourer explained that his survival was due to the protection of the Mother of the Seas. The situation was indeed becoming a dead end for the humans. While the devourer was absolutely delighted, he called the adventurers pathetic insects incapable of defeating him. At that moment, Coach and Zhang crept up behind him. He said it would be too humiliating for the devourer to lose to someone he considered a bug. The adventurer activated the Master of Fist-Fighting ability, and so the opponents clashed, their fists meeting. It was like a tug-of-war or a game of push and pull. Devourer Manhwa had no intention of losing, but the title's effect doubled the damage. And Jean noted that the Murloc was far too arrogant, and on top of that, severely exhausted from the non-stop battle. So the coach's blow was particularly devastating to him. But the devourer said that this duel would be the last one for Enjan because he was now using exceeding the limit again. At that moment, the nameless Lord of Death decided to lend the defenders a little help, while Yao Wen gave Chen Hai a restorative potion. Soon the young man's breathing evened out, and it became clear that he would soon come to. Chen Hai was still unconscious, but for some reason, his adventurer panel lit up. It turned out that the anonymous Lord of Death had changed his legendary helmet. Soon, Claude appeared on horseback beside the young man. He asked why the boy wasn't using a trial emblem. Claude suggested that if he used the Valiant Knight token, he could counter the amphibious creature's trump cards. Chen Hai regained his composure somewhat. He realized that this wasn't Claude standing before him, because Claude didn't know that the monster was an amphibian. So who was standing before him, and where were they anyway? The stranger advised him to calm down and confirmed that he wasn't Claude, but rather an image generated by the activation of the legendary helmet. They were on the training ground for the helmet's new effect. This effect was called Summon to the Battlefield. The stranger said that the battle with the Murloc had attracted the attention of two deities. One of them, the goddess of the sea, had already intervened in the dungeon's affairs 3 times. This has caused discontent among the other deity, which is why Chen Hai is here now. Now he wanted to understand why the adventurer hadn't used the trial mark. He should have already come up with that solution. Chen Hai explained that at that moment he had used the title Survivor on the Brink of Death, but didn't know if feigning death would fool the Murloc. Besides, he hadn't expected that attack to be so devastating it had nearly killed him. The stranger didn't understand why the guy had such thoughts. He wanted to know why the adventurer had decided to take the risk despite the danger. Chen Hai's level was far behind, and the fact that he'd managed to fight the Murloc for so long was already beyond what was expected. Chen Hai said that it was most likely all connected to the dungeon that had spiraled out of control. The young man blamed himself for the incident. Chen Hai believed that he should have allowed the authorities to enter the dungeon from the start. He shouldn't have gone through it on his own, and perhaps it wouldn't have turned out the way it did. However, his companion believed that the government's adventurers wouldn't have been able to make it through the dungeon. And besides, Chen Hai had become an adventurer himself and helped many people. Of course, that sounded very nice, but still there was no need to mix these two completely different matters. Chen Hai had already regained his composure and now wanted to know how to get out of this place because a battle was still waiting for him outside. But his companions said that wasn't necessary at all, because the deities, who had previously been merely watching, had now begun to take the stage, and this duel would soon come to an end. Yao Wen and the goblin were very pleased when they saw that the adventurer had finally woken up. Chen Hai, paying no attention to those who had saved him from death, immediately opened his adventurer panel and checked his new title and abilities. Yao Wen clutched his spellbook to his chest and was already starting to get worked up and nervous. Chen Hai asked the adventurer not to worry. He would simply borrow his companion's body to teach one player to follow the rules. Nothing more would happen in 10 minutes at most. The dungeon would be cleared. Yao Wen realized that his companion's body had been taken over. He said, "Does the deity really think I wouldn't notice this? Besides, why should he believe that the deity meant him no harm?" It sounded very convincing and reasonable. The deity understood that in the eyes of others, he really did look suspicious. At that very moment, Anjan continued his fistfight against the devourer Manhanis. The opponents were evenly matched, but the leader's automatic weapon still wasn't working. It had jammed again. At one point, the devourer leapt upward to deliver a critical blow, realizing that his opponent was already very tired. And Anjan dodged and kicked out, hoping that the devourer would be the one to fall right there. But a swift, instant, and powerful counterattack sent the devourer's foot slamming into Anjan's face with full force. Now the burly man lies lifeless on the ground, and the devourer Manhanis is moving toward him. The Murloc said that he'd been toying with the adventurers for quite some time now, and that everyone now understood how to handle this situation properly. Suddenly, the devourer sensed an unknown and powerful force behind him, capable of harming him. The Murloc turned around and saw the silhouette of an adventurer approaching in the distance, a scythe in hand. Outwardly, it was the adventurer Chen Hai, and not everyone would have realized that a completely different creature now resided within that body. Chen Hai greeted everyone present and told the leader that he had come to replace him and intended to deal with him himself. The devourer was furious. He realized that if these adventurers hadn't been taking turns, he would have killed them all long ago. But at that moment, a sword strike was already closing in on him. Concealed by an invisibility cloak, the devourer hadn't even sensed its approach. After that, Chen Hai immediately attacked the Murloc, striking him with his scythe. The goblin wasn't very pleased that his strike hadn't killed the devourer. However, that wasn't a big deal, since the scratch on his neck would keep the Murloc from talking much longer. Now the devourer wouldn't be able to use his summoning panel. He was like a piece of meat on a cutting board, his fate now in the hands of the adventurers. Chen Hai ordered the goblin to intervene while he fought because he wanted to play with the Murloc. He needed to wait until it was on the brink of death and only then finish it off. Due to damage to his vocal cords, the devourer couldn't use the adventurer's summoning panel, and now he realized how foolish it had been to give up his maximum combat effectiveness. Manhanis realized that his own stupidity and pride were to blame. He had underestimated humans far too much and had now fallen into their trap, just as they had fallen into the Murloc's traps in the dungeon. But it was too late for regrets now. Suddenly, a blue window appeared before the Murloc. It was a glimmer of hope. He had to take a chance. Perhaps he could find a way out of here. The goddess of the sea had given him a hint. The adventurers had a health potion. He could use it to heal his throat and escape. Chen Hai had already launched his attack. He said that the Murloc's nanny was powerless to save him, and now the blue window wouldn't help him either. Manhanus, the devourer, clutching his throat with one hand, fled. He wanted to get to the medicine and heal his wounds. Chen Hai was surprised to see the devourer running away, but he realized that the Murloc wanted to take the medicine from Yao Wen and restore his health. Chen Hai knew that if the Murloc healed his throat, he would escape, and then the adventurer would become a complete laughingstock in the eyes of the gods. Pulling a flute from his panel, the adventurer used it to summon Nightmare. That was the name of Claude's horse. The devourer reached the man, next to whom the potion lay, and couldn't understand why he was unconscious or who had done this to him. However, now was no time for reflection. He had to cure his throat as soon as possible, and then return. And this time, the boy in armor, who had insulted the goddess, would surely die. And suddenly something terrible happened. Half of the devourer's body was torn away. Clutching the vial of medicine as he died, he didn't understand what was happening or why he could see the sky. And then, in addition to the sky, the devourer saw adventurers in armor riding a horse right in front of him. The vial shattered, and a pool of blood engulfed the Murloc. The god of death said that he rarely gets the chance to come and play in the human world, and now a Murloc and his goddess are ruining his fun. Furthermore, the Murloc had broken the bottle containing the infinite potion, and now Death wanted to know how the devourer would make up for it. The god of death opened the adventurer's panel and began to examine it. The mother of the sea begged him not to kill her follower and was willing to pay a high price. The god of death replied that compensation was fine, but this fish had to die. The mother of the sea said that if the Murloc died, she would open a dungeon of vengeance in this world. The god of death replied that, in principle, he didn't care. If his apostle couldn't grow strong enough to defeat the legendary Murloc, then he simply wasn't worthy of being the god of death's apostle. The goddess of the sea tried to threaten him a few more times, but in the end, she completely lost her mind. Finally, the goblin appeared. He was very pleased, walking through the city streets and singing songs. The god of death said he had almost been too late, just a little longer, and that Murloc would have perished. The god of death asked how the goblin was getting along with the Dark Knight's sword. The goblin replied that he was almost used to it, and then he received an even more powerful and legendary weapon from his master. With this sword, the goblin was supposed to kill the Murloc, who still refused to give up and continued to fight. The Murloc begged his goddess not to abandon him, to give him one more chance, but the sword pierced his chest and blood spurted out in a huge fountain. The goblin warrior killed the Murloc devourer and activated the hero's secret path. And now the goblin had taken on a completely different appearance and form, something not even mentioned in the book, The Legacy of the Shaman Master. It became clear that the goblin had activated a hidden evolutionary path. He was now a level 10 goblin hero. Although the god of death was not the patron of his race, he believed that the goblin needed to level up a few times and kill a couple of elite heroes in order to awaken his talent. After that, the goblin would receive a true name and become a true goblin hero. But it was too early to celebrate. There was still much work ahead, and at that moment, unfamiliar voices were heard. The god of death turned at the sound, and the goblin immediately drew his sword from behind his back. Xuan addressed the god of death and asked him to return Chen Hai to them, because the young man was his direct successor, and if anything happened to him, many would be upset. Death replied that she hadn't even finished yet, and already they were shooing her away. Was this really what human hospitality was all about? Huang Xuan, who bore the title Mage Slayer, said that he and his men wished to personally thank the god of death. At that moment, the fire dragon descended from the sky, unable to believe that this unknown adventurer had killed the legendary Murloc. His friend Wu Yu advised him to watch his words if he didn't want his sister to ignore him. The god of death said he didn't need any special thanks. Ordinary words would suffice. In fact, he saw that he was surrounded by people on the ground and in the sky, so he decided not to abuse their hospitality. After that, the god of death left the young man's body like a parasite, leaving the goblin behind. A little more time passed. Fortunately, the god of death turned out to be a reasonable being. It soon became clear that Chen Hai was gradually coming to. The adventurers called an ambulance, and the emergency vehicle raced through the empty city to take the injured man to the hospital. Inside the ambulance, the nurse, as was her custom, wept bitterly over her patient's body. Finally, Chen Hai came to, smiled, and told the young woman not to cry. He was alive. Chen Hai sat up, holding his head. It seemed to him that he had been asleep for too long. He was told that he had been asleep for 20 minutes, and that they were now on their way to the hospital. After the examination, Huang Xuan would listen to the doctor's comments and assess the adventurer's condition. Deep down, Jian was jealous of this adventurer for his sister, and now he said that Chen Hai might not be aware of it, but the upside-down dungeon was a thing of the past, and it was all thanks to Chen Hai. During those 20 minutes while he slept, an unknown entity had taken control of his body and killed the frenzied Murloc, a fact that gave him pause. If there were legends or even higher-level beings capable of using Chen Hai's body to cross over into the human world, would the authorities cover it up? Of course, Chen Hai was surprised himself, and he had no answer to that question. Moreover, the young man realized that he could easily become nothing more than a plaything or a weapon in someone else's hands. No one could answer these questions. Everyone was very annoyed. But be that as it may, right now the adventurer Chen Hai was the city's hero, and he needed to take advantage of that. In the worst-case scenario, it would be difficult for Chen Hai to join the government in the future, since no one could claim that the entity behind him had good intentions. However, the guild members didn't care about that at all, so there was no need to get upset ahead of time. For members of the Adventurers Association, such support is more of a plus, so no one would drive Chen Hai away. On the contrary, if someone powerful is backing him, his value only increases. So if the young man feels uncomfortable in his association, he can easily transfer to Wu Yu's guild. Chen Hai sensed that they were simply trying to poach him. Wu Yu confirmed that this was indeed the case. Securing a fighter who was only a 6th level but had enormous potential was like winning the lottery. And even if Huang Xuan were to be unhappy about it, Wu Yu would still invite the young man to join his guild. Left alone, Chen Hai began reading his status. He had received an apology from the Lord of Death for the broken healing potion, and in exchange had been granted the skill the Path of the Death Seeker. In addition, the Lord of Death had transformed Claude's helmet and warned him to be wary of Theseus's ship. The young man sat at a table in a room with a man with whom he was about to have a long conversation. The man was a negotiator. He said that Chen Hai's weapon and cloak had been taken by a goblin follower, and a broken vial of potion had been found at the battle site. Chen Hai replied that in that case, he would retrieve the weapon and cloak later. After that, the negotiator began to say his goodbyes and wrap things up. The negotiator stated that compensation for the bottle of potion would be paid within 3 business days. The man also had a chair which he was taking with him. In short, this guild representative was tasked with settling all financial and material matters. Chen Hai realized that this man had a powerful subclass. The young man told him everything, even about how the Lord of Death had taken an interest in him. It was astonishing to speak the truth and yet be unable to lie. Chen Hai sat alone in the room for another couple of hours, and finally the results of his examination came back. He was perfectly fine. Xuan wanted to know exactly which deity had entered the world through the young man's body. The leader explained that the negotiator had managed to find out very little. All that was known at the moment was that the creature called itself the Lord of Death. The only thing that's clear is that it's somehow connected to the undead. Xuan wanted to know when the Lord of Death first made contact with Chen Hai. According to the records, it was when Chen Hai pretended to be a novice and killed the Banshee Witch in the forest dungeon. On that occasion, he received a powerful gift that allowed the young man to pass through the cemetery. Dongshan City Hospital was quite bustling this time. Wounded adventurers were recovering there. Zhu Mao and his assistant came to visit Master An. They wanted to know how long the coach would be in the hospital. And Zhan replied that the recovery process would take a couple of weeks. Zhu Mao figured that the coach would miss the 3rd expedition to the Zhangzhou expert dungeon. Zhu Mao asked if the coach planned to demand compensation from Zheng Zhen, since he had nearly set En Zhan up in the inverted dungeon. But the coach advised him not to interfere in his affairs. He would handle it himself somehow. And Zhan didn't understand why Chen Hai wasn't in this hospital with them. He was told that Chen Hai had come into contact with unknown forces from the dungeon and was now under the association's special protection. Chen Hai went to a news site and saw that the events surrounding the cleanup of the inverted dungeon were being hotly discussed there. People were praising his actions. The young man recalled how Yu Yu had advised him not to stick his neck out, and that if he feared trouble, he could always turn to their guild, because none of the guild members would allow the guild to be discredited and would always be ready to defend Chen Hai. Chen Hai was terrified when he saw Yao Wen enter the room. He realized that he wouldn't be able to lie now and might once again let the truth slip out. Yao Wen looked at the young man and realized that Chen Hai had finally remembered what had happened between them on the city streets. Chen Hai told the young man exactly what he thought, after which the young man rushed off to attend to his own business and literally vanished into thin air. But the very next moment, he was behind Yao Wen and attacked him with a pain hold. Yao Wen lost consciousness and fell to the ground, and Chen Hai called him 4 eyes before going on his way. And now Yao Wen said there was no need to worry. He wasn't holding a grudge because he understood that it wasn't Chen Hai who had knocked him out, but the deity standing behind him. Once everything was settled, it was time to get down to business, and Yao Wen came to share the latest news. He said that the examination was completely finished, and now Chen Hai could safely return home. This was very welcome news, but the young man still wanted to know if he needed to be monitored for a while longer. Yao Wen replied that the gods' favorites weren't all that rare, and most of them were on the side of order. In fact, as long as the deity behind an adventurer doesn't cause chaos in society or commit similar acts, the association has no complaints against the adventurer. Chen Hai finally lay in his bed thinking about how he needed to uphold public order and not put people in danger. Chen Hai was very surprised when he saw his goblin's new appearance. The guy really looked amazing. Chen Hai asked his goblin to tell him what had happened after he'd lost control of his body and passed out. The young man sat with his mouth agape as he listened to the story. He realized that the Lord of Death had taken possession of his body to weaken the Murloc, and then allowed the goblin to finish it off. Thanks to this, the goblin had changed. He had discovered a hidden path that wasn't even described in the Shaman Master's book. Chen Hai congratulated the goblin and said that this new form suited him very well. From now on, the young man would call the goblin a hero. After that, the boy remembered that his invisibility cloak and the Black Knight's sword were still with the goblin. Chen Hai took the cloak but allowed the goblin to keep the sword until he had leveled up. When everything was settled, the goblin left Chen Hai's room. He used to think the goblin was no match for him, but now he didn't have to worry about him anymore. Chen Hai decided to check his helmet and found that the summoning and patronage skills were unavailable in it. The young man had no idea what kind of seance this was, so he decided to check it out right away. Chen Hai put the helmet on his head and teleported to the training ground. The Lord of Death immediately appeared beside him, wanting to know why the young man had been looking for him. Yen Hai decided not to beat around the bush. He wanted to know what effect the patronage had and how to unlock the summoning ability. It turned out that the young man had already experienced the patronage firsthand. It was what was happening inside his head. As for the summoning, at that moment the Lord of Death drew his spear. In the next instant he lunged forward. Chen Hai tried to dodge but was wounded nonetheless. It all seemed very strange, but the Lord of Death said that Chen Hai had to defeat him, and only then would he be able to unlock the summoning. Chen Hai was completely at a loss. The fruit was a legendary undead being. The very embodiment of combat experience, and valor was even stronger than him. And now, at his 6th level, Chen Hai would have to fight both of them. A phone call rang out, interrupting the young man's thoughts. Chen Hai had come to the Grand Hotel of Dongshan to meet with some important people. The young man looked around the room. A group of people was seated around a large round table. Chen Hai noticed a red-haired girl. She was the adventurer who had helped him in the inverted dungeon. It was unclear what she was doing there. Tycoon Lin was one of the richest men in the country, and it seemed to him that this guy didn't look much like a rising star. Another equally wealthy man, Chen Song, remarked that while this young man certainly looked like an ordinary youth, he himself was a rising star. Chen Hai recognized the wealthy man, whose son had once suffered at the hands of some adventurers. The man congratulated the rising star of Ming province, saying that if the young man continued in the same vein, he would rise very high. The young man recalled how the man had shaken his hand and praised Chen Hai's talents, while the young man had said he was just lucky. Mr. Wang insisted that there was no need to be modest. In their line of work, luck was essential, and luck alone wasn't enough to become a star of such magnitude. Cao Wang said he wasn't one for beating around the bush, so he wanted to get straight to the point. Once he found himself in the dungeon, Chen Hai must have realized that good guides are a guarantee of safety. Chen Hai fully shared this point of view and agreed with the businessman. Furthermore, it's worth noting that Huang Xuan will step down as head of the adventurers in Ming province next year and head to the 18th level Tomb of Fear dungeon. This is the first time such a dungeon has appeared in the past few years, and it is now a major concern for the country's business people and wealthy individuals. Chen Hai had heard of the Tomb of Fear dungeon, but his boss had already been defeated by a team of adventurers led by the legendary Zhou Jinming. He Zhou was a master of engineering. She said that this monster wouldn't even be destroyed by a nuclear bomb. Last time, the adventurers were only able to seal the boss away. And now, somewhere in the world, at the bottom of the sea lies a magic lamp that poses a tremendous danger. The story that Chen Hai knows has been heavily embellished by the media to avoid causing panic among the people. In reality, everything was quite different. But if the dungeon boss has already been sealed away, the value of clearing the Tomb of Fear will be greatly diminished. So why did an expert like Huang Xuan decide to resign from his position because of a dungeon like this? Is he doing this to challenge himself once again? Or is the Tomb of Fear actually something special? It was said that there was nothing unusual about the dungeon except for its difficulty, which exceeded the norm. Xuan lost many comrades in this dungeon who had witnessed the battle. This is a major reason why he wants to defeat the boss of the Tomb of Fear more than anyone else. That alone would have been enough, but later, certain details about the boss, who was a lich, came to light. Legendary adventurers had already been able to kill him. So in this situation, Huang Xuan simply cannot stand by and watch his enemy die at the hands of others. Chen Hai thought it over and agreed that this was a very compelling reason to venture into the dungeon himself. But right now, the young man was only at level 6. He couldn't help the businessman in any way because he was still too weak. However, the region's wealthiest people didn't see it that way. With such potential and rate of growth, only Chen Hai was suitable as commander. Moreover, the businessmen would do everything in their power to support the young man, and most likely, 1 year would be more than enough to secure the position of head of Fujian. Chen Hai understood that all this sounded very appealing, but he wanted to know the price after all. The region's wealthiest people paid so well that it could even attract legendary adventurers. If everyone present is simply worried about their businesses and families, they can hire serious bodyguards. Any future provincial governor would not refuse to help such serious and respectable people. Chen Hai understood all this perfectly well and now wanted to know exactly what these men had in mind. Cao Huo said that the young man had misunderstood them. The businessmen had no reason to invest in Chen Hai for this matter. On the contrary, they were doing so precisely because they didn't want anyone else to become the provincial governor. Until Chen Hai's sudden appearance, there had been only one figure of national importance among the adventurers, and he was supposed to become Huang Xuan's successor. Mr. Lin was very indignant, because this man, although an official adventurer, had a despicable character. He had swept aside far too many opportunists and ordinary people in his path, and all of these people had become his main resource. According to business leaders, as soon as this man becomes the provincial governor, he will inevitably come after them as well. So, compared to what they stand to lose in the future, investing in Chen Hai really costs nothing. Chen Hai finally understood what was going on, and the young man said that for that reason he was simply turning down the offer. Of course, it might have been convenient for him to receive resources from the businessmen, but if it were to upset some powerful and ill-tempered tycoon, the young man would end up at a loss and make a serious enemy. Zhe Hui then asked Chen Hai if he didn't think he had already provoked this man with his actions and successes. Chen Hai was a naive and simple-minded guy, so he didn't understand how he could have harmed anyone. The girl explained that initially this man had been the sole star, so he had planned to monopolize the resources, but after Chen Hai appeared, he realized he had already lost some of his opportunities. And now it's not hard to guess what this man thinks of Chen Hai and how well he feels about him. Inside the International Airport building, a man was walking while talking on the phone and mentioned that a small problem had arisen. The young man explained that a naive 6th-level adventurer had received divine favor, and when Tang Sheng returned, he would definitely find a reason to maim Chen Hai. Gan Quan was among those greeting Tang Sheng and thought the man was dressed like a dandy who could be mistaken for a superstar who had come to give a concert. Bok Jimyung advised his friend to keep a low profile, because this man had a very bad temper. If you didn't want to get maimed by accident while running the dungeon, it was best not to argue with him. Tang Sheng saw the Koreans who had come to meet him and realized they were speaking in a way he couldn't understand. The man thought that if it weren't for his desire to join the legendary class and take Huang Xuan's place, he would definitely have taught those insolent people a lesson. But now the man walked over to the group and greeted them very politely. The guys introduced themselves, gave their names, and said they were national-level stars from South Korea. Tang Sheng shook the young men's hands in greeting and said that in certain circles he was known as the Firebird, and they could call him that too. Without even leaving the airport, the Firebird immediately asked when they would start tackling high-level dungeons for experts. Chen Hai went to the gym and told Xu Mao that he wanted to find out everything about Tang Sheng, who was a national-level star and had a terrible personality. Xu Mao guessed that Chen Hai had most likely heard about this from the Alliance of Good-for-Nothings. The young man didn't confirm it in any way, but it didn't matter. Those who understood, understood. Those who didn't. Be that as it may, the source hadn't misled Chen Hai. They should have added that this Tang Sheng was even more despicable than the rumors suggested. Xu Mao pointed to his title, Abandoned to Fate, and said that this title was directly linked to Tang Sheng. Xu Mao added, if he hadn't joined Wales, he would have already died in some dungeon by now, either driven out by Tang Sheng's henchmen or even by Tang Sheng himself. Xu Mao believed his friend had nothing to worry about, because he and Tang Sheng weren't on the same level to be considered rivals. He simply needed to control the pace of his own advancement, and then Tang Sheng wouldn't stand in his way. Chen Hai understood that everything he'd been told was true, and that he was indeed facing a very serious enemy. Xu Mao wanted to know if Chen Hai had tallied his stats for the dungeons he'd cleared this year. Xu Mao was planning to venture into a level 10 dungeon called Mountain Giant in a few days. It had been a long time since they teamed up, and now Xu Mao asked if Chen Hai would like to join his group to tackle this dungeon. Chen Hai told the leader that he wanted to improve his dungeon clearing stats this year. Chen Hai believed that strength, agility, and physical fitness could no longer be improved through physical exercise alone. He wanted to find a couple of suitable dungeons to train in through hands-on practice. Zheng Ren thought about suitable dungeons, realizing that finding them would be quite difficult. Chen Hai realized that his conditions might pose a challenge, so he suggested they could be simplified. However, it turned out that there was no need to simplify anything. In the Xiangcheng area, there was a level 10 dungeon of moderate difficulty, and the raid on it would begin in a few days. The leader promised to contact their coordinator to have Chen Hai added to the list of adventurers. This was excellent news. Chen Hai was absolutely thrilled by this offer and thanked the leader. Zheng Ren said there was no need to thank him for that and mentioned that a way had been found to compensate for the broken potion vial. To do this, the young man needed to find Yao Wen and exchange his earned points for items. Yao Wen explained that the white-flowered peony vial was a rather rare item, and none could be found anywhere in the region. Therefore, the association compiled a list of compensation options. They could offer a self-preservation item of the same rarity or issue a coupon to upgrade one rare item. Chen Hai asked if he could review the effects of the self-preservation items before making a choice. Yao Wen handed the young man a tablet, and he really liked what he read there. The Sorcerer's Forced Escape card. It can even be used during a battle with a boss you can't defeat. It's a shame, of course, that it's a one-time use item. Otherwise, its value would be sky-high. Yao Wen assumed the young man would choose the first option because the rare item enhancement voucher is usually selected by adventurers with the highest charisma level. Chen Hai listened with interest when he heard about high charisma. He'd never encountered anything like it before. It turned out that adventurers with high charisma are highly likely to obtain the items and equipment they need in exchange for upgrade coupons. As for the reasons behind this phenomenon, the scientific community is still somewhere between hypothesis and proof. Chen Hai recalled that when he received the blood-stopping elixir, a notification appeared on his adventurer panel stating that it required only 11 charisma points. Interesting, was that already considered a high level? Or was the Lord of Death already helping him back then? Chen Hai fell deep in thought again and stopped listening to his companion. The young man had to apologize and confirm that he was indeed choosing the first option. After all the payments and point transfers, the association had only 2 suitable rare items, the Starfall magic ring and a search staff that didn't always work. Although the staff's chance of pointing in the right direction was only 50%, it could be used to find a lake or pond where mermaids hatched, and there were plenty of such tasks. In addition, there was also the Starfall magic ring. It could be used once every 3 days, but the ranged damage spell bound to it could compensate for Chen Hai's lack of area of effect damage skills. After analyzing all his skills, the young man was completely satisfied, since he no longer had any blind spots. Chen Hai called Mr. Wang and told him he wanted to think it over some more, but in the meantime, he would focus on increasing his dungeon completion stats. In about a month, Chen Hai would reach level 8, so Mr. Wang and his friends didn't need to worry about lost time. Mr. Wang knew that by this time, Tang Sheng would have returned from his mission in Korea, and the men said their goodbyes, agreeing to call each other in a month. The professional adventurer from Sweden couldn't understand why the cemetery boss was still attacking him, since he had followed all the rules for navigating the cemetery, and now behind him on the mountain stood the Lord of Death. The cemetery boss gleefully hurled his spear at the fleeing adventurer. The boss's weapon pierced Carl's chest, and blood spurted in all directions, splattering everything around him. The Lord of Death looked at the slain adventurer, and at that moment, a good acquaintance of his approached him. He noted that if there were no survivors for 3 consecutive times, the cemetery would trigger a difficulty level reassessment protocol. The Lord of Death replied that this was a special case because there were no worthy adventurers among the participants. The creature asked, could it be that the new guy who escaped from the Lord of Death is now sharing his experience of completing the challenge and has brought people here after figuring out the secret? A few days passed, and in one of Zhangzhou's residential districts, a large construction site was underway. Adventurers began to gather there. Some had arrived too early, even though the meeting was scheduled for 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Chen Hai and Yao Wen approached the adventurers standing near the entrance to the dungeon. Yao Wen wanted to know how many people would be in the dungeon this time. They told him that everyone had already gathered and no one else was expected. Chen Hai spotted some familiar faces he'd met at other locations. He greeted Zihui, and she explained that, in order to help navigate the dungeon in Dongshan, she needed the Lair of the Giants dungeon clearance qualification. Chen Hai wasn't entirely convinced by this explanation, but he didn't press the issue. Yang Gongzang was very impatient. The young man said that since everyone was gathered, they might as well head into the dungeon right away. And soon, the entire group of adventurers entered the giant's dungeon one after another. They found themselves in a rather desolate mountainous area and saw a group of giants butchering the carcass of a slain dinosaur and roasting the meat over a campfire. The first thing they needed to do was figure out how this T-Rex had died. This was very frustrating because the adventurer had originally planned to tame the tyrannosaur and turn it into a mount. Chen Hai was the last to enter the dungeon and immediately decided to open his profile and assess the situation. It was very strange that, in addition to cyclopes, there were also dinosaurs in this dungeon that needed to be hunted. Yao Wen added that there weren't just cyclopes and dinosaurs here, people also lived here and there were human nations. The quest to clear the dungeon requires killing cyclops while maintaining the ecological balance, which means dinosaurs are the giant's primary hunting targets. But it turned out that wasn't quite the case. According to the reconnaissance team, the highest level creature in the dungeon is a Tyrannosaurus. However, it turned out that this was outdated information because right now a dead Tyrannosaurus lay in the distance. It must be that over the past few days, a Cyclops had leveled up to boss status and then, together with its companions, surrounded and killed the T-Rex. And now the problem is that an adult Cyclops usually has 22 strength points and 20 health points, and a boss-level Cyclops will be even stronger. If the enemy has 23 health points, even the most outstanding adventurers won't have enough skills, and it will be very difficult for anyone to break through its defenses. Jin Chen was outraged when she heard that a boss-level Cyclops had appeared in this dungeon. Yang Guzang believed there was no other explanation. He couldn't account for the Tyrannosaur's death. Zhe Hui knew that Cyclopes had few evolutionary paths. The most common was Cyclops, and the next stage was Champion. The adventurer wanted to know exactly how much health a champion Cyclops had. The girl replied that it was usually 23, and that they had thick skin. Moreover, the giant Cyclops was the best subspecies of Cyclops. The girl was certain that even if the restriction were lifted, they would hardly be able to inflict significant damage on the enemy. Yao Wen suggested sending one person to speak with the person in charge of the giant's lair, increase the difficulty level, and request assistance. Of everyone present, Yao Wen had the lowest strength, so he offered to take on the role of messenger. The adventurer suggested that the girl head out into the surrounding area to search for a dinosaur and handle this task. Zhe Hui had a drone with her, and she could handle a soldier-level Cyclops on her own. Zhu Mao was really enjoying everything so far. He was running a dungeon with reliable companions who were ready to work hard. So, without false modesty, Chen Hai said that he thought this dungeon would be the easiest one he'd ever tackled. The adventurers encountered another dinosaur. This Triceratops had 22 strength points, so attacking it head-on was risky. The young man suggested surrounding the dinosaur and bleeding it out. One person would immobilize the beast, while the others would wait on either side for the right moment. Chen Hai asked that the task of immobilizing the creature be left to his bodyguard, Goblin, who gladly agreed to take on the job. Zhe Hui launched a drone and had been trying to pinpoint the Cyclops boss's location for quite some time. Xu Mao was literally going stir-crazy from idleness, so the girl suggested he go hunt a dinosaur if he was really bored. But the young man replied that he had absolutely no interest in mindless wild beasts. At that moment, the drone she had launched spotted a group of Cyclopes. Zhe Hui was surprised because she had used a completely silent drone, yet the Cyclops had spotted it immediately. Could it be that the Cyclops didn't have reduced sensory perception? Just then, a blue Cyclops appeared among the Cyclops tribe. He was tossing a huge rock in the air. Finding a good vantage point, the Cyclops took aim at the drone. And just as Zhe Hui spotted the Cyclops boss, her drone was destroyed. It was immediately clear that this was a champion Cyclops. At the very same time, a confrontation was taking place between the Goblin and the Triceratops. The opponents were evenly matched in strength, and just then the adventurer rushed to the Goblin's aid. The young man held an axe, which he swung at tremendous speed, cleaving the Triceratops' snout. The dinosaur was distracted by the Goblin and therefore didn't notice the approaching people. At the same time, Chen Hai, wearing an invisibility cloak, crept up on the dinosaur from the other side. The young man was armed with a sword. Chen Hai approached the dinosaur and stabbed it in the neck with his sword. Blood immediately spurted in all directions, and the monster gradually died. Yang Gongzong believed that this brilliant newcomer was truly exceptional. Jin Chen believed that no matter how brilliant he was, he wouldn't be able to break through. You don't have to look far for an example. After all, everyone remembers that even the Zhou family was once outstanding. In the end, all the problems were shifted onto Xuan, who literally became a nanny for the Zhou grandchildren. Chen Hai saw a flash in the sky. He had recently encountered a similar divine phenomenon in the inverted dungeon, and the young man shouted for everyone to scatter. The celestial deity said that the summoning limit of the celestial magic book would no longer allow him to be summoned. If Yao Wen wanted to ask for help again in the future, he would need to prepare valuable papers or antiques in advance. And after these words, the book in the adventurer's hands vanished. The Triceratops lay there, showing no signs of life, but the adventurers weren't sure if it was dead. Someone had to go check whether it was dead or not. If no one did, they would have to summon Yao Wen to deliver the final blow. Yao Wen happened to arrive just then. He reported that the dinosaur was dead because the adventurer had just received a notification that the quest was complete. Zehui asked to pass on the message that the boss of this dungeon was a champion Cyclops, so those responsible for the dungeon run should recruit specific members to the party. Yao Wen, as he had suggested earlier, set off to work as a messenger. He was supposed to relay information about the difficulties and ask for help. Yao Wen said goodbye to everyone and left the dungeon. As soon as he left the dungeon, Yao Wen made a phone call and greeted Tang Sheng. At that moment, Tang Sheng was at a nightclub in Korea, enjoying himself with some girls. He was glad that Yao Wen had called him. After all, it was he who had given Yao Wen the limited edition Heavenly Book of Summoning Evil Spirits. Yao Wen said that, of course, he hadn't forgotten a thing, and the adventurers continued their conversation. Tang Sheng wanted to know all the details about the guy who had defeated a hero-level Murloc that even the leader couldn't handle. Rumor had it that some kind of god had helped the kid. Yao Wen confirmed that this was exactly how it happened. But at the same time, in the inverted dungeon, Chen Hai had demonstrated elements of his true skill. This young man, still in the early stages of his career as an adventurer, had achieved a 50-50 status with the Murlocs, which allowed him to balance his strength, intelligence, and agility. On top of that, he had a special helmet capable of practically transferring experience to him and a sickle he'd taken from Gao Chengyong. Thanks to this, he was able to match a heroic-level Murloc, even though his actual level was far lower than even Huagong's. Tang Sheng believed that the 50-50 title was often awarded to entry-level adventurers when they encountered a new race. But overall, of course, this baffling guy was very annoying. Even with such a pathetic debut, he's now claiming a spot as a national celebrity. The Korean adventurers noticed that their Chinese guest was speaking very emotionally about someone. Jamyang guessed that he was talking about a new star from China. But unfortunately, the guy had a hard time understanding the Chinese dialect. Tang Sheng really hoped that this newcomer was just a flash in the pan who would fade away soon. Yao Wen thought that calling Chen Hai a flash in the pan was a bit of an overstatement. But on the other hand, without the authority of a deity, he would be at a disadvantage in terms of strength. Tang Sheng calmed down a bit, realizing that his rival was still Zheng Zhen. But Yao Wen should still keep an eye on this newcomer and not let him out of his sight. When the phone call between the men ended, Yao Wen finally breathed a sigh of relief. He believed he had managed to fool Tang Sheng. Night had already fallen in the dungeon, and a fire was burning atop one of the flat mountains. Adventurers sat around the campfire, with tents set up nearby. The young people had prepared to spend the night. Chen Hai asked his companions why they hadn't completed the task, since they'd had plenty of time during the day. Huanggang replied killing a single Triceratops wouldn't attract the giant's attention, but if they hunted in large numbers, all the Cyclopes would go berserk over the intrusion into their territory. Huanggang replied that they weren't strong enough yet, so they couldn't risk a conflict with the Cyclopes. However, Jin Chen thought there was no need to listen to this nonsense. In reality, it was simply because the more dinosaurs they killed, the more time it would take to kill the giants. Since we don't want to increase the difficulty of the mission, our only options are to stay here permanently or abandon the mission. Huagong was outraged by these words and asked her not to undermine his authority. Soon an argument broke out among the adventurers. The girl accused the guy of deceiving the newcomer, while she claimed she was telling the truth, and no one could stop her from doing so. Chen Hai himself understood that completing this dungeon's quest was very difficult. Between killing a dinosaur and describing its habits, no one would choose the second option because it takes a long time. However, Jin Chen doesn't realize that, on the contrary, this will actually increase the difficulty level. Chen Hai decided he needed to be more careful so as not to set himself up for failure. At that moment, someone's enormous blue hand was tossing a massive boulder as if it were a tennis ball. After the rock was tossed and hit back, It became clear that someone was simply playing baseball. Chen Hai suddenly heard the sound of a flying object. He spun around instantly and shouted. The adventurers hadn't figured out what was happening yet, but the newcomer was shouting that the enemy was attacking and that a rock was flying toward them. The next moment, Chen Hai drew his sword and sliced through the massive boulder as it flew toward him. Chen Hai asked that everyone else be woken up immediately while he fended off the rocks. Joining the young man to guard the area was his goblin, also ready to fend off the attack. Chen Hai took out his bow and arrows. Now the goblin would fend off the rock attacks, while the young man could eliminate the attacker. Now they could determine the attacker's location based on the rock's flight path. Chen Hai carefully scanned the surroundings and soon realized he had spotted the Cyclops who had thrown the rock at them and immediately fired an arrow. The champion Cyclops easily deflected the flying arrow with the same club and didn't even budge from his spot. Chen Hai realized that his opponent was very strong and self-assured because he hadn't even moved while an arrow was flying straight at him. Soon the entire camp was roused, and now the adventurers had to decide what to do next. It had become clear that everyone knew their whereabouts. Xu Mao couldn't understand how the Cyclopes had tracked them down, since they were at the top of the mountain and couldn't be seen from below. The girl suggested that perhaps they'd been given away by the campfire. The fire had revealed their location. Chen Hai looked down and saw that there were about a dozen Cyclopes down there. Even if they all attacked, the adventurers would be able to handle them, given their more advantageous position. The problem was rather that it would be difficult for the adventurers to climb down and complete the mission. But Zihui didn't see this as a problem. She suggested sending her drone to record the dinosaurs' movements. Chen Hai noticed that the goblin was watching these Cyclopes very closely. His grandfather had told him that Cyclopes really hate it when strangers enter their territory. If they spot a stranger, they start throwing rocks to chase them away. Chen Hai realized that the Cyclopes were simply issuing warnings to the adventurers. They needed to find out what would happen if the intruder didn't obey. The goblin replied that in such a situation, the Cyclopes fly into a rage and won't calm down until they've chopped the intruder to pieces. Soon Yang Gongzong arrived. He sent the young man and the goblin to rest, while he himself remained on guard. As soon as morning came, the Cyclopes sent out a scout to carefully survey the adventurers' camp from one of the neighboring mountain peaks. He stared intently in all directions for a long time, then shouted to his boss that the people hadn't left. Meanwhile, life in the Cyclops camp went on as usual. Everyone was going about their daily business, preparing food, resting and eating. The Cyclops boss told his comrades that the people on the mountain didn't want to leave, so he authorized them to tear down their camp, chop the people into pieces, and throw them into the cauldron. The Cyclopes were very pleased with this announcement, and they eagerly prepared to carry out their boss's order. The adventurers ate breakfast and discussed how clearing mid-level dungeons seemed to have gotten harder this year. Xu Mao said he'd heard somewhere that a lot of expert-level dungeons might open next year, and then everything would get even harder. Zihui believed that no one had any real answers to this question yet, so it wasn't even worth asking. Yang Gongzong was certain that things weren't as simple as they might seem at first glance. The man claimed that the Adventure Star program had been created precisely for this reason. Everyone knew that the star system had appeared a couple of years ago. Apparently, the authorities had already known in advance that expert-level dungeons would spiral out of control. As soon as Huagong finished breakfast, he immediately went behind the tent to relieve himself because there were no toilets or bushes at the top of the mountain. At one point, the adventurer stopped hearing the trickle of his stream. He looked down and saw Cyclopes climbing up the sheer cliff. Huagong let out a wild scream. He shouted that giants were climbing the mountain, and all the adventurers immediately went on high alert. Huagong himself, as soon as he pulled up his pants, immediately activated his superhuman strength and raised a huge cleaver above his head. Then the adventurer struck the cliff with all his might, and rock crumbled down onto the Cyclopes' heads. The adventurer was satisfied to see that he had killed one Cyclops, but one of the rather nimble giants had already climbed up the mountain. Jin Chen was still asleep at the time. The girl crawled out of the tent and couldn't figure out where all the adventurers were running. It turned out that the adventurers had missed this ambush and had only just realized they were under attack. They hadn't seen the Cyclopes sneak up on the mountain. It turned out that the Cyclopes had unexpectedly circled around the mountain from the other side and begun climbing the wall from behind, where the adventurers didn't expect to see them. But now there was no point in arguing or quarreling about it. Nothing mattered anymore. Everyone understood that they needed to urgently knock the Cyclopes off the cliff. But at the sight of the giant's boss, Panic immediately set in for everyone. Zhu Mao immediately activated his full freeze technique and directed it at the Cyclopes. The young man warned his companions that the freezing spell wouldn't last long, so they had to use every good idea they could come up with. Huagong believed that now that time had been wasted, there was nothing left to do but face the giant boss head-on. Everyone began to think quickly. The situation was very difficult, and the adventurers were at a disadvantage. If they did nothing, victory would come at too high a cost. Moreover, there was a champion Cyclops among them. Zehui knew that the girl was a mage of confusion and control. Perhaps she had ideas on how to disrupt the Cyclopes formation. Perhaps the mage already had a spell ready. Jin Chen admitted that she was skilled in confusion. This confusion affected the target's actions, distorting her will and consciousness with illusions. The girl realized that she was expected to disrupt the Cyclops formation with her spells. But unfortunately, that was out of the question. A spell of this kind could only buy a couple of moments, and it was easy to break free from it if used too often. Zehui was an engineering witch, and the construct mind was ready to help her. But she asked it not to intervene for now, hoping that Chen Hai had a cunning plan. Chen Hai was still in the tent getting ready. He handed the invisibility cloak to the goblin. The goblin knew just how valuable the item was and was worried about his master. Chen Hai replied that there was no need to worry about him, put on his helmet, and said he was going to take down the leader of these Cyclopes. Meanwhile, Mind's construct was busy creating some kind of magical potion, mixing various ingredients in a flask. All of this was possible only because the Cyclops were still frozen and unable to put up any resistance. Shu Mao warned his comrades that his freezing spell would soon wear off, so they needed to hurry. By this point, the magical plague potion that restrained the Cyclopes had already been created and was ready for use. The engineering witch thanked her assistant and took the vial of potion from him. After that, the girl ordered Jin Chen to be ready to cast her spell, because now they would have to attack. Finally, the freezing spell wore off, and the Cyclopes were able to pull their enormous legs out of the ice and advance further toward the adventurers. Jin Chen cast a confusion spell, and at that very moment, the engineer witch activated her bomb thrower title and prepared to hurl the flask of potion at the Cyclops. The flask struck the Cyclops boss squarely in the head. The potion spilled, and a pink cloud appeared around the champion. At that very moment, a spell had to be cast on the Cyclops that had been hit by the potion vial. Jin Chen was ready, magical energy radiated around her, and she began to cast a fourth-level confusion spell. But it soon became clear that the spell had absolutely no effect. The mage's spell had failed, and now the adventurers could rely only on themselves and their own strength. Yang Gongzhang realized that if they didn't come up with a plan immediately, there would be nothing they could do. Jin Chen didn't give up and ordered the Cyclops to strike crookedly, preferably from a different angle. And sure enough, the Cyclops boss swung his club with all his might at his comrade's head. The witch realized that the fourth-level confusion spell had gained the effect of a fifth-level spell. A creature affected by it lost its train of thought and was forced to follow the caster's commands. It turned out that when the Cyclops entered the spell's effective range, its ability to resist spells was significantly reduced. Moreover, the potion created for the Cyclopes caused a magical plague and allowed for mind control. In the future, it would be possible to infect other Cyclopes with it as well. This meant that the Cyclopes would now find it difficult to attack people, and the adventurers had to kill as many Cyclopes as they could. Yang Gongzhang and Huagong immediately launched an attack, while the Cyclopes' mental faculties were practically shut down. Just then, Chen Hai emerged from the tent with the goblin, who looked around and said that it seemed there was nothing left for them to do here. Chen Hai decided to check his status window just in case, and he was right to do so. Someone had intervened and changed the main mission. Now they had to kill the champion Cyclops. Huagong leaped toward the dazed Cyclops, who was staring in surprise at the little man, and struck him with his weapon. Blood spurted from one of the Cyclops' eyes that was its weak spot, and now the adventurers were convinced that they needed to aim for the eyes. Moreover, fights had already broken out among the Cyclopes themselves. They didn't understand why, but they began attacking one another, and soon realized that the humans had cast a destructive curse upon them. The champion boss couldn't bear to watch his people kill each other, so he struck with all his might with his club and shouted for everyone to stop. Not only the Cyclopes, but also the adventurers froze and looked at the Cyclops boss in surprise. The Cyclops champion addressed the people and said that they had won, and that the Cyclopes recognized the adventurers' right to this hill. After that, the Cyclops champion ordered his men to gather the wounded and leave the area. When one of the Cyclopes tried to object, the champion turned around and shouted that this was an order, and orders were not to be questioned. Soon all the Cyclopes had left the hill, carrying the wounded with them. The whole scene looked simply fantastic, and even the adventurers couldn't believe their eyes. They had thought some of them would die. Zehui explained that Cyclopes have a very long reproductive cycle, which is why they place such a high priority on the survival of their people. The champion Cyclops didn't want to suffer casualties in battle, so he took responsibility and surrendered. Now everyone could take a peaceful nap. The girls were thrilled too, and were even thinking about trading magical potions and spells. Zhu Mao stepped into the middle of the clearing and addressed all the adventurers. The young man was very worried. It turned out that one of them, namely Chen Hai, was missing. The tribe of Cyclopes was silently returning to their village, and the champion Cyclops was very pensive and focused. But suddenly, a man blocked their path. The Cyclopes said they had no intention of taking this hill away from the humans, so it was unclear why the man had come. The champion Cyclops couldn't believe his ears. Did the man really want the feud between them to last forever? Chen Hai replied that of course he didn't want to quarrel. But unfortunately he wouldn't be able to return home until he settled this matter, and the blame lay with whoever had given them this task and was forcing them to fight. The Cyclops champion apparently had strong moral principles, so he stopped arguing and said they would fight right there. Chen Hai replied that he didn't really care either way, and the champion could choose any location he liked. The search for the missing adventurer was conducted using a drone, and finally Chen Hai was found. But for some reason, none of those present felt any relief. It turned out that their comrade was in the arena where the Cyclopes select their champion. Chen Hai noticed the drone. He realized that the engineering witch had smuggled more than a dozen drones into the dungeon, but the young man didn't want the details of his upcoming battle to be revealed. The Cyclops champion said that the gods were forcing the adventurer to fight to the death. This meant that a portal to another dimension had opened for the human on the hill occupied by humans. Chen Hai was certain that this was exactly the case. The fact was that Chen Hai's level was too low to clear a more difficult dungeon. However, many difficult dungeons have been appearing in the human world lately. Chen Hai explained, if people enter a dungeon and fail to complete the quest within the allotted time, inhabitants of other worlds burst into their world and begin to wreak havoc and kill. And now there was no doubt left that there was no other way. They really were facing a battle. Of course, humans cannot know in advance whether such enormous opponents as Cyclopes will behave aggressively once they enter the human world. So just to be safe, they must prevent that from happening. Chen Hai was conversing with the Cyclops while mentally running through possible scenarios. Given the difference in height, the champion's opening move could vary. A high lunge, a low strike, a heavy step, or a grapple. No matter what the Cyclops did, Chen Hai had to anticipate its movements, dodge the attack, and counter immediately. If the young man could blind the Cyclops during the first attack, then regardless of the height difference, Chen Hai would be able to slowly wear down his opponent. A few moments later, it turned out that the Cyclops had chosen the stomp option and was now simply going to stomp on the adventurer with his foot. This attack was fairly easy to dodge, and now it was Chen Hai's turn to strike, but things turned out to be not so simple. The Cyclops not only kicked out but immediately crouched down, ready to deliver another blow with his club. It was a sort of two-strike combination, and of course avoiding it was nearly impossible. This Cyclops had a secret fifth attack, and now the adventurer was flying through the air like a baseball hit by a bat. But in the very next moment, the adventurer released an arrow, which flew forward at full speed, and all the Cyclops spectators watched with bated breath. The champion Cyclops remained standing until the very end, not even thinking of moving or shielding his one eye. Just a few centimeters from his eye, the Cyclops caught the flying arrow with his bare hand. It really was an amazing sight, and anyone would have been amazed by such strength. Chen Hai has always respected strong opponents and has never been shy about it. He told the Cyclops that the champion was terrifyingly strong, with not a single weakness to be found. The Cyclops also paid his opponent a compliment, saying that fighting him was harder than fighting the Tyrannosaurus Rex he had recently killed. The situation was becoming very difficult. Chen Hai realized he had no choice but to win, but the task was extremely challenging. If Chen Hai couldn't hold his ground, he would have to abandon close combat and switch to mid and long-range attacks. But even using arrows offered no guarantee of success. By this time, the Cyclops champion had once again picked up a massive boulder and hurled it with all his might at the adventurer. Chen Hai had to decide which title and ability to use. The young man shattered the rock into pieces, but in the next instant, the Cyclops champion loomed directly above him. ready to strike again immediately. Chen Hai never expected his opponent to be so fast. On top of that, he used double attacks every time. The adventurers were very upset. They couldn't come to their comrades' aid because the duel was taking place somewhere very far away, and they couldn't get there in time to help. Zhu Mao was very worried. He wanted to know where this arena was. Zhe Hui believed that if they wanted to save him, there was no point in even trying. Everyone had seen how strong this Cyclops champion was. The adventurers wouldn't be able to defeat him even if they all attacked together. Besides, everyone realized it was already too late. The Cyclops had approached Chen Hai and told him the adventurer wouldn't be allowed any further. But it turned out to be the Goblin, who declared to the Cyclops champion that he wouldn't let him pass and wouldn't allow him to kill the man. The Cyclops brought his club down with all his might onto the Goblin's head, but the Goblin raised his sword and tried with all his might to block the blow. Chen Hai felt practically crushed. He hadn't expected the champion to be so strong. He possessed immense physical strength and agility. At that moment, an ordinary Cyclops grabbed the adventurer by the arm. The Cyclopes examined the little man, considering him quite resilient since he had even managed to survive. Chen Hai freed his hands and pulled out his bow. The Cyclopes watched the man with interest. It turned out he wasn't dead and could still move. But of course, there was no need to fear a human. After 2 blows from the boss, the Tyrannosaurus was barely standing, so a human couldn't possibly be stronger than a dinosaur. Chen Hai took advantage of the Cyclops' conversation, activated the walking toward death skill, and fired an arrow from his bow. The champion had nearly finished off the goblin. The poor green creature lay flattened on the ground when a Cyclops ran up and told the boss that a guy had been killed. The champion turned his head in surprise and saw Chen Hai in the hand of one of the dying Cyclopses, who continued to shoot at the Cyclopses despite being tightly gripped. At that moment, the young man took aim at the next Cyclops. It was clear that these creatures weren't exactly known for their intelligence or quick wits. The arrow also struck the second Cyclops. It pierced his palm and then passed right through his body. And now the second Cyclops was dead, and the champion could not believe his eyes. Chen Hai used his summoning flute to recall the unfortunate goblin, because his assistant was no longer in any condition to help. The Cyclops champion was furious. He took the deaths of his people very hard and now vowed to the man that he would destroy his world and kill absolutely every human being. Chen Hai replied that he would survive their duel. The young man activated Battle with a Legend, and now the gap between him and his opponent allowed him to boost his physical condition to its peak and sharpen his senses. In addition, the adventurer used a music box that contained the voice of a banshee. The music box emitted sounds of despair. Creatures below the legendary rank would commit suicide upon hearing these sounds. It was a cursed rare item. Chen Hai used the badge of the Knight of Valor, and now he was practically fully armed. The entrance to the Hall of Fame appeared near the adventurer. The young man knew he couldn't withstand a direct attack from the champion, so this was his only way to survive the situation. Chen Hai waved goodbye and left the dungeon. The Cyclops champion was furious. He leaped up and began striking with all his might at the spot where the adventurer had just been. The Cyclops had to admit that the adventurer had escaped, and the champion cursed and screamed in rage. Chen Hai greeted the Knight of Valor and said it had been a long time since they'd seen each other. The Knight of Valor stood up, but the young man suggested that instead of fighting, they simply talk as good friends. Meanwhile, the Cyclops champion stood near a strange door. He realized that the adventurer was probably hiding behind it. The Cyclops was quite clever for his tribe, so he decided to sit by the door and wait for the adventurer to come out. Just then, the music box began to play. At first, the Cyclops paid no attention to the sounds pouring from the Banshee's music box. He was determined to wait for the adventurer. The Knight of Valor had no intention of engaging in idle conversation and immediately launched an attack on Chen Hai. The young man understood that he had to hold out, because if he lost now, he would have to come out and fall into the Cyclops' clutches. But the knight had other plans, and now the young man watched in astonishment as the knife sliced his body in half. The doors to the Hall of Fame swung open, and the adventurer stepped out. He could barely stand and had no idea what awaited him outside. Chen Hai knew that in his current physical condition, he wouldn't be able to fight properly. But what he saw stunned even him. Right in front of the door lay the enormous body of the Cyclops champion, blood streaming from his head. Chen Hai began looking around, not understanding what had happened. At that moment, the door gradually vanished, and the Cyclops champion lay there with his head split open. But what followed was even more surprising. Absolutely all the Cyclopes were dead. Chen Hai didn't understand what had happened here. Then his gaze fell on the music box, which was still playing, and it soon became clear that this music box was far too dangerous, and it would be best not to use it in the future. The adventurers, standing atop the hill, received a notification that the mission to exit the dungeon had been completed. Shu Mao and Zehui couldn't take their eyes off the scene before them. It was at once striking, terrifying, and repulsive. Shu Mao decided that the god behind Chen Hai was clearly not a benevolent one, and if the girl didn't want that god to silence her once and for all, she'd better forget what she'd seen today. Shu Mao was certain that they could not allow these details to leak out. Chen Hai realized that his duel had been watched via a drone, and that wasn't very good news. He had cleared the current level, but the effect of the Heroic Knight badge and the recently acquired player item were no longer a secret, which meant trouble could arise. Once Chen Hai made his way out of this dungeon, he would need to find a way to quickly level up and increase his strength. Otherwise, he might find himself in danger. The young man received a new item, the phantom frame of the dead souls. Through it, he could see souls that lingered in the frame for a few seconds and could be captured by it. Chen Hai examined the frame, unsure what use this item would be to him. And at that moment, he saw in the frame how the souls of the slain cyclopes gradually rose and drifted away. Huagong couldn't believe his eyes because just a few minutes ago, he had seen Chen Hai losing the battle. But now it turned out that he had won, and the adventurer couldn't understand how it had happened. Zehui replied that this concerned Chen Hai's private life, and she felt uncomfortable discussing it. But if the young man wanted to know the details, he could go to the Cyclops arena himself and take a look around. Huagong said he wasn't interested enough to go anywhere. He just asked a question. If the answer was no, then so be it. But it turned out that they had now cleared the level, and they needed to plan their next steps. Zhu Mao suggested not waiting for reinforcements and completing the mission as soon as possible. Chen Hai continued to gaze at everything through the ghostly photo frame as if spellbound. This object used the captured souls of the dead as characters, forming an image resembling a work of art. It was truly something special. But the young man still didn't understand why he needed it. At that moment, a notification popped up. Chen Hai was offered the chance to unite the settlements, for which a more substantial reward would be granted later. And soon the calculation was complete. After completing the task, the young man received a Cyclops strength elixir and a spell ring resembling a control ring. Chen Hai put the gloves on his hands and tried to figure out how to use the Sphinx's reed quill. It allowed him to ask the Sphinx, a symbol of wisdom and knowledge, 3 questions. The adventurer activated the reed quill, and soon the ground before him parted, revealing the symbol of wisdom and knowledge, the Sphinx. It saw the reed pen in the man's hands and realized it was about to be put to work. The enormous stone Sphinx leaned toward Chen Hai and invited the seeker of knowledge to ask his question. Chen Hai wanted to know why the god who had changed his mission had done so. The Sphinx replied that many heroic believers who had fallen into the hands of this fallen god had died at his hands, and that he intended to kill Chen Hai. Chen Hai recalled the hero-level creature he had recently destroyed and surmised that it was the goddess of the Murlocs who had altered his mission. With his second question, Chen Hai wanted to know what Theseus's ship was, because the Lord of Death had once warned him to beware of Theseus's ship. It turns out that the legendary tier knight's helmet has a side effect called Theseus's ship. As the number of times the helmet is used increases, the adventurer's consciousness and memory are gradually replaced by the helmet's built-in consciousness. The Sphinx warned that simply putting on the helmet wouldn't trigger anything, since the effect wouldn't activate. Chen Haiyu felt a little embarrassed that he had thrown the helmet off in a panic. The young man said it wasn't fear, but simply a reflex. But in any case, it was time for the final question, and the Sphinx listened intently to the young man. Chen Hai asked the most obvious question. He wanted to know why the Lord of Death was so interested in him. At that very moment in an unknown dungeon, there was a sage's library filled with rare books. Through a special portal, the librarian listened to the questions coming from the adventurer, then found the answers and relayed them to the young man through the Sphinx. The Sphinx began to answer the question, why is the Lord of Death interested in Chen Hai? Because he is yours. And at that very moment, someone's black hand clamped around the librarian's throat, completely cutting off his breath. Chen Hai eagerly awaited the answer to his question, and suddenly the Sphinx's head exploded. The Sphinx never got to finish saying who he was. Mine, apparently. The question was too complicated. Chen Hai wasn't too upset. Although he hadn't learned the essence of the matter, he had at least figured out the reason why the goddess of the sea had set her sights on him. Besides, the young man had figured out what the ship of Theseus was. Chen Hai spent some more time collecting the giant's weapons, after which he returned to camp, struggling to climb to the top of the hill. Instead of the adventurers, a note from Shu Mao was waiting for him there. He wrote that all the adventurers had left to complete their quests, and that only Shu Mao and the engineer witch had witnessed Chen Hai's battle with the champion Cyclops. They both promised to keep everything a secret. Now they could safely leave the dungeon because all the tasks had been completed, and it was time to move on. The group of adventurers was standing near the entrance to the giant's dungeon. Lu Qiang was certain that she had been told. A champion Cyclops had appeared in this dungeon, and the adventurers needed the support of provincial-level stars. Now everyone had gathered here, but it turned out that the dungeon had already been cleared. Yao Wen didn't know what to say. The young man assumed that something had happened while he was away. Zhang Bao, nicknamed the Monster Slayer, was also planning to help the adventurers when he saw someone emerging from the dungeon. Chen Hai emerged from the dungeon and saw a group of adventurers, among whom was Yao. Yao Wen was very upset, since he had promised to bring help, and they had agreed that the young man would not go out, but that they would complete the mission together. Chen Hai replied that unfortunately plans couldn't keep up with sudden changes. The camp had been discovered by Cyclopes, so they had to react immediately. The adventurer, his hood pulled low, asked why no one else was coming out. Had everyone really perished, and was Chen Hai the sole survivor? Chen Hai replied that everyone else was carrying out their tasks, while he had already finished everything and left before the others. This dungeon has quests involving dinosaurs. Adventurers need to collect dinosaur eggs, which takes much longer. After all the questions had been answered, Chen Hai said goodbye to the adventurers and went to rest. Lying in bed at home, the young man realized that this time, he had truly survived by a miracle. Shu Mao had, of course, promised to keep the secret, but it was best not to count on that too much after all. This concerned the trial for the Brave Knight badge. Chen Hai thought about what would happen if everyone found out about the player and the Brave Knight's badge. Most likely, this news would prompt Tang Sheng to return to China, hoping to steal these items. So there was only one option left: to leave the country immediately and speed through the 8 trials of the Walking Dead, then level up to be able to defend himself. But what if in the next dungeon, the difficulty level changed to one that Chen Hai couldn't handle? It was unlikely that the Lord of Death would constantly keep an eye on the adventurer. It was also nice to receive answers from the Sphinx. Now at least, Chen Hai understood the Lord of Death. The young man wasn't sure if he would receive help from the Lord of Death again next time. Chen Hai took out his helmet. He knew he could only ask for help from the one person, if you could call him that, who had taken up residence inside him. So the young man put on his helmet and teleported to the training area. Soon he saw the Lord of Death attacking him from behind. Chen Hai drew his sword but said he hadn't come to fight. The Lord of the Helmet said that now the young man knew the value of using it, so why wouldn't Chen Hai give him a portion of his memories? The young man replied that he had come to ask a few questions and would leave immediately once he received the answers. Chen Hai was certain that the helmet had witnessed his trial in the previous dungeon and probably didn't want to find itself in an awkward situation, only to end up rotting and rusting in the graveyard alongside the adventurer. The helmet's master showed no reaction to these words, but it was clear that he was displeased to hear them, and he wanted to know exactly what the young man intended to ask. Chen Hai already understood that he was facing a being created by the reanimation of Claude's helmet, but his understanding encompassed the knowledge of Claude's life and soul. From Claude's perspective, the feud between Chen Hai and the goddess of the sea is so intense that she will continue to torment the young man until she lures him into a trap and kills him. And if that really happens, will the Lord of Death intervene again? Chen Hai was furious when he heard the answer to his question. It turned out that the goddess of the sea had asked the Lord of Death to spare the heroic-level Murloc, but he hadn't told Chen Hai anything. The Lord of Death had refused the goddess, after which the two gods came to hate one another, and now Chen Hai would have to constantly pay the price for their quarrel. Now the adventurer was certain that he would continue to face the schemes of the goddess of the seas. Finally, the young man calmed down a bit and began to think clearly. The Sphinx's reed pen had been sent by the Lord of Death, so if the goddess of the seas harmed Chen Haiyu again, the Lord of Death would help him. However, the badge of the Brave Knight and the player with the witch's recorded voice in the next dungeon might turn out to be useless. The Mother of the Seas was, after all, a goddess, and she would certainly take note of these items' abilities, so they might come in handy next time. Chen Hai didn't have an item enhancement voucher, and if he were to abandon the mission in the next dungeon, the goddess of the seas would raise its difficulty to an unrealistic level. Therefore, he needed to prepare for the worst-case scenario and stock up on resources. Chen Hai received a notification that his ticket to the Congo had been booked, so the young man informed the association's leader of this. The young man explained that he would be leaving to travel and would stay there until the next quarter at the latest. The association leader surmised that all of this was due to the threat posed by Tang Shen. Chen Hai, of course, said that was absolutely not the reason, but he was glad to be speaking on the phone. The association leader said he understood everything. Huang Xuan would be stepping down next year, and Tang Sheng was set on taking his place. And at such a crucial moment, a new national-level star suddenly appeared. It's clear that Chen Hai's presence might irritate the opportunists, but perhaps it's not worth going abroad because of this. After all, the young man is protected by a deity. Chen Hai already felt wronged and began insisting even more strongly that his trip had nothing to do with Tang Sheng. The association's leader decided not to press the issue. If the young man didn't want to talk, he'd pretend to believe him. But he absolutely had to return by the end of the year to meet the required dungeon-clearing metrics. The adventurers ran for their lives. They'd managed to steal a dinosaur egg, but the dinosaur noticed it was missing and gave chase. Zhehui knew that Xu Mao had already completed his task and didn't understand why he was still in this dungeon. The young man replied that they had been in the dungeon for several days already, but Chen Haiyu needed more time to decide whether to tell everyone about his close relationship with one of the gods. The girl replied that if she hadn't seen it with her own eyes, she would never have believed that someone like Xu Mao, who usually leaves people to fend for themselves, would care for his companion. Xu Mao replied sadly that if he had a choice, he would instantly give up the title of the one who leaves people to their fate. The plane landed in the capital of the Republic of the Congo. Chen Hai looked like a real tourist and passed through passport control very quickly. The young man called Lao Wang and told him he had already arrived. For some reason, this young man's voice sounded too childish. The young man greeted Chen Hai, introduced himself, and said he would be his guide in the Congo, and that he could simply be called Adeyeze. Chen Hai was very surprised. This boy wasn't even of legal age, yet he had been making arrangements with a man named Lao Wang. The boy admitted that his father was communicating online on his behalf, but his father didn't have a tour guide license. The boy began pleading not to replace him because he was a true professional. Besides, he had several younger brothers and sisters, so he had to earn money to support them. Adeyeze shed a few bitter tears and asked for help for the poor, hungry children. Chen Hai agreed not to replace the guide, but warned that if he noticed any problems, he would definitely replace Adeyeze with someone more suitable. Chen Hai immediately said that he needed to buy the Swift Current canoe. He also wanted to set out on the Congo Challenge, and that had to be arranged. The young people went to have lunch, and soon Adeyeze already knew that his client, Mr. Chen Hai, was an adventurer from China. Although Chen Hai, of course, insisted that he was just an ordinary extreme sports enthusiast. Adeyeze replied that Mr. Chen wasn't very good at lying. Extreme sports enthusiasts know that the Congo's raging current is impossible for an ordinary person to navigate. Adeyeze suggested that one must be a sufficiently prominent and experienced adventurer to be able to tackle such challenging trials. Chen Hai realized that the young man was implying that adventurers take on the challenge but fail to cope with the Congo's swift current. Adeyeze confirmed that all attempts had failed. However, Red Bull regularly organizes whitewater canoeing challenges, and to participate, one only needs to have a level 10 proficiency rating. You can sign a contract with Red Bull and become their new star protege. In addition to Chen Hai, 2 other adventurers were scheduled for the next day. The next day, Chen Hai arrived at the location with his guide. He noticed 2 adventurers warming up before the start of the challenge. These young men looked very strong. Chen Hai sat down in the canoe and fastened the skirt, something he rarely had to do. An adventurer named Ken realized that this guy was also taking on the Congo's raging current. His teammate thought it wasn't worth paying attention to. They had their own plan and they didn't care about the others. Chen Hai said goodbye to his guide and began to paddle slowly. Everyone who saw him immediately realized from his movements that he was a novice. Fisher surmised that this guy must have a rare rank or title. He thinks he'll be able to pass the test and immediately secure a high-ranking position. The guys decided to wait a bit because they didn't want to run into this moving obstacle. The novice in the middle of the raging river while going at full speed. Chen Hai had more or less gotten the hang of using the paddle, and it seemed to him that he generally understood the essence of the sport. It's important to note that Chen Hai's basic skills were already on par with those of a professional athlete, so he wasn't exactly a complete novice. Of course, his skill couldn't compare to that of professional paddlers, but he was confident that the Congo's Swift Current Canoe Challenge wouldn't pose much of a problem for him. Chen Hai was doing pretty well overall, but he didn't understand why the Congo River's current was so frenzied. If it weren't for his perception goggles, the tributaries and whirlpools would have already forced him to give up on this venture. Chen Hai was no longer surprised that countless people had drowned in the raging current over the years. One small mistake on this stretch, and the canoe would capsize immediately. Meanwhile, Ken and Fisher had also set off, hoping they wouldn't run into the novice paddler. The most dangerous stretch is where the tributary and the underground current converge. This creates whirlpools, and you have to keep your eyes peeled. If you get caught in them, no force on earth can save you. Chen Hai was very pleased because he had overcome a small rapid. The journey turned out to be more dangerous than he had expected, but it all ended well. He had to admit that it had taken a lot of energy to get through this. It would be best to use the blood-stopping elixir now. Suddenly, the adventurer's senses alerted him, and he realized that a huge waterfall with a very fast current lay ahead. Chen Hai realized he wasn't ready yet, but it was too late. There was no way to avoid the waterfall now. Adais watched his client via a drone. He could see that the young man had safely made it past the first waterfall. The boy really hoped everything would turn out well and expected his father to share his optimism. The boy's father, Mr. Lao Van, said that, of course, he hoped and wanted his fellow countrymen to pass the challenge. However, he believed that Chen Haiyu would be better off withdrawing from the challenge before he faced the real difficulties. It's obvious at a glance how their client differs from Red Bull adventurers. He doesn't have a professional rescue team. At that moment, Ken, a professional Red Bull adventurer, somehow got caught in a whirlpool, and the current began to pull him under. Company representatives watched the challenge from a helicopter. They announced that Ken had failed the challenge and now needed to be rescued. Chen Hai caught his breath for a moment. He understood the basics. When facing a waterfall, you need to focus on the angle of descent. For safety's sake, the young man decided to raise his body's resistance to the maximum level. This should help him if he encountered a waterfall several dozen meters high, and then everything would be under control. That's what Chen Hai thought. After that, the young man spent another 7 hours in the canoe and completed the trials of the 8 walking dead. Unexpectedly, right in the middle of the raging river, Chen Hai spotted the entrance to a dungeon. The young man didn't want to paddle into it and tried to row away from the portal, but his attempts were in vain, and now Chen Hai, along with his canoe, was plunging into a new trial. From the raging river, which had nearly drained him of all his energy and strength, he fell into a vast dungeon filled with sand. These were the sands of despair, and just reading the quest description was enough to drive anyone to despair on the spot. The difficulty and horror of this dungeon lay in the fact that there was absolutely no way out. He had to find a ghost ship as well as the legendary captain's golden casket. It seemed this dungeon was designed for survival with no chance of escape. It turned out that the objective was to find a ship in the desert. Who on earth could possibly accomplish that under normal circumstances? Chen Hai lay in the middle of the sand, thinking how grateful he was to the goddess of the seas for finding a dungeon where it was impossible to get bored, and how much fun he was having now. Chen Hai didn't understand why the goddess of the seas hadn't thought of his search staff. Did she really not know about it? Or had she simply not paid enough attention to Chen Hai in the previous dungeon? The young man decided he wouldn't just lie around idly in the sun any longer. He rummaged through his inventory and pulled out the search staff. To try to outwit the goddess of the sea, Chen Hai decided to use the seeker's staff to find the ghost ship, even though the probability of it pointing in the right direction was only 50%. The young man held out the staff and asked it to indicate in which direction the ship Black Pearl was located. There was no clear response, and the young man could only determine the direction by the staff's reaction. Eventually, the divining rod pointed in the same direction 8 times in a row. Perhaps this was a vulnerability in the dungeon. Chen Hai summoned his pet goblin and told him he needed his help. The young man explained that he had buried a bottle of water in this area, and the goblin, holding the divining rod, was to help find it. The goblin twirled the staff in his hands and fairly quickly indicated the direction where, in his opinion, the bottle of water was hidden. Upon reaching the right spot, the goblin began digging in the sand because that was exactly where the staff was pointing. Instead of water, for some reason, the goblin found a package of donuts, but this meant that even if the direction was wrong, the divining rod could still help find something specific. Chen Hai took out the hidden bottle of water and told the goblin to stop searching. Chen Hai recalled how the guy in the helmet had told him last time that the Lord of Death had previously used a nightmare flute. If that item had helped him, then Chen Hai could also use it as a means of transportation. After taking a sip of water, the young man took the nightmare flute out of his inventory and decided to try it out. Soon, a huge demonic horse named Nightmare appeared before the adventurer. It was simply enormous, and its mere appearance was enough to terrify anyone. Chen Hai waved at Nightmare in greeting. To his surprise, the horse bowed its front legs and lowered its head in a gesture of greeting and respect. But in the very next moment, the horse bolted at breakneck speed, galloping across the desert. Chen Hai was forced to run for his life, still clad in armor and protective gear, and thought that his helmet had betrayed him once again. 10 days had already passed since the start of his journey through the desert. Chen Hai rode on Nightmare's back, holding the staff in his hands. The tracking staff pointed to this spot, but there was nothing nearby. It seemed the ship was hidden beneath the sand. If that was indeed the case, the adventurer still had a great deal of work ahead of him. Suddenly, the young man received a notification that his special skill, Omen of Doom, had been activated. Chen Hai warned his horse and braced himself, realizing that some kind of danger lurked beneath his feet. And suddenly, completely out of the blue, some enormous, powerful creature shot high into the air from beneath the ground. Chen Hai managed to jump out of the way and decided to break the search staff that had led him to this enormous worm. Thanks to the effect of the divining staff, his intelligence was currently boosted by 3 points, and his adaptability had significantly improved. Chen Hai realized that this dungeon had most likely been prepared by the goddess of the sea. It was she who had interfered with the divining staff's function and led him straight into the monster's jaws. If that was indeed the case, there was a good chance she would continue to influence the staff so that the player would have absolutely no way of finding the right direction. Now the adventurer understood what it was like to have a god as an enemy. He had to proceed with extreme caution. Chen Hai pulled a spell ring from his inventory. He hoped that the goddess of the sea didn't know exactly what items he had obtained in the previous dungeon. Otherwise, she wouldn't have led him to the giant creature. The young man activated the spell ring and aimed it at the monster.